Welcome to Cello. At readcello.com, you create personalized novels based on your input. You can also find a library of ebooks and audiobooks just like this one. This free audiobook of The Shattered Veil is brought to you by readcello.com. Enjoy the book. The Shattered Veil has been written and narrated by the amazing team at readcello.com. Dedication. This book is dedicated to the escapist. The Shattered Veil, Chapter 1, The Awakening. Kaelan rises with the dawn, the golden sunlight filtering through the trees, illuminating his determined features as he stretches and prepares for another day in the enchanted forest. The air is crisp, filled with the earthy scent of damp leaves and moss, while birds sing sweet melodies in the branches above. He smiles, taking a moment to inhale deeply, feeling the warmth of the sun kiss his skin. Today feels different, charged with a sense of purpose that he struggles to define. With practiced motions, he retrieves his bow and a quiver of arrows hung against the hollow of a nearby tree. He meticulously checks each arrow, ensuring the fletching aligns perfectly, sharpening his focus on the task at hand. The quiet of the forest envelops him, fostering a deep connection to the land he has grown up in. As he steps forward, the soft rustle of grass underfoot feels like a gentle reminder of the responsibilities resting on his shoulders. Kaelan pauses, contemplating the day ahead, a day filled with training, exploration, and the whispers of ancient prophecies that linger in his mind. His thoughts drift to Alden, his mentor, who has often spoken of the potential he sees in Kaelan. Numbers in his mind dance like leaves in the wind, fueling the ambition within him. Today, he will prove that he is ready to embrace the path laid before him. Kaelan sets his jaw with determination, stepping purposefully into the heart of the forest. The familiar terrain welcomes him, but today he intends to unlock secrets hidden within, yearning to learn not just about the forest, but about himself. Kaelan enters the village square, carrying a basket filled with freshly gathered herbs and vegetables. The sun casts a warm glow on the bustling scene, with villagers exchanging greetings, children playing, and dogs barking playfully. He greets familiar faces as he walks by, offering smiles and nods, feeling a deep sense of connection to his home. In the marketplace, he sets up his stall, arranging the produce neatly to attract passers-by. The vibrant colors of the fruits and vegetables showcase his hard work and dedication to the community. As he works, he overhears snippets of conversation about strange creatures lurking near the edges of the forest, rumors that cause unease to ripple through the crowd. Kaelan's heart races at the mention of potential danger, but he pushes those thoughts aside, focusing on his tasks. He feels the weight of expectations settling on his shoulders, aware that his efforts in the village extend beyond mere survival. He hopes to protect those he loves from threats that may arise. As he finishes setting up, he catches the eye of Lira, his childhood friend, who waves enthusiastically. Her presence brings a smile to his face, and he gestures for her to join him at the stall. The familiarity between them provides a comforting anchor amidst the gathering storm of uncertainties. "Can you believe the stories about the creatures?" she asks, her brows furrowed with concern. Kaelan shrugs, attempting to appear nonchalant. "People love to exaggerate," he replies, though uncertainty tinges his voice. Lira raises an eyebrow before speaking again. "You should be careful. We can't afford to underestimate anything." Her worry is evident, but Kaelan waves it off, trying to mask the concern brewing in his own mind. "Let's just focus on today. I've got a lot of work to do," he responds, hoping to shift the conversation and keep the fear at bay, reminding himself of the importance of maintaining strength in his community. Alden approaches, clapping slowly, praise-lacing his words. "You've improved, Kaelan, but every mark leaves a mark. What will you do when it matters?" The elder's voice carries a weight of experience, pulling Kaelan's attention from the marketplace and forcing him to consider the gravity of his aspirations. Kaelan straightens, meeting Alden's gaze. "I'll be ready," he replies, though uncertainty flickers in his chest. The stories Alden shared about remarkable heroes haunt him, filling him with both inspiration and doubt. What if he isn't enough? Alden studies him for a moment, eyes twinkling with a mix of wisdom and mischief. "You know, it's not just about the aim, it's about the heart behind it." He leans closer. "Remember, every great hero faces their moment of truth." The weight of those words settles heavily on Kaelan as he absorbs their meaning. He knows he has much to learn, not just in skill, but in the conviction necessary to fulfill his destiny. What if I fail, he asks, his voice barely above a whisper. Failure isn't the end. It's a teacher, Alden replies cryptically, the elder's gaze unwavering. But you must be willing to embrace it to grow stronger. Kaelan feels a flicker of hope igniting within him, mixing with the lingering doubt. He takes a deep breath, sensing the urgency of the moment. I'll do my best, Alden. Your best will be enough if you allow it to be, Alden says with a smile, stepping back to observe the bustling square. Kaelan glances around, feeling the pulse of the village, a blend of safety and underlying tension. With renewed determination, he returns to prepping his stall, committed to mastering the skills needed to protect his home. Kaelan tightens his grip on the basket as Lira continues to share her ambitions of becoming a skilled archer. I want to be like you, Kaelan. You have this natural talent, she says, her eyes bright with admiration. Her encouragement warms him, and for a moment he feels like he's being lifted by her belief in him. Just practice, he replies, a smile creeping onto his face. You'll get there if you put your heart into it. But beneath the surface, a flicker of unease stirs. He hopes she isn't expecting too much from him, not when the weight of the village's safety lies on his shoulders. The responsibility to protect his friends grows heavier by the day. Do you think there are really creatures out there, lurking in the shadows? Lira asks, her brow furrowing with genuine concern. Kaelan can see the worry dancing in her eyes, mirroring a fear he shares but dare not voice. I don't know, he answers thoughtfully, avoiding her gaze. But we need to stay vigilant. If there are threats, we have to be ready. Kaelan's heart races as he considers the implications of their realities. He leans against the stall, trying to adopt a reassuring demeanor. Let's keep training. I'll teach you everything I know. Together, we won't let fear hold us back. Lira nods, her smile returning, but Kaelan can sense her lingering doubts. As they disperse, he resolves to face the challenges ahead while striving to keep the village safe, a promise he silently vows to fulfill. As the chatter of the marketplace buzzes around them, Kaelan notices a flickering shadow in the trees beyond the village's edge, causing his heart to skip. A sense of unease washes over him, awakening echoes of the rumors that have been circulating through town. He shakes his head, trying to dismiss the thought. It must be the sunlight dancing through the leaves, he tells himself. Lira notices his distraction and asks, Kaelan, are you okay? Her genuine concern cuts through his thoughts, and he forces a smile. Yeah, just thinking about all we've discussed. But the shadow remains in his mind, the unease settling like a stone in his gut. We should be prepared, he mutters under his breath, feeling the weight of responsibility settle ground beneath his feet. A fleeting doubt creeps in. What if they aren't prepared? What if those stories of lurking dangers are true? Kaelan takes a steadying breath, reminding himself of Alden's words about embracing uncertainty. Let's focus on our training for now, he suggests, trying to redirect his thoughts and Lira's. We need to strengthen our skills no matter what's out there. Despite the growing tension, he feels a spark of defiance. Together, they will face whatever comes, and he won't let fear dictate their path. With a deep breath, Kaelan steps away from his stall, glancing back at the village, his home, filled with memories and the familiar warmth of camaraderie. The faces of the villagers ripple through his mind, each one a reminder of why he must be strong. He walks toward the edge of the woods, the trees standing tall, their secrets hidden in the shadows. Today he will explore, and today he will discover more about himself. Kaelan feels the pulse of the forest beneath his feet, a rhythm that echoes the call to adventure. Approaching the tree line, he squints into the dappled light, determination coursing through him. As much as he cherishes his comfort, he knows that real growth lies beyond what is familiar. He gathers his resolve, promising himself that he will uncover the truths that lie ahead. I won't just be a protector. I'll become the hero this village needs, he murmurs, setting the intention for his journey. With this declaration in his heart, he enters the forest, eager to embrace the challenges that await him. Each step into the woods feels like a step toward destiny, and he knows he cannot turn back now. The adventure has begun, and he is ready to face whatever trials may come his way. Chapter 2, The Gathering Storm. The first tendrils of dawn shimmer on the horizon, casting rays of golden light through the trees as Kaelan stands at the edge of the village. The sounds of the morning are a gentle awakening, birds chirping, leaves rustling, and the soft murmur of the river flowing nearby. With a heart full of anticipation, he takes a deep breath, feeling the cool air fill his lungs. Today marks the beginning of a journey that promises discoveries beyond the forest's boundaries. He casts one last glance back at the village, where lives intertwine like the branches above. Friends and family moving about their morning routines remind him of the responsibilities awaiting his return. But the call of adventure pulls him forward, urging him to step into the unknown. Kaelan strides into the forest, the canopy overhead creating a serene world immersed in shades of green. Each footfall softens on the earth, grounding him as he embraces the beauty surrounding him. The sunlight dances across his skin, igniting a spark of courage within. As he delves deeper, he mentally reviews his goals for the day, exploring, gathering knowledge, and testing his skills. Kaelan is determined to make the most of the opportunities that lie in wait, ready to learn from everything the forest has to offer. He pauses momentarily, soaking in the vibrant sights and sounds around him, a smile creeping onto his face. The adventure has begun, and within those woods, he is ready to carve out his path. Kaelan moves cautiously through the underbrush, his senses heightened. Every rustle of leaves and distant call of wildlife draws his attention. He takes a moment to observe the environment around him, noting the vibrant foliage and the scattered wildflowers that bloom in the soft light. With a purposeful stride, he reaches a clearing where the sunlight spills onto the forest floor. He inhales deeply, savoring the earthy aroma that fills the air, the scent of damp soil and blooming plants invigorating his spirit. As he searches for herbs and other resources, Kaelan recalls Alden's teachings about the forest's gifts. He kneels next to a cluster of roots, inspecting them carefully. These should help with injuries, he murmurs to himself, before pulling out a small pouch to gather his findings. Suddenly, the sereneness of the clearing is interrupted by a rustling in the bushes nearby. Kaelan's heart races as he turns his attention to the sound, instinctively tightening his grip on his bow. He readies himself, prepared for whatever might emerge from the thicket. To his relief, a small deer steps into the clearing, its delicate frame moving gracefully. Kaelan holds his breath, captivated by its beauty and vulnerability. He realizes this moment of nature's simplicity reminds him why he cherishes the forest, reinforcing his commitment to protect it. With the deer disappearing back into the trees, Kaelan returns to his task. He carefully places the gathered herbs into his pouch, feeling a sense of accomplishment. This new knowledge brings clarity to his journey, deepening his connection to the land around him and fortifying his resolve to master its secrets. Kaelan continues his exploration, feeling a lingering curiosity about the forest's secrets. As he moves deeper into the woods, he stumbles upon a weathered stone archway, partially concealed by vines. It stands as a testament to a time long past, and he can't help but wonder what stories it carries within its ancient stones. Approaching cautiously, he runs his fingers over the carvings, tracing patterns that resemble symbols he's seen in Alden's tales. This must be a marker of some kind, he thinks, curiosity igniting a desire to understand its significance. Just then, he hears footsteps approaching from behind. Turning to see Lira, a wide smile spreads across her face. "I found you," she exclaims playfully. "What are you up to?" "I think I've discovered something," he replies, gesturing to the archway. "Look at these carvings. They might tell us about the forest's history or hidden paths." Lira peers closely, her expression shifting from intrigue to caution. "Or it could lead to trouble. There are stories about traps and old magic in these woods." Kaelan chuckles, brushing off her warnings with youthful fervor. "That's part of the adventure. Besides, we won't know unless we explore further." His excitement is palpable, but Lyra's hesitance is mirrored in the way she shifts her weight, revealing her own concerns. "Just be careful, okay?" she urges, meeting his gaze earnestly. "We don't want to stir up anything we can't handle." "Trust me, Lira," he reassures her, feeling the weight of his earlier promises. "I'll be cautious." As they stand together, Kaelan feels a pulse of determination. This moment connects him to the forest, fortifying his commitment to uncover its secrets while also reminding him of the importance of balancing curiosity with caution. Kaelan and Lira take a moment to inspect the archway closely, their excitement mingling with caution. The sun filters through the trees, illuminating the carvings intricately etched into the stone. These symbols look like they might connect to the old stories Alden tells. What if they point the way to something important? Kaelan says, a spark of inspiration glowing within him. But what if they lead us into danger? Lira counters, her brow furrowed with concern. The forest has a way of testing those who venture too deep. She glances around, her instincts urging caution in this unfamiliar territory. Kaelan senses the tension between them. He understands Lyra's worries, but feels a fire inside that propels him forward. We can't let fear keep us from discovering something great. Besides, we'll be together. We can handle whatever comes our way, he replies, infusing his words with sincerity. Seeing the flicker of hesitation in her eyes, he adds, let's just take a quick look. If anything feels off, we can always backtrack. His tone is encouraging, acknowledging her concerns while gently pushing for exploration. With a reluctant nod, Lira agrees. All right, just a quick look, she says, stepping closer. Together they begin to decipher the carvings, Kaelan's fingers brushing across the stone as he murmurs the symbols. His heart races with the thrill of potential discovery, energized by the shared moment. Lira glances at him, her expression wavering between excitement and apprehension. Just promise me you won't act recklessly, she urges, her concern for the journey evident in her voice. I promise, Kaelan assures her, feeling the weight of her trust as they delve deeper into the mystery before them. This moment reinforces their bond, blending curiosity with the friendship that has always grounded him. They are not just exploring, they are strengthening their connection and their resolve to embrace whatever lies ahead. As they study the carvings, Kaelan feels a rush of connection to the stories Alden used to tell. He loses himself in the intricacies of the symbols, each line and curve whispering secrets of the past. This one looks like it represents a guardian spirit, he observes, tracing the outline of a figure with his fingertip. Maybe it's a sign that we're meant to seek help from the forest. The idea fills him with excitement, igniting his imagination. Or maybe it's a warning, Lira replies, her voice tinged with caution. She shifts her weight nervously as she examines the symbols. We should be careful. Not everything in the forest is friendly. Kaelan nods, recognizing the validity in her words, but also dismissing the threat that lingers beneath her caution. We need to embrace both the light and the dark if we want to uncover the truth, he asserts confidently, steadying his resolve. Lira watches him for a moment, seeing the determination in his eyes, and a hint of admiration shines through her skepticism. All right, let's explore more, but I'm staying close, she concedes, her adventurous spirit bubbling up beneath her protective instincts. Encouraged, Kaelan presses on, fueled by their shared commitment to uncover the mysteries before them. With each step deeper into the forest, he feels a sense of purpose solidifying within him, a realization that their journey is not just about seeking knowledge, but also about forging bonds and embracing the unknown. He glances at Lira, their trust in each other palpable as they venture further into the heart of the forest, ready to face whatever comes their way. With newfound determination, Kaelan pushes forward, leading Lira further into the depths of the forest. Each step feels more significant, the air thick with anticipation. He revels in the energy surrounding them, an undeniable sense of adventure propelling him deeper into the unknown. As they venture away from the archway, the trees loom larger, their branches intertwining like ancient guardians. Kaelan can hear the gentle rustling of leaves overhead, a soothing sound mixed with the distant calls of forest creatures. The vibrant greenery envelops them, and he delights in the beauty of this enchanted realm. Do you think we'll find anything that connects to those symbols? Lira asks, her tone a mix of hope and trepidation. Absolutely, he replies, confidence infusing his voice. Every step leads us closer to the truth. Suddenly, they come across a small clearing, bathed in sunlight. In the center, an ancient stone well rises, covered in moss. Curious, Kaelan approaches, leaning over to peer into its depths. What do you see? Lira asks, stepping up beside him. Nothing yet, he acknowledges, noticing the glimmer of some object at the bottom. But I feel there's something significant about this well. Kaelan's heart races as he considers the implications of their discovery. He thinks back to Alden's tales of hidden treasures and lost wisdom connected to water springs and wells. I'll need to reach down, but we should be careful, he cautions, aware of the potential risks. Lira nods, her excitement tempered by a healthy caution. I'll help you. Let's find out what lies within. With this shared resolve, Kaelan feels a surge of camaraderie. Together they take action, ready to explore this new opportunity while building the trust and bond that will carry them through whatever awaits. Chapter 3, The Journey Begins. The air in the clearing is thick with anticipation as Kaelan carefully lowers himself to the edge of the well, peering deeper into its shadowy depths. The sunlight catches glimmers on the surface of the water below, dancing like fleeting memories. With a sense of purpose, he stretches out his arm, fingers brushing the cool stone surrounding the well. Be careful, Lira warns, stepping closer, her expression a mix of excitement and concern. Kaelan feels the weight of her gaze on him, a reminder of how important this moment is not just for him, but for both of them. He nods, focusing on the water's stillness. A sense of calm washes over him, pushing back the echoes of doubt that have lingered since they began this quest. I need to see what's down there, he says, his voice steady as he takes a deep breath and prepares to reach further. With determination, he extends his arm down the well, fingertips brushing against the water's surface. The coolness sends a shiver up his spine, but he feels oddly drawn to it. There's something here, he mutters, heart racing as curiosity fuels his resolve. Just as he's about to reach for the object resting on the floor, he hears a sudden noise behind them, the snap of a twig. Instantly, he retracts his hand, alert, eyes darting toward the sound. Did you hear that? He whispers to Lira, tension coursing through him. She nods, her eyes wide. We should check it out, she suggests, her voice steadying him. Feeling the pulse of the forest around them, Kaelan weighs the risks. Let's be cautious, he responds, his heart pounding. The day's discoveries already weigh heavily on him, but he knows that every moment counts in their journey. Forcing aside the dread that lingers, Kaelan steels himself for whatever lies ahead, ready to face the unknown together. Kaelan and Lira exchange a quick glance, a silent understanding passing between them. With cautious steps, they approach the source of the sound, moving deftly through the underbrush, muscles tensed in anticipation. As they round the tree trunk, they find a small group of travelers camped in a clearing, a duo of hooded figures huddled around a flickering fire, their faces obscured by shadow. The crackle of the flames breaks the tense silence, and Kaelan instinctively reaches for his dagger, wariness coiling around his heart. Should we approach? Lira whispers, glancing at him, uncertainty etched on her features. Kaelan takes a moment to assess the situation. The unfamiliar travelers could be allies or threats, but he knows that knowledge is power. Let's see what they're up to first, he suggests quietly, taking a step closer while remaining hidden behind a thick shrub. From their hidden vantage point, Kaelan strains to hear the conversations that drift from the fire. One figure, taller and more robust, leans closer to the flames, discussing something in hushed tones with the other. If we don't get the artifact soon, it will fall into the wrong hands, the larger figure insists, his voice low but urgent. How long before we make our move? The second figure asks, uncertainty coloring their tone. Kaelan's pulse quickens at the mention of the artifact. He turns to Lira, eyes wide with realization. They know about the artifact. Lira nods, her expression transforming into one of determination. Then we can't let them get it first. We need to act quickly. As they listen, Kaelan feels a mixture of fear and resolve wash over him. The knowledge of the travelers' intentions pulses through him, a reminder of their own mission and the urgent need to reclaim the forest's secrets. Let's wait for them to move, Kaelan states, formulating a plan. We can't let them discover us. His assurance reflects the growth in his decision-making as he balances their immediate safety with the crucial task of gathering intel. Lira nods in agreement, her unwavering support giving Kaelan strength. Together, they remain vigilant, ready to act the moment the opportunity arises, knowing that they must seize this chance to protect what is rightfully theirs. Kaelan steadies his breath, eyes intense as he scans the campsite. The flickering flames illuminate the travelers, revealing leather armor and weapons strapped to their sides. Instincts on high alert, he inches closer, his heart pounding with the realization that danger may lurk nearby. "Each of us needs a job," he whispers to Lira. "If we're going to get the upper hand, we must know what they're planning." Lira's eyes flicker to the figures. "What if they see us? We can't just rush in." He nods, considering her caution. "We'll gather information first. I'll create a diversion while you flank around to listen in." Kaelan's confidence grows as he outlines the plan, feeling more like the leader he aspires to be. He motions to the nearby underbrush, where he can rustle some leaves and draw the traveler's attention away from Lira's approach. Before he can execute his plan, the larger figure suddenly turns, narrowing his eyes at the shadows beyond the fire. "Did you hear that?" he growls, tension crackling in the air. Kaelan freezes, heart racing as he exchanges a nervous glance with Lira. "We need to move now," he urges, adrenaline surging through him. As they retreat into the cover of the trees, Lira glances back. "What if they follow us?" Kaelan shakes his head, attempting to maintain calm. "We'll cross that bridge if we come to it. We have to prioritize gathering what we can before they realize we're here." Moving silently through the underbrush, Kaelan feels a surge of determination. He is ready to act, empowered by the responsibility they share. The knowledge gained today will be pivotal, and he knows their ability to adapt and thrive hinges on their next moves. Kaelan and Lira retreat further into the shadowy embrace of the forest, tension pulsing in the air between them. Every rustle of leaves heightens their awareness. "We need to get to higher ground to observe their movements," Kaelan suggests, quickly scanning the area for an appropriate spot. They climb up a steep hillside, carefully navigating the rocky terrain. Once at the top, they crouch behind some thick bushes that provide ample cover. From this vantage point, they can see the camp below more clearly, the fire casting flickering shadows on the ground. Kaelan's breath catches as he spots the larger traveler, a map spread before him, pointing to various locations. They're planning something bigger than just petty raids. This could affect the entire region, he whispers, urgency coloring his tone. Lira squints, focusing on the two figures as they lean closer to the map. "It looks like they have targets marked," she observes, her voice low. Recognition dawns in Kaelan's eyes as he connects the dots. Suddenly, an idea strikes him. "We need to obtain that map. If we can figure out their targets, we'll have the upper hand." As he considers how to implement this plan, he feels a mix of excitement and fear. "But how do we get down there without being seen?" Lira asks, shifting her weight uneasily. Kaelan's adaptability kicks in. "We can create a diversion in the opposite direction, drawing them away from the camp. Then, one of us can sneak in." Lira bites her lip, running a hand through her hair. "And what if they don't take the bait?" "Then we'll have to regroup and rethink our approach," he replies, determination lighting his gaze. "But we can't let this opportunity slip away." He feels the weight of leadership settle on his shoulders as he lays out the next steps, ready to act with the newfound awareness earned through their journey. The stakes have risen, but so has his resolve, igniting a spark of purpose within him. Kaelan takes a deep breath, grounding himself in the gravity of the moment. He surveys the camp one last time, allowing the details to sink in. The flickering flames, the two figures engrossed in their plans, and the map spread open between them. With determination surging through him, he turns to Lira. "Here's the plan. We'll cause a ruckus over there." He points to a cluster of low-hanging branches a good distance away from the camp, to draw their attention. "Once they're distracted, you'll slip in and grab the map." Lira nods slowly, a mixture of excitement and trepidation crossing her face. "And if they catch me?" she asks, her voice shaky. "If they catch you," Kaelan replies, his tone firm yet reassuring, "I'll be right behind you. We stick together." His words resonate with her, and their shared commitment to the mission strengthens their bond. Kaelan begins to formulate the distraction, gathering small rocks and twigs, preparing to make noise enough to pique the traveler's interest. "Ready?" he whispers, adrenaline pumping as he feels the tension shift in the air. Lyra's gaze is steady, her confidence bolstered by his resolve. With a swift motion, Kaelan hurls the first set of rocks toward the trees, creating a cacophony of sound that disrupts the eerie calm of the forest. Almost immediately, heads turn at the camp. "What was that?" the taller figure shouts, urgency flaring in his eyes as he leaps to his feet, scanning the surroundings. "Now's your chance," Kaelan urges Lira, who slips away with silent agility like a shadow merging with the night. He watches her retreat, feeling both protective and proud. As the travelers become preoccupied with investigating the noise, Kaelan readies himself for whatever may follow, steeling himself for the next phase of their plan. In this moment, he recognizes that leading requires not just courage, but also the willingness to take calculated risks, just as he has learned throughout their journey. Kaelan crouches behind a thick trunk, heart racing as he watches Lira slip quietly into the camp, her movements fluid and discreet. The tension is palpable, each second stretching as he listens to the chaos among the travelers growing louder. "Check it out. It's probably just a critter," the larger traveler barks, but Kaelan knows the nerves are rising in the camp. Feeling the adrenaline coursing through him, he keeps his focus on Lira. He watches as she edges closer to the map, her expression intense and focused, every muscle in her body poised to react. Just then, one of the figures turns abruptly, scanning the area. Kaelan's breath hitches and he instinctively tenses, prepared for a fight if necessary. Lira spots the map, her hands moving quickly to retrieve it. But in her haste, she knocks over a small wooden crate, sending it crashing to the ground. The sound echoes through the clearing, silencing the chaos momentarily. "Who's there?" the other figure bellows, brandishing his weapon, the atmosphere shifting dramatically. Kaelan's heart races, and he knows it's time to act. Without a second thought, he leaps from his hiding spot, drawing his dagger and rushing toward the camp. "Lira, get out now," he yells, his voice cutting through the tension as he aims to create a distraction and buy her time. Lira reacts instinctively, darting back toward the cover of the trees, map clutched tightly in her hands. Kaelan dives into the fray, engaging the travelers head-on, fueled by a surge of adrenaline and the need to protect his ally. With each movement, he feels the weight of responsibility, a burgeoning leader determined to ensure their mission continues despite the unfolding chaos. As the travelers focus on him, he can't help but recognize the evolution of his instincts, owned by their journey thus far. "Stay together," he shouts, prioritizing unity even in the heat of battle. The spark of determination ignites within him, blazing a path through the unexpected turmoil. Chapter 4: The Heart of the Forest. Kaelan and Lira stand in the aftermath of the skirmish, catching their breath as they retreat to the safety of the trees. The adrenaline still surges through Kaelan's veins, a reminder of the chaos they just faced. The sounds of conflict fade, replaced by the rustle of leaves and the distant calls of birds returning to their perches. "We did it," Lira exclaims, a mixture of relief and exhilaration flooding her voice. She clutches the rolled-up map tightly, glancing back toward the fading camp, as if to ensure they've truly escaped. Kaelan nods, his chest rising and falling rapidly. "But we can't stay here for long. They'll regroup," he replies, scanning the forest for any signs of danger. He feels a weight of responsibility settle on his shoulders. The victory they achieved is bittersweet in light of the threats still looming. As they pull further into the underbrush, Kaelan's gaze falls on the map in Lira's hands. "What did you see? Did you get a good look at their plans?" he asks, eager to understand the implications of their findings. Lira unfurls the map, her brow furrowed in concentration. "They have marked several locations. Our village is one of them." Her voice falters, the reality settling heavily between them. "It looks like they're planning to attack soon." Kaelan's heart drops at the news. The urgency rushes back to him as he considers their next steps. "We need to warn the village and regroup with our allies. This is worse than we thought," he states, already strategizing their route back. In that moment, he senses a shift within himself, a growing instinct for leadership igniting a fire in his gut. No more hesitating. "We face this together," he affirms, locking eyes with Lira, whose determination mirrors his own. As they forge ahead, he knows they must act quickly and decisively, using what they've learned to overcome the obstacles still lurking in the shadows. The forest, once a place of explored wonders, now feels like a looming battleground, but Kaelan stands resolute in the face of uncertainty. Kaelan grips the map tightly, glancing from Lira to the dense trees surrounding them. We need to get to the village quickly, but we also have to be smart about it. If those creatures regroup, we might not make it back in time, he warns, urgency threading through his words. Lira nods, her eyes scanning the paged markings, tracing routes with her finger. This path leads through the Glenwood Grove, she suggests, pointing to a less traveled route on the map. It's risky, but it might give us cover. Let's do it, Kaelan agrees without hesitation. We have to stick to the shadows and move quickly. He realizes that their ability to navigate the forest effectively will be crucial to their survival. As they set off, Kaelan leads with determination, focusing on the path ahead, but aware of the danger lurking within the trees. The faint rustle of leaves and the snapping of twigs underfoot heightens his senses, urging him to remain vigilant. Halfway to the grove, they pause to catch their breath, and Kaelan looks to Lira. Once we reach the village, we need to gather everyone and warn them. We can't let fear dictate our actions. His voice is steady, conveying not just conviction, but the weight of responsibility anchored in his heart. Lira bites her lower lip, uncertainty flaring in her eyes. What if they don't believe us? What if they think we're overreacting? She questions, showcasing the hesitations that linger after their earlier confrontation. Kaelan takes a moment, considering her doubts. Then we show them the map and what we've seen. We have proof of their intent, and that makes us credible, he reassures her, the fire of determination bolstered by their shared experiences. Their dynamic shifts as Lira watches his resolve blossom, sensing the transformation in Kaelan. He feels more than just an ally. He is becoming a leader. And with each passing moment, the weight of expectation fuels his growing confidence. They push onward, every step echoing with purpose as Kaelan feels the path of their mission unfold before them, more determined than ever to protect their home from impending darkness. As they approach the edge of Glenwood Grove, Kaelan becomes aware of the stillness enveloping them. The usual sounds of the forest dim to a hushed whisper, causing an unsettling awareness to settle over him. Shadows stretch across the ground like fingers reaching for him, and a sense of caution tightens within. Stay close, he instructs Lira, his voice barely above a whisper. She nods, her eyes darting around, alert for any sign of danger. The trees loom overhead, casting long, thin shadows that dance with the fleeting light. Making their way through the grove, Kaelan notices symbols etched into the bark of the ancient trees, similar to the ones he had seen at the archway. This feels like a warning, he murmurs, tracing a finger along the markings. There's history here. Lira steps closer to his side, peering at the carvings. Do you think they're connected to the creatures we encountered? Could be, he replies, scanning the area for movement. We need to keep our guard up. Suddenly, a crack of a branch behind them sends them both spinning around. Kaelan's heart races as they prepare for potential confrontation, but it's only a rabbit darting into the underbrush. He lets out a breath he didn't realize he was holding, but the tension lingers in the air. Everything's on edge here, he says, trying to shake off the unsettling feeling. Let's hurry to the village and inform them. As they continue, the sense of urgency builds with each step they take. Kaelan feels the weight of their task pressing on him. The lives of their fellow villagers depend on their success. With resolve fueling him, he quickens his pace, eager to escape the grove and reach the familiarity of home before the shadows hold any more secrets. As they reach the outskirts of Glenwood Grove, Kaelan feels a strange shift in the atmosphere. The shadows stretch longer and the air grows colder. He glances at Lira, whose expression mirrors his concern. We need to move faster, he urges, quickening his pace. Suddenly, Kaelan stops in his tracks. A figure looms ahead, partially obscured by the trees. Who's there? He calls out, gripping his dagger tightly, heart racing. To his relief, a familiar face emerges from the shadows. Alden. You're back sooner than I expected, the elder says, a knowing look in his eyes. I trust you've gathered valuable insights? More than we anticipated, Kaelan replies, the tension in his shoulders easing slightly. But we need to warn everyone. There's a threat moving against the village. His voice carries urgency, setting the tone for the discussion to come. Alden's expression shifts as he hears the warning. Then we must act quickly. The forest is changing, and we cannot underestimate what lies ahead. As they resume their course toward the village, Kaelan feels a surge of respect for the elder. "Will you help us explain the situation to the villagers?" he asks, eager to strengthen their united front. "Of course, they'll listen to me," Alden assures him, a slight smile touching his lips. "But you must stand firm as well. The villagers will look to you now, Kaelan." The weight of Alden's words strikes Kaelan, igniting determination within him. "I will," he promises, the resolve clear in his voice. As they approach the village, he can see familiar faces bustling about, unaware of the impending danger. Kaelan's heart pounds with both fear and anticipation. He knows the moment to assert his leadership is drawing near. The lessons learned and the trust built along the journey swell within him, ready to be put to the test. As Kaelan and Alden enter the village, a sense of urgency envelops them. Kaelan takes a deep breath, knowing that the safety of everyone hinges on how he presents the information. Villagers bustle about, unaware of the looming threat, their laughter and chatter an unwelcome contrast to the weight pressing on his heart. "Gather, everyone," Kaelan calls out, his voice echoing through the square. The villagers stop, turning towards him with expressions of curiosity and concern. He feels their eyes on him, a mixture of familiarity and expectation that both empowers and intimidates him. "What's wrong, Kaelan?" a familiar face asks, a neighbor whose warmth has always brought him comfort. "There's a danger heading our way, a group of shadowy figures targeting the village," he asserts, the seriousness of his tone capturing their attention. "We need to prepare and fortify our defenses immediately." Murmurs ripple through the crowd, uncertainty etched across their faces as they absorb his words. He can sense their fear, memories of previous threats surfacing amongst the villagers. "Are you sure?" Lira interjects, stepping forward. "How do we know it's not just a rumor?" Her question is loaded, reflecting the doubts swirling among the group. Kaelan looks at her, his heart racing. "I found evidence of their plans. We can't take any chances." His voice steadies, fueled by the experiences that have shaped him. He recognizes the importance of transparency. With Galen and Lira by his side, Kaelan motions to the gathering. "We have fought for our home before, and we can do it again, but it requires everyone's strength and commitment." Challenging glances soften as assurance grows in the crowd, bolstered by Kaelan's determination. Their resolve begins to bolster, shifting the atmosphere away from fear towards action. As the villagers nod their understanding, Kaelan feels a surge of confidence. He knows that leading with honesty and strength will forge the path ahead, reinforcing the bonds of community in preparation for the challenges they face. With the villagers rallying around him, Kaelan can feel a palpable shift in the energy of the square. He's no longer just a protector. He is a leader, ready to take the reins of their shared fate. "Let's set up watch points around the perimeter," he proposes, the ideas flowing as he gathers momentum. "We'll need scouts to keep an eye on the forest and report any suspicious activity." He feels the weight of responsibility, but also the thrill of uniting the community toward a common goal. Villagers eagerly begin forming small groups, discussing their roles and how they can contribute. Kaelan watches as Lira steps forward, her usual brightness shining through. "I can lead the scouts. We'll cover more ground and be ready to alert everyone," she says confidently, inspiring others to join her. "Of course," Kaelan replies, gratitude swelling within him. "Your skills will make a huge difference." Galen, visibly reassured by the collective effort, offers to gather supplies for fortifications. "Let's strengthen the main entrance and prepare barriers." "I'll get started right away," he declares, his earlier doubts fading as commitment takes hold. Observing the villagers jump into action fills Kaelan with pride. He knows that each individual's contribution is vital and that together they form a powerful force against the looming threats. As preparations unfold, Kaelan takes a moment to reflect on how far they've come. He recalls the lessons learned from his journey, the importance of unity, trust, and courage. The echoes of doubt that once haunted him begin to fade, supplanted by a strong sense of purpose. "Stay focused," he calls out, reinforcing the group's determination. "We've faced darkness before, and we will do so again, but this time we stand together." With renewed vigor, the gathering sets to work, each member contributing to a unified shield against whatever challenges await them. Kaelan knows that their combined strength will not only protect their village, but will also lay the foundation for future adventures. Chapter 5, The Turning Point. The air in the village buzzes with energy as preparations ramp up for the impending threat. Kaelan moves among the crowd, taking stock of the progress they've made, watching as villagers team up to gather supplies and reinforce the defenses. Kaelan's heart swells with pride at the sight of his community coming together, their determination evident in every action they take. It's a stark contrast to the uncertainty he felt just days ago. He stops briefly at a group of younger villagers eager to learn how to wield weapons. "Focus on your stance," he instructs them, demonstrating with steady movements. "You need to be grounded and ready." Their wide eyes and eager nods remind him of his own early training days and the lessons he still carries. As he continues through the village, Kaelan feels the weight of leadership settle more comfortably on his shoulders. He approaches Lira, who's coordinating the distribution of supplies. "How are we doing?" he asks, keenly aware of the challenges still looming on the horizon. "Everyone is stepping up, but we could use some more experienced hands for the scouting," she replies, her brow furrowed in concentration. Kaelan considers her words. "We can't let fear keep us from gathering intel. I'll talk to Alden and see if he has anyone in mind." Just then, a commotion erupts from the edge of the village. A villager rushes in, panic etched on her face. There are shadows moving at the forest line. They're close. A chill runs down Kaelan's spine as he turns toward the direction of the screams. The earlier sense of camaraderie shifts to tension, uncertainties fluttering in the air like leaves caught in a gust of wind. "Stay calm," Kaelan calls out, voice rising above the chaos. "Gather everyone near the town square and prepare to defend our home." The urgency of the moment crystallizes his resolve. He knows they've prepared, but now is the time to act decisively. As villagers begin to organize, Kaelan feels a surge of determination. They will face whatever comes next together. Yet deep down he grapples with the weight of uncertainty, both for his community and for the journey that lies ahead. Kaelan's heart races as he assesses the shifting landscape of the village square. The once familiar environment now feels charged with tension, every sound amplified in the stillness that follows the villager's frantic warning. "Gather the supplies," he shouts, urgency fueling his voice. "We need to be ready for anything." He rushes to the makeshift armory, pulling weapons from storage and distributing them to the volunteers who have assembled. With the weaponry in hand, Kaelan's focus sharpens. He moves methodically, ensuring every team member feels equipped and confident. "You'll take the front lines, but remember to stay alert," he instructs, making eye contact with each villager as he hands them a sword or a bow. As he rounds up members of the scouting team, he spots Lira, who is attempting to organize the younger villagers into a defensive formation. "How are you holding up?" he asks, noticing the determination in her eyes. "I'll manage," she replies, trying to maintain a facade of calm, though the tremor in her hands betrays her. "But we need your directions to stay coordinated." Kaelan nods, taking a deep breath to steady himself. "All right, listen up," he calls out, commanding the group's attention. "We'll form 2 lines, defenders at the front, archers at the back. Lira, stay close to the archers and call out targets as they come." With the strategy laid out, Kaelan feels a pivotal shift within himself. He's no longer just reacting to threats. He's actively leading his community, integrating what he has learned about strategy and collaboration. Suddenly, another villager sprints toward them, out of breath and wide-eyed. "They're coming. We need to move." Kaelan's heart pounds, but he holds the line of adrenaline surging within him. "Position yourselves as planned," he commands, his voice resonant and unwavering. As the villagers fall into formation, Kaelan steps to the forefront, holding his dagger with familiarity. Each heartbeat echoes with the weight of responsibility, but alongside it is a burgeoning sense of purpose. They will protect their home together, and he vows to fight for their safety with every ounce of strength he possesses. The village square buzzes with a mix of fear and anticipation as the villagers take their positions. Kaelan watches as Lira organizes the younger archers, her voice steady as she instructs them on the proper stance. "Focus on your target. Don't let the noise distract you, she urges, embodying a sense of calm amidst the chaos. Kaelan feels a swell of pride as he sees her step into a leadership role, guiding others with confidence. He calls on the memories of their training sessions, where they practiced drills and refined their strategies. Now that preparation has transformed into action, a layer of responsibility weaves through the fabric of their community. The ominous rustle from the tree line cuts through his thoughts. Kaelan grips his dagger tighter, instinctively glancing at Galen, who stands nearby, fidgeting with his weapon. Stay focused, Galen. Trust the team, Kaelan reminds him, hoping to bolster his companion's confidence. Galen nods, but still appears uneasy, the shadow of doubt lingering. What if we're not ready? What if they're stronger than we anticipated? His concern projects a wave of anxiety that ripples through the group. Kaelan steps closer, meeting Galen's gaze directly. We've trained for this. We'll adapt as needed. Trust in each other, he insists, infusing his voice with conviction. The words resonate beyond just reassurance. They reflect his growth as a leader who values unity in moments of strife. As the tension mounts, the first figures break through the tree line, dark shapes emerging from the shadows. Here they come, Lira calls out, alerting the archers. Kaelan's heart pounds, a mix of adrenaline and focus sharpening his senses. Hold your positions, he commands, summoning every measure of strength he can muster. The moment stretches, and Kaelan knows this is what they've prepared for. Their fates intertwine in this very instant, and he is resolute in their collective strength. Kaelan's heart races as he watches the shadowy figures coalesce at the edge of the clearing, whispers of fear washing over the gathered villagers. The first enemy emerges, revealing dark armor and weapons glinting ominously in the light. The sight solidifies Kaelan's resolve. This is the moment they've prepared for. Archers, to your marks, he calls, his voice clear and commanding. Lira stands at the ready, bow drawn taut, eyes fixed on the advancing foes. The tension is palpable as each archer readies their arrows, awaiting Kaelan's signal. Stay focused. Remember our training, he shouts, attempting to instill confidence while managing the rising anxiety in the group. His leadership is tested as whispers of doubt float through the ranks, but he remains steadfast in his purpose. As the enemy closes in, Kaelan scans the battlefield, taking note of the enemy formation. We need to split their focus, he decides, calling out to Lira and Galen. Lira, start with the left flank. Galen, create a distraction on the right. I'll hold the center. Lira and Galen nod, their expressions determined. The plan takes shape, each member knowing their role. Kaelan steels himself, gripping his dagger tightly as the leading enemy now stands but a few arms lengths away. Now, he shouts, and as Lira releases her first arrow, flying true into the heart of the closest enemy, a sudden rush of adrenaline propels Kaelan forward. In that split second, he feels the weight of his decisions, his growth evident as he seamlessly adapts to the fluidity of battle. The chaos of the moment challenges him, but he holds tight to the knowledge that each action shapes their fate. As archers fire from the sides and Galen executes a distraction, Kaelan pushes through the throng of enemies. He strikes with precision, fueled by their unity and the determination coursing through him. The world narrows to this moment, an affirmation of their collective strength and the bonds that have deepened throughout their journey. As the battle rages on, Kaelan feels every surge of adrenaline course through him, synchronizing with the heartbeat of the fight. He dodges an incoming swing from an enemy, countering with a swift strike that sends the attacker sprawling. The chaos around him intensifies, but each moment affirms his resolve. Keep fighting, he shouts, his voice ringing with authority. The villagers respond, pushing forward under his leadership, trusting in the plan they established together. Lira continues to fire accurately from the trees, her arrows raining down like a hailstorm upon their foes, turning the tide of the battle. Despite the chaos, Kaelan's confidence thrives. Every successful maneuver reinforces his belief in their mission. He catches Galen's eye, who is currently engaged in hand-to-hand combat. You've got this, Galen. Remember your training, he encourages, recognizing the hesitation deep within his friend. Galen breathes deeply, centering himself upon hearing Kaelan's voice. With a fierce growl, he counters a blow intended for him, driving the enemy back. Kaelan watches as Galen begins to find his rhythm, a testament to their teamwork and the bond they are reforging. But just as Kaelan turns to assess the battlefield again, a sudden shift occurs. One of the enemies breaks through their initial defenses, charging at Lira. "Watch out!" he yells, launching himself toward her to create a barrier. Kaelan's heart pounds with fear, but resolve ignites his muscles. He reaches Lira just in time, knocking the enemy off balance before delivering a swift blow. "Are you all right?" he asks, now closer than ever to experiencing the weight of leadership, the protection of his allies resting heavily on his shoulders. "Thanks, Kaelan," Lira replies, urgency hidden beneath her gratitude. "I had it under control, but I appreciate the help." Kaelan offers a faint smile, aware that their teamwork is what makes them stronger. "We'll get through this together," he assures her, but internally he knows that their preparation and trust will determine the outcome of the battle. The clash of steel and shouts of resilience fill the air, and as Kaelan takes a deep breath, he fully embraces the challenges that lie ahead, ready to lead his team through both victory and uncertainty. With the battle escalating, Kaelan's senses are on high alert. As he fights, he calls out commands, keeping the team organized amidst the chaos. "Lira, cover the left flank. Galen, fall back and regroup." His voice cuts through the noise, guiding his comrades as they navigate the tumultuous fray. He can feel the weight of each decision bearing down on him, and he channels that pressure into action. The energy of the moment surges within him, each strike of his dagger filled with purpose. As the tide of the battle ebbs and flows, Kaelan notices their enemies beginning to waver. "They're losing trust in their numbers," he shouts, rallying his team. "Now's our chance." He pushes forward to lead the charge, determined to create the opening they need. With his heart pounding, he feels the thrill of the fight as he maneuvers through the confusion, using his newfound strategic insight to exploit weaknesses in the enemy ranks. But just as victory seems within reach, he catches a glimpse of a towering figure among the shadowy attackers. The menacing presence propels him into action. "We need to take down their leader," he yells, spotting the enemy commander barking orders above the clamor. Turning back to his team, Kaelan exhorts them onward. "Stick together. We'll collapse their formation." His words inspire renewed vigor as they push forward with Kaelan leading the way, embodying the growth and resilience he has cultivated through their journey. Every strike, every command, and every glance exchanged between team members fortify their bond, and with each successful maneuver, Kaelan feels the surge of confidence that comes from knowing they are not just fighting for their lives, they are fighting for each other. The battle is far from over, but Kaelan is resolute, embraced by the promise of triumph just ahead. Chapter 6, The Shadows Within. As the last of the shadowy figures falls to the ground, silence envelops the battlefield. Kaelan stands among the remnants of the fight, his breath heavy and his heart racing as the weight of victory sinks in. He glances around at his team, each member catching their breath, still processing the adrenaline that coursed through them moments before. "Is everyone all right?" he asks, scanning their expressions for signs of injury and fatigue. Lira nods, her face flushed with both excitement and exhaustion. "I'm fine, just a bit shaken," she replies, her eyes sparkling with a mix of relief and pride. Galen, panting beside her, takes a moment to collect his thoughts. "That was intense. I didn't expect a fight like that today," he admits, the tension in his shoulders visibly easing as the reality of their success begins to settle in. Kaelan walks over to the downed enemies, a mixture of triumph and somber reflection coursing through him. "We did what we had to do," he acknowledges quietly, recognizing the sacrifices made and the implications of their actions. As his team begins to regroup, Kaelan realizes that this victory is just the beginning. Together they have forged something stronger than before, an alliance built on trust and shared experiences. "Let's gather any resources we can find and make sure the area is secure. We need to stay vigilant," he instructs, already thinking of their next steps. Each command he gives flows with newfound confidence, a testament to the growth he has achieved as a leader. The weight of responsibility no longer feels like a burden, but a calling he is determined to fulfill. With the support of his team at his side, Kaelan prepares to turn this victory into momentum, ready to face whatever challenges await them on their path forward. Kaelan guides the group as they begin to search the area for any resources that may aid their efforts. He leads them through the remnants of the battle, scanning the ground and surrounding trees for anything of use. Check the campsites for supplies, he instructs, his eyes darting from one corner to another. The intensity of the fight still lingers in the air, but he can feel excitement bubbling under the surface. Lira moves expertly, gathering weapons left behind, her confidence shining through as she tosses them into a pile. "We can use these if we face more trouble," she suggests, determination evident in her voice. Galen keeps a watchful eye around them, still recovering from the earlier chaos, but now fueled by the team's success. "We should also secure the perimeters. We can't let any stragglers return to warn their leader," he pipes in, catching Kaelan's attention. "Good thinking," Kaelan responds, recognizing the value of Galen's input. "Let's pair up and do a quick sweep. Lira, you and Galen take the east side. I'll check the west with the rest." As they mobilize, Kaelan feels a sense of purpose guiding his actions. The familiarity of the forest grounds him, while the weight of leadership no longer feels daunting. Instead, it energizes him. In his mind, the lessons learned shift into focus. He knows that their unity will be essential moving forward, and this mission is only the beginning of something greater. Observing his team's swift movements, Kaelan thinks about how far they've come together. Each member's resilience emboldens him, and he smiles, proud of what they are achieving as they claim the remnants of victory, one step closer to fortifying their community against future threats. As the team disperses to search the area, Kaelan decides to check the makeshift tents left behind by the fallen shadowy figures. He kneels beside one, carefully peering inside. The dull light reveals scattered belongings, remnants of lives interrupted. He rummages through the debris, determined to uncover anything that might aid their cause. His fingers brush against a small satchel filled with herbs, and he recognizes some of the plants as valuable for healing. A sense of success flares within him, igniting hope for their continued fight. Just as he pockets the satchel, a sudden rustle in the nearby brush draws his attention, and Kaelan's heart races. He swiftly moves to investigate, dagger at the ready, torn between curiosity and caution. Emerging from the foliage is a frightened villager, eyes wide and breathless. "I saw what happened," she gasps, glancing nervously at the remnants of the ambush. "Is everyone all right?" "I was worried for you all." Kaelan takes a moment to assess her, sensing her genuine concern. "We're fine, but we need your help. Gather any villagers who have the skills to assist us. We need to fortify our defenses," he instructs, recognizing the importance of rallying the community while the momentum is still alive. As the villager nods and hurries back toward the village, Kaelan feels a mix of gratitude and resolve. This moment underscores the trust they must build, not only within their team, but also with the wider community they are trying to protect. Returning to the group, he shares the good news about the herbs and the villagers' willingness to assist. "Every bit helps," Kaelan states as he refocuses on their mission. The act of securing resources, coupled with the urgency of the villagers' fears, reminds him of the relationships that underpin their efforts. Each step they take forward cements their commitment to fight not just for their safety, but for the future of their village. As they regroup, Kaelan takes a moment to reflect on the success of their initial battle and the urgency to solidify their next steps. He gathers the remaining team members around him, creating a circle that fosters unity amid the rising tension. "Listen up," he starts, catching their attention. "We've proven that we can face these enemies, but we need to stay sharp. Every plan can falter, and we must adapt accordingly." Galen steps forward, his voice steady but cautious. "What if they come back with more numbers? We need to be ready." There's a hint of anxiety in his tone, revealing the lingering doubts he still carries. Kaelan nods, recognizing the validity of Galen's concerns. "Exactly. That's why we must fortify our defenses and prepare for the worst. I've sent for help from the villagers, and we should start gathering anything we can use for our protection," he replies, his words bolstering the conversation as the team begins to mobilize. Lira interjects. "What about scouting the perimeter? We need to know if any more enemies are approaching." Her suggestion showcases her proactive spirit, reflecting the growth of her confidence since their initial encounters. Kaelan considers this, feeling inspired by the way they're working together. Good idea, Lira. Let's divide again. Galen, you lead the scouting while the rest of us start reinforcing the entrances to the village. As the team disperses to fulfill their roles, Kaelan feels a surge of pride. They've formed a cohesive unit, each member stepping into their strengths. Just as they begin to carry out their tasks, a sudden chill sweeps through the area, causing him to pause. It's a reminder of the danger that lurks nearby, a reality that propels him to double down on their efforts. He shakes off the growing unease as he watches his friends rally against the uncertainty, determined to protect their home with unwavering resolve. In this moment, Kaelan's leadership shines brightly, reflecting the evolution he's undergone in both his confidence and responsibility. Each step they take solidifies their commitment to the village and the bonds that have deepened through every shared experience and challenge. As the group splits up to tackle their tasks, Kaelan's focus sharpened with renewed determination. He gathers the remaining villagers at the main entrance of the village, determined to fortify their defenses. "Listen up. We need to strengthen our positions," he declares, his voice firm. "I need volunteers to help reinforce the barriers and set up watch points. We can't let any threats slip through." Hands rise among the villagers, eager to contribute. Kaelan points to a few strong individuals. "You three, help with the main entrance. I want it secure enough to withstand an assault." He feels a surge of pride as they nod in agreement, the camaraderie palpable in the air. Meanwhile, whispers of doubt circulate among some villagers. "What if our efforts aren't enough? What if we're not ready?" A voice murmurs from the back of the group. Kaelan turns to face the source, an older villager with concern etched across her features. He steps forward, attempting to quell the unease. "I understand the fear, but preparation is our best defense. Together, we have faced danger before, and we can do it again. Trust in our strength as a community." His words aim to inspire, echoing the unity he has worked hard to cultivate within the village. As the villagers disperse to carry out their tasks, Kaelan feels a deep sense of obligation to guide them through this crisis. He watches them move with purpose, the resolve in their actions amplifying his own commitment to lead with integrity. With each task assigned, he begins to plan how they will adapt to any immediate threats. The knowledge gained from their past encounters sharpens his instincts, and he knows that they must rely on each other more than ever. Embracing the responsibility of their safety, he steels his mind, ready to face whatever challenges come their way. This moment of mobilization reinforces his growth, as he not only directs, but actively participates in the mission, transforming doubt into action and ensuring that fear does not dictate their actions. With everyone busy carrying out their tasks, Kaelan takes a moment to step back and observe the flurry of activity around him. Villagers are working together, reinforcing barricades and gathering supplies, each contributing to the efforts with a sense of determination. He feels a swell of pride as he witnesses their commitment. The village is not just a collection of individuals, but a stronghold of unity against the impending darkness. This transformation gives him strength, igniting a fire within him that fuels his leadership. "Let's make sure we're ready for anything," he calls out, ensuring that everyone remains vigilant. He walks among the groups, checking in on their progress, providing encouragement and guidance where needed. "Keep up the pace. We're stronger together," he motivates, eyes bright with resolve. As he moves, Kaelan takes stock of their resources and the makeshift defenses they have constructed. The thought of what lies ahead looms over him, but he knows they are more prepared than ever. He tries to encourage others with assurance, his presence reinforcing the trust they have built as a team. Just then, the tension in the air thickens as a nearby villager rushes over, breathless and wide-eyed. "The scouts are reporting movement near the edge of the forest," they announce, echoing Kaelan's earlier fears. The mood shifts, anticipation crackling through the group like static. Kaelan feels the weight of responsibility settle heavily on his shoulders. "We need to be ready. Organize into teams. Archers to the perimeter," he commands. His voice carries the authority born from experience, honing the focus of the villagers amidst rising panic. As they scramble to their positions, Kaelan can see the trust in their eyes, a reflection of his growth. He stands at the forefront, heart pounding with both fear and determination. This moment crystallizes his evolution. He is not just an aspiring protector, but a leader ready to guide his community through whatever challenges await. With every second counting down, Kaelan steels himself, prepared to not only embody courage, but also inspire it within those around him. They are about to face a critical moment, and he knows that their collective strength will be their greatest weapon in the fight to come. Chapter 7. The Trust Building. As the villagers prepare for the incoming threat, Kaelan feels a surge of energy pulsing through the group. Every individual moves with purpose, determination etched on their faces, reinforcing the commitment they have forged together. Kaelan scans the area, ensuring everything is in place as they ready themselves for the worst. Stay focused. Trust in your training and each other, he reminds them, his voice steady, echoing conviction. In the midst of the preparations, Kaelan notices a few villagers lingering near the edge of the square, their eyes reflecting uncertainty. He approaches them, concern surfacing within him. "What's holding you back?" he asks gently, sensing the tension that crackles in the air. One villager speaks up, her voice shaky. "What if we're not strong enough? What if we fail?" Her doubts resonate with the anxieties rippling through the village, echoing fears of past confrontations and losses. Kaelan takes a moment, his heart thumping, recognizing the weight of their feelings. "We've faced challenges before," he asserts, drawing on memories of their resilience, "and we can face this one together. Every small effort contributes to our strength." The group exchanges uneasy glances, and Kaelan presses on. "Remember how far we've come. You each have something unique to offer, and together we are more than just individuals. We are a united front." His words begin to foster a sense of confidence, and a few villagers straighten their posture, steel igniting in their eyes. They nod slowly, beginning to shed their fears as Kaelan's belief in them starts to take root. Encouraged, Kaelan knows that building trust is just as vital as preparing for battle. He steps back, allowing them the space to rally, pleased to see the transformation take hold among his comrades. As they move toward the tasks at hand, Kaelan feels his heart swell with pride, knowing their collective unity will be their greatest weapon when the time comes to stand against darkness. With the palpable tension in the air, Kaelan takes a deep breath, gathering his thoughts as he prepares to organize the villagers. "We need to discuss our defensive strategy," he calls out, rallying attentions toward him. The villagers gather around, their expressions a mix of determination and anxiety. Kaelan spreads a rough map on the ground, marked with key locations within the village and surrounding areas. "Here's where our weaknesses lie," he points, "and here's where we can set up our defenses." Lira steps forward, examining the map closely. "What about the western perimeter? It's less fortified," she suggests, raising her eyebrows as she studies the layout. "I think we should focus our resources there." Kaelan nods, appreciating her input. "Good call. We'll also need scouts to watch for potential ambushes. I want a team there to alert us if anything approaches," he adds confidently, showcasing his growing ability to incorporate feedback and adjust their plans on the fly. As the villagers begin to hash out roles, Kaelan catches Galen's eye. "Can you lead the scouting team at the western edge?" he asks, trying to instill a sense of responsibility in his friend. Galen hesitates, uncertainty flickering in his expression. "What if I fail again? What if I can't keep up?" he questions, the remnants of doubt still clinging to him. Kaelan steps closer, lowering his voice to convey sincerity. "You fought bravely. We trust you. Your instincts are strong, and we need your eyes out there more than ever," he encourages, hoping to uplift Galen's confidence. With a reluctant nod, Galen agrees, starting to shake off the weight of his earlier fears. Kaelan can see the transition in his demeanor, the faint spark of determination reigniting. As the villagers arrange themselves, Kaelan feels a deep sense of purpose. Each decision, each word of encouragement strengthens their resolve. He understands that his growth is not only about leading, but also about nurturing those around him, ensuring they feel empowered to join the fight ahead. The air vibrates with the promise of shared strength, setting the tone for the challenges to come. As Kaelan watches the villagers rally around the map, he notes the palpable energy in the air. A mix of determination and fear propels them forward. They begin discussing formations and various strategies, each contributing ideas with an eagerness he hasn't seen before. "Let's fortify the main entry points with barricades," a sturdy villager suggests, his voice steady. Kaelan nods, thanking him for the input, feeling the confidence in their unity strengthen his own resolve. Suddenly, a newcomer steps forward, an unfamiliar face tucked within the crowd. "I heard you were looking for help." The villager's voice carries a hint of bravado, yet Kaelan senses a deeper need for acceptance. "I can bring my skills. I've dealt with these shadowy figures before." Kaelan registers the skepticism on some villagers' faces, unsure of the newcomer's intentions. "And how do we know we can trust you?" he asks, his tone firm but measured. The new villager meets his gaze, unflinching. "Because I don't want to lose my home either. I've seen what they can do." Kaelan studies him for a moment, weighing the honesty behind his words. "If you want to help, we'll need you to prove yourself. Join us for the scouting trip," he replies, testing the newcomer's resolve while subtly reinforcing his authority. With a nod, the newcomer agrees, and Kaelan can feel a shift in the group's dynamics. Some villagers exchange wary glances, while others seem to warm up to the idea of having another ally. "Welcome," Kaelan says, offering a hand in solidarity. "Together, we'll face whatever comes our way." As they organize into smaller groups, he senses the change in atmosphere, an expansion of trust despite initial doubts. Kaelan knows that each interaction shapes the foundation of their mission, and he embraces this opportunity to build a stronger community against the impending threat. With renewed determination, Kaelan feels the burdens of leadership settled on his shoulders with newfound clarity. He understands that every decision can influence the path ahead, marking a crucial step as they prepare to confront the challenges lying in wait. With the strategy laid out, tension fills the air as the group begins to mobilize. Kaelan watches the villagers gather supplies, some wielding makeshift weapons while others prepare to strengthen the barricades. The sight is both thrilling and daunting. He can feel the weight of their expectations pressing down on him. As they work, Kaelan approaches Lira, who is overseeing the younger villagers. "How is it going?" he asks, his tone light but filled with genuine interest. "We're making progress, but some of them are still afraid," she admits, glancing over her shoulder at the timid faces of the youngest archers. They've never faced anything like this before. Kaelan feels a pang of concern. "I'll talk to them," he replies, determination settling over him. They need to understand that their fear can be transformed into strength. Walking over to the young archers, Kaelan kneels to meet them at eye level. "Hey everyone," he starts, his voice warm and reassuring. "I know you're scared, and that's okay. Fear is something we can use to protect ourselves." Their eyes widen as they listen, some nodding slightly, while others fidget nervously. "If we work together, we'll be safe. Each of you has a role to play in keeping our village strong," he continues, recounting tales of heroes who overcame great challenges. One of the young archers raises a hand hesitantly. "What if we fail? What if they come for us?" Kaelan feels the weight of the question, yet responds confidently. "Then we regroup and fight again. Every setback is just a lesson that teaches us how to be better. Together, we are stronger than anything we might face." His words seem to resonate, and he senses a shift in the atmosphere as courage begins to blossom in their expressions. They glance at one another with newfound determination, ready to stand united. Kaelan turns, his heart buoyed by their budding resolve. "Now, let's prepare, because we're going to protect our home, and I'll be right by your side." With this commitment, he feels a renewed sense of purpose washing over him. He knows that their collective strength will be vital as they prepare to face the unknown challenges ahead. As the preparations continue, Kaelan feels the palpable tension hanging in the air. The villagers are working hard, but he senses the worry lingering beneath their determination. He decides that now is the time to facilitate communication and reinforce their collective spirit. "Let's gather up and share our ideas," Kaelan calls out, urging everyone to take a break. The villagers regroup, curiosity sparking in their eyes as they look to him for direction. "We need to discuss our strategy and listen to each other," he continues, feeling the weight of leadership settle comfortably on his shoulders. "What do you think we should prioritize?" A few villagers exchange glances, and Kaelan knows he must create a space where everyone's voice is heard. Lira speaks up first, her usual lightness giving way to seriousness. "I think we should focus on creating a safe zone where we can regroup if the battle gets heated. Safety first." Nods of agreement ripple through the group, encouraging Kaelan's confidence. "That's a great idea, Lira. If we establish a fallback point, it'll help us manage the chaos during the fight." Galen, feeling the camaraderie stir, adds, "And we can use the trees for cover while maintaining a lookout. I'll keep an eye on the perimeter for any incoming threats." His determination shines through, shifting the energy among the team. Kaelan watches as new confidence blooms in his friends' faces, feeling pride swell within him. "Exactly. Those are smart moves. Let's use the terrain to our advantage," he responds, thrilled by their collective insight. As their ideas flow, Kaelan takes a mental note of the plans taking shape. He understands that by fostering such discussions, he strengthens the bonds among them, promoting trust that will carry them through future trials. Feeling the momentum build, he stands tall and declares, "Together, we are a force to be reckoned with. We'll protect our home and each other, no matter what challenges lay ahead." The energy shifts to one of determination and unity, and he knows that the experiences they've shared have transformed them into a team ready to face the dark realities of their world. Each decision now reinforces the foundation they've built, ready to embrace the obstacles yet to come. With the plans solidified and morale boosted, the villagers spring into action, moving with renewed purpose. Kaelan feels a sense of pride as he watches them coordinate. Each villager knows their role, their determination evident as they prepare for the impending threat. "Let's keep the lines of communication open," he instructs, sensing the importance of maintaining focus. "Check in with each other regularly. If anything changes or goes wrong, we need to know immediately." He walks among them, providing support and encouragement. "You're doing great," he calls to one group, reinforcing barricades, their efforts transforming the entrance into a fortified line of defense. As Kaelan moves closer to the edge of the village, he catches a glimpse of Lira directing the scouts. "We're ready to set off," she shouts, her face a mask of concentration as she rallies the younger villagers. Kaelan feels a mixture of admiration and relief. Lira has stepped into her own, taking command where it is needed most. "Keep an eye out for any movement and report back as soon as you spot anything," he reinforces, impressed by how their training and teamwork is beginning to pay off. Just then, Galen approaches, a hint of doubt still lingering on his face. "What if they decide to come here first? What if we're not as prepared as we think?" His concern trickles into the air, a reminder that the threat is still very real. Kaelan holds his gaze steady. "Every moment we invest in preparing strengthens our chances. We cannot let fear lead our choices. We've already come so far," he reiterates, his words pouring out with the confidence of experience gained through their journey. Galen seems to take comfort in Kaelan's resolve, but the shadow of doubt still lingers. With a determined nod, he backs away to assist others, ready to contribute, an important sign of his growth. As the villagers finish their preparations, Kaelan steps back to survey their work. The weight of responsibility settles firmly on his shoulders, but it feels different now. Lighter, charged with purpose, as he acknowledges the progress they've made together. He knows the coming hours will demand everything they've learned, but he's filled with a newfound empowerment. Whatever happens next, they will face it side by side, fortified by their unity and resilience. Chapter 8, The Decision to Stand. As twilight descends upon the village, Kaelan stands at the forefront of the gathering, the air thick with anticipation. The preparations have set the stage, but now it's time to execute the plan. His heart beats steadily, each pulse echoing the resolve that propels him forward. "Tonight we confront the darkness that threatens our home," he announces to the assembled villagers, their faces illuminated by flickering torches. "We have trained, we have prepared, and now we must stand united." The murmurs of anxiety ripple through the crowd, and Kaelan catches Lira's eye, her expression resolute, yet tinged with concern. He knows she shares in the fears that hover above them like a looming storm cloud. Remember, this isn't just about fighting. It's about protecting each other and everything we hold dear, he continues, grounding his words in the camaraderie they've forged. We've come together as a community, and together we will prevail. He notices Galen's rigid posture, a stark contrast to the subtle confidence he had begun to show. What if they're more prepared than we're expecting, he asks, the worry etched on his face. Kaelan pauses, sensing the importance of this moment. Then we adapt. We've learned to think on our feet and work as a team, he reassures Galen, allowing his voice to carry a warmth that reverberates through the crowd. Trust in each other, and we'll find a way to overcome any challenge. A silence falls over the group, the weight of his words hanging heavily as they absorb the gravity of the situation. They stand on the precipice of action, caught between fear and hope, and Kaelan knows they need to channel that energy into something greater. With a deep breath, he gestures toward the darkened forest. Let's move out, stay close, and remember our plan. We're stronger together. As the group begins their march into the unknown, Kaelan feels a surge of determination swell within him. This moment signifies not just the confrontation with the external threat, but a vital step in his transformation, a step toward becoming the leader his village needs in their darkest hour. As Kaelan leads the group into the forest, the sounds of the village fade, replaced by the rustling of leaves and the distant call of night creatures. The darkness envelops them, swallowing the remnants of light, and he can feel a wave of determination wash over him. They are stepping into the unknown, a path fraught with danger, but also filled with the promise of protecting everything they cherish. Keep your voices low and stay alert, he instructs, glancing back at the team as they walk. Kaelan moves with purpose, every step calculated as he navigates the terrain. The memory of their training echoes in his mind, reminding him of the strength they have cultivated together. Suddenly, a sharp sound slices through the quiet, and Kaelan holds up a hand to signal his team to stop. "Did you hear that?" he whispers, straining to pinpoint the source of the noise. The group freezes, tension thickening the air as they exchange anxious glances. Lira leans closer to Kaelan. "It sounded like something moving through the underbrush," she whispers, her eyes wide with apprehension. Kaelan nods, feeling every instinct urging him to remain vigilant. "Let's split into pairs and scout out the area. We need to know what's ahead before we proceed," he decides, his heart pounding, the weight of leadership settling over him once more. As they organize into pairs, he catches Galen's eye again, remembering their earlier conversations. "Stay close to your partner and keep communication open," Kaelan reiterates, sensing tension still lingering in Galen's stance. "I remember," Galen replies, determination punctuating his voice as he joins Lira. With the pairs set, Kaelan leads the remaining group deeper into the forest, ready to explore whatever hidden truths lay ahead. Each step is deliberate, filled with purpose. The darkness around them feels alive, heightening his senses, urging him to adapt to the environment and whatever challenges await. He knows that keeping his footing in this precarious moment will require careful navigation, as well as the courage to face whatever threatens them. The group's trust in one another is palpable, and it bolsters his resolve. Kaelan is prepared to confront the shadows, both outside and within, as they edge closer to the heart of their mission. As they trek through the darkened forest, the tension begins to mount. Kaelan leads the way with focused determination, every rustle in the underbrush making him acutely aware of the stakes. Suddenly, Lira's voice breaks through the silence, barely a whisper. "Kaelan, do you think we're doing the right thing?" He pauses, glancing back at her. "We have to believe we are. If we don't take action, we risk losing everything," he replies, the weight of conviction lacing his words. "But what if we're walking into a trap?" she presses, her voice carrying the underlying fear that the others seem hesitant to voice. "What if we're not prepared for what we find?" Kaelan feels a twinge of doubt creep in, but he quickly steels himself. "We've prepared for this. Every challenge we've faced has brought us closer to understanding our true strength. Trust in your skills, Lira, and trust in the team," he he asserts, his confidence aimed at bolstering her spirit. Just then, Galen returns from his scouting position, breathless and urgent. There's movement ahead. A group of them is gathered around a campfire, he reports, eyes wide with urgency. The news hangs heavy in the air, shifting the focus back to their mission. Kaelan nods, steeling his resolve. We need to strategize. We can't charge in blindly, but must find a way to gain the upper hand. Lira, can you and Galen create a distraction? Lira exchanges a glance with Galen, recalibrating their roles. We can set a trail of twigs to draw them away from the center, she suggests, the spark of determination returning to her voice. Kaelan feels a surge of pride as he watches them quickly move into action, utilizing their skills effectively. The teamwork unfolding reinforces his belief in their collective strength. As they prepare their diversion, he reminds himself that their ability to adapt to any situation is what will ultimately carry them through. Focused on the task ahead, Kaelan feels the fire of determination reignite within him. Let's be ready, stick to the plan, and we'll make it through this. The confidence he exudes becomes a rallying point, and he gathers the group, ready for whatever lies ahead. As the preparation for their ambush unfolds, Kaelan can feel the palpable tension in the air. He organizes the remaining members of the team, ensuring everyone understands their roles clearly. Once the distraction is set, we'll move in quickly and quietly, he instructs, his voice steady and purposeful. Lira and Galen exchange glances, excitement and fear battling within them as they finalize their own preparations. Kaelan can see the uncertainties lingering in Galen's expression. Remember what we talked about, Galen. Trust your instincts and stay close to Lira. We'll need each other to make this work, he encourages, attempting to reinforce the confidence they've built as a team. Galen nods, though his jaw is set tight. I'll do my best, he replies, determination flickering through his words. With the plan solidified, Kaelan addresses the others. Keep your eyes and ears open, and don't act until I give the signal. He knows the importance of unity and communication in moments like this, and the weight of his responsibilities feels substantial but manageable. As they move to their designated positions, a sense of anticipation hangs in the air. Kaelan takes a deep breath, feeling the energy of the forest pulse around them. He realizes this moment is more than just a battle. It's an opportunity to prove their growth, not just to themselves, but to everyone who has doubted them. Now, Lira shouts over her shoulder as she and Galen create their diversion, setting the twigs to snap and rustle, drawing the attention of the figures gathered at the enemy campfire. Kaelan feels a surge of adrenaline rush through him as he leads the remaining group, knowing their success hinges on meticulous execution. They move stealthily through the trees, the shadows becoming allies in their pursuit. With every step, he can feel the impact of their choices, both past and present, shaping this confrontation. His strategic mind races through potential outcomes, adapting to the flow of the unfolding moment. Ready to embrace whatever challenges await, Kaelan pushes forward, heart set on reclaiming their future. Kaelan crouches low behind a thicket as the diversion unfolds at the enemy camp. Lira and Galen execute their plan flawlessly, creating a cacophony that draws the attention of the shadowy figures. The tension in the air thickens as he feels the adrenaline kick in, urging him to push forward. Now's our moment, he whispers to his team, his heart pounding in sync with the rush of adrenaline. Together, they move quickly, slipping through the underbrush toward the enemy stronghold, blending seamlessly into the surrounding chaos. Kaelan leads with purpose, directing his team as they navigate past the startled guards, using the shadows and the surrounding foliage to their advantage. Stick to the plan. Remember your roles, he reminds everyone, his voice steady despite the chaos surrounding them. But as they inch closer to the camp, Kaelan notices a pair of guards reeling back, drawn toward the commotion. Their eyes dart nervously, trying to gauge the source of the disturbance. Kaelan quickly gestures for his team to hold their positions, knowing they must be patient to maintain the element of surprise. Feeling a surge of responsibility wash over him, Kaelan considers his options. He spots a nearby crate filled with supplies and, taking advantage of the moment, motions to one of his teammates. Go fetch that while they're distracted, he instructs. It could be useful. As his ally stealthily moves to retrieve the crate, a weight of anticipation lingers heavy in the air. The mission hangs in the balance, and he knows that the outcome will depend not just on his instructions, but on the collaboration and swift movements of the entire team. Suddenly, Lyra's voice rings out, sharp and clear. "Kaelan, we need to go now." She stands poised, ready for action. With a firm nod, Kaelan realizes they have to act. He leads them toward the center of the camp as his heart races with command. Their combined strength and strategic planning push them forward, forging a path that feels destined, embodying the growth they've experienced together. "Let's finish this," he calls out, ready to confront whatever awaits as they break into the fray, driven by purpose and unity in the face of adversity. As Kaelan and his team burst into action, chaos erupts around them. The enemy's surprise quickly turns to aggression as the guards scramble to defend their territory. Kaelan's heart pounds as he leads the charge, his dagger glinting menacingly in the firelight. "Push forward," he shouts, rallying his team as they engage in the melee. The sounds of clashing weapons, shouts, and the crackle of the fire fill the air, creating a symphony of conflict. Lira moves deftly through the fray, her arrows finding their marks with precision. She fires with focus, taking down enemies that threaten their advance, while Kaelan feels bolstered by her skill and determination. Galen fights by Kaelan's side, and together they push through the disarray, dodging attacks and countering with a ferocity born from their earlier struggles. "We can break their lines," Kaelan encourages, a newfound confidence coursing through him as he recognizes the strength of their teamwork. Suddenly, a larger shadow emerges from the chaos, the enemy commander roaring with rage as he swings a massive weapon. Kaelan's instincts kick in, and he dives to the side, narrowly avoiding the attack. "Stay together," he yells, directing his team toward the commander. Lira and Galen back him up, and Kaelan feels the electric energy of their combined effort as they confront this formidable foe. In that moment, he reflects on how far he's come. The challenges they faced have molded him into a leader, one who learns from failures and embraces the strength of his companions. With each strike he lands, Kaelan feels more connected to his purpose, and the determination to protect their home solidifies in his heart. "Now, together!" he shouts, coordinating their attack against the commander, ready to seize the opportunity for victory as they forge ahead, united in their mission. Chapter 9, The Battle for Survival. The battle finally begins to settle, the echoes of conflict fading into the stillness of the night. Kaelan stands amidst the remnants of the fray, catching his breath as he takes in the scene. Shadows flicker around him, mingling with the aftermath of fallen foes and remnants of the enemy's stronghold now charred and broken. "Is everyone all right?" he calls out, looking around at his teammates, assessing injuries and counting faces. Tension still lingers in the air, a reminder of the toll the fight has taken. Lira approaches, panting but unharmed. "We held them off, Kaelan," she reports, her voice flushed with adrenaline. "But we've also lost a few." The weight of her words hangs heavy, the reality of their victory tinged with sorrow. Kaelan nods, feeling the harsh sting of loss resonate in his heart. "We fought bravely, but the cost is real. Let's honor those who stood with us," he replies, his resolve tempered by the bittersweet nature of their success. Galen steps up beside them, his expression a mix of weariness and newfound respect. "I underestimated what we could achieve together," he admits, looking around at their friends who fought valiantly. "We have to make sure we protect what we've fought for," Kaelan says, steeling himself as he glances toward the path that leads back to their village. "There's no time to waste. We need to regroup and prepare for whatever comes next." As they gather to assess their losses and celebrate their victory, Kaelan feels the weight of responsibility settle over him like a cloak. He knows that every decision he makes from here on will shape not just his future, but the futures of his friends and community. Determined, he turns back to the team with new purpose. "Let's gather our resources and plan our next steps. We have much work ahead." This time, he carries with him the lessons learned, ready to lead with both courage and compassion as the next chapter in their journey awaits. With decisions made and spirits high from their hard-won victory, Kaelan leads the team back toward the village, the weight of the night still fresh in their minds. They move with a sense of urgency, aware that the threat they faced is only the beginning. As he walks, Kaelan takes stock of their supplies, mentally noting what they have and what they might still need. We should check for any resources left behind. There might be additional supplies we can use to fortify the village, he suggests, determination clear in his voice. The others begin to disperse slightly, scanning the area for anything useful. Lira, still by Kaelan's side, picks up an abandoned weapon, inspecting it for any value. This could be fitting for someone who needs a better blade, she remarks, offering it to a teammate. Good eye, Kaelan acknowledges, appreciating her proactive approach. The camaraderie feels comforting, reminding him of the strength they've built together. Lifting his gaze to the horizon, Kaelan feels the lingering uncertainty of their next steps. The shadows of the forest loom large, a reminder that they cannot let their guard down. Just then, a villager from their group approaches, looking anxious. What if they come back? What if there are more? Kaelan turns to the concerned face, realizing how deeply fear has settled in the hearts of the villagers. We prepare for that possibility, but first, we focus on regrouping and ensuring everyone is safe, he responds, balancing reassurance with firmness. The group follows his lead, but the echoes of doubt still ripple through their ranks. Kaelan knows that his ability to navigate these complexities will test his leadership in the days to come. Let's work together. We'll create a plan that brings us all into action and ensures we remain united, he declares, feeling the strength of his resolve solidify within him. As they move toward the village, Kaelan's heart beats with purpose. Each task completed, each resource gathered, serves to fortify not just their defenses, but the very bonds that tie them together in the face of uncertainty. As Kaelan and the team re-enter the village, the atmosphere buzzes with a mixture of relief and apprehension. Villagers gather to hear the news, eyes wide with curiosity and concern. Kaelan steps forward, feeling the weight of their expectations. We faced a group of shadowy figures tonight, but we were able to drive them back, he announces, the pride in his voice mingling with the lingering sense of urgency. A murmur spreads through the crowd, and he watches as faces transform with a blend of admiration and skepticism. But what if they come back? One woman calls out, her voice trembling. The fear in her eyes echoes the apprehension he knows lies in many hearts. Kaelan takes a steadying breath, recognizing the need for reassurance. We'll be prepared, he reassures them, his tone resolute. We've learned from this encounter, and we know how to strengthen our defenses. Together, we can protect our home. Lira steps forward, her voice steady. We also brought back valuable resources, she adds, holding up a collection of weapons and supplies they had gathered during their return. With these, we can bolster our defenses even more. The crowd's energy shifts as admiration grows, and Kaelan can see hope rekindling in their expressions. However, Galen stands at the back, arms crossed, looking unconvinced. That's all well and good, but what if we're not enough? He challenges, his doubt casting a shadow over the moment. Kaelan feels the weight of Galen's words, a reminder of the fears that still linger. We can't allow doubts to hold us back. We've shown that we can stand together against any force, he asserts, determined to uplift Galen's spirits while also acknowledging the truth of his concerns. As the villagers begin to discuss logistics and assign roles for the preparations, Kaelan reflects on how his leadership feels more grounded now than ever. Each voice speaks of collaboration and trust, reinforcing the sense of unity that has emerged from their shared experiences. He moves among them, offering encouragement and recognizing the hard work being done. Kaelan knows they have a long way to go, but he also understands that every step they take now will shape their resilience for the future. The village feels like a place of potential and strength, and he is ready to ensure that they thrive together. Kaelan stands amidst the discussion, feeling a mix of pride and concern as the villagers rally around their plans. The energy in the square is electric, with voices rising and falling as ideas flow. He senses the weight of responsibility growing heavier, but also feels a buoyancy from the collective determination surrounding him. As they strategize, something unexpected catches Kaelan's attention. A distant rumble echoes through the clearing. The villagers pause, glancing around, uncertain. Kaelan's heart drops, realizing it's the sound of thunder rolling in from afar. "Stay focused," he calls out, pushing to regain their attention. "We must finalize our preparations before the storm hits. We can't let anything disrupt our momentum." He notices the expressions on some of the villagers' faces shift to apprehension, fear creeping in again. "What if the storm washes away our defenses?" one villager questions, the shake in his voice betraying a worry that has once again surfaced. Kaelan steps closer, urgency threading through his voice as he reassures them. "We will reinforce everything. We've dealt with worse. Remember our training and trust in each other." His words resonate, grounding them in the present moment, a reminder of the strength they have shown in adversity. "Let's double-check our barricades and secure any loose materials," Lira suggests, her confidence supporting Kaelan's directive. She begins gathering volunteers to tackle the task, the camaraderie growing as they prepare under the pressure of the impending storm. Kaelan feels a surge of gratitude for her initiative, recognizing how much they have all grown. He knows the tension in the air is palpable, but so is the resolve that ignites when challenges arise. "We will face this together. Let's move swiftly," he urges, rallying the villagers back to action. As they hustle to fortify their defenses, Kaelan reflects on how the experience has shaped him. With every moment, he is learning to navigate uncertainty and harness the collective spirit of the village. The storm may come, but his heart beats with the reassurance that they are stronger together, ready to weather any challenge that may arise. With the storm threatening on the horizon, Kaelan feels a sense of urgency flood the square. The villagers hustle about, emotions swirling between anxiety and determination. Everyone can sense the weight of the moment. Kaelan moves to organize the last details, ensuring that the villagers understand their roles. "Remember, safety is our priority," he urges, his tone steady and clear. "We need to secure everything before the rain begins." As he walks among them, ready to offer assistance, he notices a small squad struggling with a heavy barricade. "Let me help," he offers, stepping in to lend his strength to the task. The camaraderie of working together energizes him, reflecting the trust they have built through countless challenges. After helping lift the barricade into place, he pauses to catch his breath, wiping sweat from his brow. Seeing the villagers working in unison fills him with pride, an awareness of how far they've come together. "Keep pushing, we're almost there," he encourages, watching as they respond with renewed vigor. But as he looks out toward the growing storm, uncertainty flickers in his mind. Will their efforts be enough? Just then, Lira approaches, carrying a bundle of supplies. "Kaelan, do you think we'll be safe if it gets too bad?" she asks, clarity and concern intertwining in her voice. "I trust our preparations," he replies, though doubt settles in his stomach. "But we must remain adaptable. If something changes, we adapt again." Her expression softens, and she nods. "You're right. We can't let fear guide our actions." With a firm resolve building within him, Kaelan turns back to the team. "Let's finish securing the village. Together, we will face this storm head-on." As the winds begin to howl, he feels a sense of determination take root. The storm may batter the village, but Kaelan knows they are ready to confront whatever comes their way, united and strong. Each action they take now reinforces a foundation that will endure through the night. As the first drops of rain begin to fall, a collective hush envelops the village square. Kaelan stands at the forefront, feeling the charged anticipation of the villagers around him. The atmosphere is thick with tension, each person acutely aware of the brewing storm, both in the sky and the challenges ahead. "Stay focused," he calls out, raising his voice above the growing sound of raindrops hitting the ground. "We need to remain diligent. This is when we must stand strong." The villagers respond with nods, some shuffling closer together for reassurance. Kaelan glances at the hastily constructed barricades, now slick and vulnerable in the rain. He knows they need to hold firm against whatever might come next. "Lira, can you check on the scouts at the perimeter?" he asks, watching her face light up with purpose. "I want to ensure no one gets through and that everyone is ready for the worst." "On it," Lira replies, determination etched in her expression as she moves briskly to find the others. Kaelan feels a wave of gratitude wash over him for her presence. Her unwavering spirit fuels his own determination. He turns to the remaining villagers, rallying them as the rain pours heavier. Let's reinforce these barriers. Use whatever we can find to strengthen our defenses. As they scramble to gather materials, Kaelan notices a young villager struggling to lift a heavy log. He rushes over, ready to lend a hand. "Let me help you with that," he says, his voice warm, instilling confidence in the girl. "Thanks, Kaelan. I wasn't sure what to do," she admits sheepishly, her vulnerability revealing the emotional toll the situation has taken on them all. "You're doing great. We're all in this together," he reassures her, feeling a swell of pride as he guides her in lifting the log. With teamwork, they manage to position it alongside the barricades, reinforcing their defenses. As the storm intensifies, Kaelan notices the resolute expressions on the villagers' faces. The fear that once lingered is slowly being replaced by a fierce determination to protect their home. He realizes that each moment spent preparing, each effort made collectively, strengthens their bonds and cultivates their bravery. Engulfed in the storm but fortified by the unity growing among them, Kaelan steels himself, knowing that they are more prepared than ever. Whatever comes next, he understands they will face it together, transformed by every challenge they have overcome. Chapter 10. The Path Forward. As the storm rages outside, the village is filled with a mix of anxiety and determination. Kaelan stands near the barricades, feeling the winds whip around him, the rain pelting down with a ferocity that mirrors the tension in the air. He can hear the sounds of villagers bustling around, preparing for the uncertainties that loom ahead. "Check every entry point," he instructs, his voice rising above the howling wind. "We need to ensure nothing gets through, especially during this chaotic weather." The team moves quickly, checking the barriers and ensuring their defenses remain intact. Kaelan feels an urgency building within him, tempered by the lessons learned in their previous battles. He knows that preparation is paramount in overcoming the dangers that lie ahead. As he scans the horizon, the shadows of the trees bend and shift in the fierce winds. A nervous whisper runs through the group, adding to the tension. "What if the storm drives them toward us?" one villager questions, their fear palpable. Kaelan takes a deep breath, reminding himself to stay composed. "We will face whatever comes. We've trained for this moment," he reassures them, projecting strength even as uncertainty flutters in his gut. Glancing over to Lira, who is securing one of the entrances, he feels a wave of gratitude. "Your positioning is critical for our defense," he calls to her, recognizing her skill and ability to lead in trying times. Lira nods, quickening her pace, determination evident in her eyes. Kaelan's heart swells with a sense of belonging, knowing they are in this together, fortified by their shared experiences. With every task completed, Kaelan feels the building sense of unity among the villagers. He knows that their collective commitment will be their greatest strength. This storm may threaten to bring chaos, but he is resolute that together they will endure. The weight of their responsibilities feels heavy, yet the bond forged through challenges only solidifies his commitment to protect their home. The wind howls through the village as Kaelan and the villagers work to fortify the defenses, anxiety creeping in as each gust raises the tension. Kaelan moves through the ranks, offering encouragement while mentally preparing for the decisions that lie ahead. His heart pounds with the energy of the storm, fully aware of the stakes resting on their shoulders. "Let's gather all the tools and supplies we can use for barricading," he instructs, making his way toward the supply shed. Inside, he finds villagers already sorting through items, searching for anything that can be utilized. "Kaelan, look at this," Lira calls out, holding up a sturdy piece of wood with nails protruding from it. "This could be useful as a barricade." "That's perfect," he replies, watching as she tosses the wood into a growing pile. The rapid efficiency of the villagers inspires him, reaffirming their resilience amidst the looming storm. From the corner of his eye, he spots a group struggling to lift a particularly heavy crate. Kaelan rushes over, ready to lend a hand. "I'll help with that," he offers, jumping in to provide support. The collective effort boosts morale, transforming tasks that once felt burdensome into moments of unity. As they work, he can hear murmurs of doubt among the villagers. "What if we're not enough?" One voice trembles, the fear overshadowing their shared commitment. Kaelan straightens, addressing the concern directly. We've come this far together, and that means something. We're stronger as a community, he asserts, channeling his determination into each word, hoping to instill confidence in their mission. With a few more strategic adjustments to the defenses, Kaelan glances at Lira and Galen, both focused and resolute. Let's ensure that everyone knows their roles, he encourages, reminding them of the strength they find in one another. We will protect our home no matter what lies ahead. With renewed energy, they finalize the preparations, sensing the urgency of the storm's approach. Kaelan's heart beats in sync with the collective rhythm of the villagers, their commitment forging a path of resilience that will serve them through the coming trials. With the preparations well underway, Kaelan huddles with a small group of villagers near the main entrance, strategizing their defensive layout. The wind howls around them, but inside the group, camaraderie fuels their resolve. Everyone needs to know their positions clearly, Kaelan announces, capturing their attention. Lira, you'll be with the archers on the rooftops. Galen, take charge of the main gate, ready to spearhead any attacks that come through. Lira nods, her face a mask of concentration as she takes in the details. I'll make sure the archers are ready to respond quickly. We can cover the entrance effectively, she assures him, her confidence radiating. Galen looks uncertain but determined. What if they come in numbers? What if I can't hold them back? His voice carries a hint of hesitation, revealing the fear that lingers beneath his bravado. Kaelan steps closer, his eyes steady. You've trained for this, Galen? Remember how we fought together. If you feel overwhelmed, signal for backup immediately. We're in this together, he emphasizes, reinforcing the trust that has grown between them. The group murmurs in agreement, feeling the weight of responsibility pressing on their shoulders. Just then, a villager rushes in, breathless. The scouts spotted movement at the edge of the forest. Kaelan's heart races at the news. We don't have much time. Prepare yourselves, he commands, urgency flowing through his words. As the villagers scramble to their positions, Kaelan feels a mix of anxiety and duty. He steps back, ensuring that everyone has what they need before the conflict ignites. The steadfast faces of his allies ground him, reminding him of the purpose that drives them all. In this critical moment, he sees the culmination of their efforts reflected in the determination of those around him. Each choice he makes now will shape their collective destiny, fueling his resolve as they brace for the battle that looms just beyond the tree line. Kaelan stands at the edge of the fortified perimeter, eyes fixed on the dense tree line where shadows begin to sway ominously. The tension in the air is thick as the villagers take their positions, every sound amplified by the quiet anticipation surrounding them. Stay alert, he calls out as he moves among the defenses, ensuring everyone is in place. He feels a mixture of adrenaline and anxiety coursing through him, the weight of leadership heavy on his shoulders. Just as the sun begins to set, casting eerie shadows across their barriers, a loud rustling erupts from the forest. Kaelan grips his dagger tightly, heart pounding, as he turns to face his team. Whatever happens, stick to the plan. Lira, perched on the rooftop with her bow ready, takes a deep breath. I've got your backs, she calls down, confidence in her voice masking the nervous tension brimming at the edges of her expression. Suddenly, figures emerge from the trees, dark silhouettes rushing toward them with menacing speed. Kaelan's breath hitches as his instincts kick in, and he immediately raises his voice. Archers, get ready! The villagers respond to his command, every archer drawing their bows in unison as the first wave of shadowy figures closes in. Kaelan observes the unfolding scene, acutely aware of the need for quick thinking. Hold your fire until they're in range, he shouts, adrenaline pushing him to maintain control over the chaotic energy of the moment. His heart races as he watches the enemy advance, absorbing the intensity of their approach. The sight of the approaching figures ignites a fire within him, pushing him to seize the moment. He tightens his grip on the dagger, prepared to leap into action. In this moment of peril, Kaelan feels the culmination of his experiences shape him as a leader. He knows their ability to respond effectively will determine the outcome, and he is determined to protect everyone relying on him, ready to make the sacrifices necessary to keep his village safe. As the figures draw closer, Kaelan senses the electrifying tension in the air, each heartbeat echoing the urgency of the moment. Fire, he bellows, and arrows rain down from the rooftops, piercing the darkness as they find their marks among the advancing shadows. He watches as yards of enemy lines stagger under the assault, a surge of exhilaration fueling him. Encouraged, he motions to his team, "Push forward, use the cover." Kaelan leads the charge, ducking behind a barricade as he draws his dagger, determination solidifying his every action. The weight of his weapon feels reassuring in his grip, a reminder of the strength he has cultivated throughout their journey. Lira continues to rain arrows down, each shot swift and accurate. "We've got them retreating," she calls out, pride bubbling in her voice amidst the chaos. Her confidence inspires those around her, throwing fresh energy into the fight. But as the enemy adjusts, Kaelan spots a larger figure in the chaos, the commander rallying their troops, shouting orders that shift the momentum. "They're regrouping," he shouts, urging his team to keep pressing forward. Feeling the need for decisive action, Kaelan steps into the open. "We can't let them stabilize. Keep pushing." He knows that what they're facing requires not just brute force, but strategic thinking and leadership. Drawing upon the lessons he has learned, he directs shifts in the formation, adapting to the new dynamics of battle. "Flank them on the left. Lira, aim for the commander." As the battle unfolds, Kaelan feels a surge of clarity wash over him. His confidence has transformed, enabling him to think on his feet. The balanced approaches he practiced previously fuse together in this moment of crisis, driving him to lead with both strength and empathy. With every maneuver they execute, he feels the weight of his earlier decisions, knowing that the stakes are high, but that he has prepared for this challenge. The battle rages on, vibrant with life and energy, and Kaelan stands resolute, ready to claim their victory. As the battle continues to unfold, Kaelan feels the heat of the moment intensifying, the stakes higher than ever. He pushes through the chaos, dodging strikes and countering attacks, every movement a reflection of the training and experiences that have shaped him. "Keep your lines," he barks, attempting to maintain order among the fray, his voice ringing out as a beacon of leadership amidst the cacophony. The villagers respond, their faces set with determination. Hope surges in him as he sees a collective strength emerge from their unity. Lira, perched above, releases arrow after arrow, each one finding its target with precision. "They're beginning to falter," she exclaims, a gleam of triumph in her eyes as she fights alongside her friends. Kaelan catches glimpses of Galen, who, emboldened by their earlier discussions, fights fiercely, striking down enemies with newfound confidence. But just as Kaelan begins to feel the tide turning in their favor, the enemy commander barks an order, rallying the remaining soldiers. A surge of dark energy ripples through the ranks, and Kaelan knows they must confront this newly invigorated threat. "Everyone, focus on the commander," Kaelan shouts, knowing that cutting off the head of the snake will weaken the enemy's resolve. He grips his dagger tighter, ready to charge, feeling the adrenaline coursing through his veins as he leads the push. As they engage the commander, Kaelan notices Galen moving in sync with him, both of them anticipating each other's actions as they fight side by side. He feels a surge of pride, recognizing how their shared experiences have forged an unbreakable bond between them. "Together," Kaelan calls out, emphasizing the strength of unity as they close in on the commander. They push past fear and uncertainty, embodying everything they have fought for. In this moment, Kaelan feels a tide of clarity wash over him, realizing that every struggle, every lesson learned has led to this pivotal confrontation. With unwavering resolve, he thrusts forward, determined to claim victory not just for themselves, but for everyone who believes in their mission. The outcome depends on their collective effort, and Kaelan knows that together they will redefine their fate. Chapter 11, The Strength of Unity. With the dust settling on the battlefield, Kaelan takes a moment to breathe, the adrenaline slowly ebbing from his veins. He surveys their surroundings, noting the weariness on the faces of his team, yet a palpable sense of victory shines through their expressions. "Great work, everyone," he acknowledges, pride swelling in his chest as he moves among them. "We held our ground, and we accomplished what we set out to do." Lira approaches him, a mixture of relief and exhilaration painting her features. "I can't believe we did it. We actually faced them together and won," she exclaims, the excitement evident in her voice. Kaelan smiles, her enthusiasm infectious and grounding. It's what we've trained for. Every moment we work together has brought us to this victory, he replies, appreciating their shared journey. As they begin to tend to the wounded and assess losses, a few villagers murmur about the fight, recounting the moments that felt desperate. If it weren't for Kaelan's leadership, I don't know how we would have managed, one villager remarks, causing Kaelan to glance back, caught off guard by the commendation. His heart swells slightly, but he shakes off the attention. We're a team, and everyone played a crucial role. We all fought hard, he insists, reinforcing the message that their success was collective, a bond forged through shared efforts. Amidst the afterglow of victory, the reality of their situation begins to settle in. Kaelan regards the challenges ahead, aware that while they've triumphed, the fight is far from over. We need to regroup and prepare for whatever comes next. This was just the first step, he states firmly, feeling the urgency of leadership pressing down again. The villagers nod, their expressions shifting from celebration to focus, recognizing that their journey is ongoing. Kaelan can sense that the trust they've built will be vital in their next endeavors, his thoughts shifting to the alliances and strategies they need to pursue. Taking a deep breath, he guides the team in tending to the wounded and fortifying their defenses, determined to ensure they are ready for future challenges. The journey ahead is uncertain, but together they will face whatever comes their way, united in purpose and strengthened by their shared experiences. As the villagers begin to regroup, Kaelan quickly assesses the injuries sustained during the battle. He moves methodically through the crowd, helping where he can, offering water and support to those who are weary or wounded. The air is thick with a blend of exhaustion and relief, and Kaelan can see the toll the fight has taken on everyone. Let's set up a triage area, he instructs, his tone firm yet compassionate. We need to prioritize those who are injured the most. Lira stays close, working alongside him as they gather blankets and supplies from the remnants of the battle. I'll help with the healing herbs, she says, a sense of purpose igniting her energy once more. Kaelan appreciates her quick thinking and dedication, knowing their bond has only grown through their shared efforts. As they tend to the wounded, Kaelan notices Galen speaking to a group of villagers, his voice steady but laced with a tinge of vulnerability. We fought bravely, but we need to be smarter next time. We can't afford to lose more people, he states, his perspective revealing the deepening respect he has for the gravity of their situation. Kaelan nods in agreement. We need to learn from this. Each experience makes us stronger, but we have to adapt our strategies, he replies, weaving their experiences into the fabric of his leadership. Feeling the weight of responsibility, Kaelan reflects on how their earlier discussions about trust and adaptability have shaped his actions. Moving forward, we should continue to communicate openly, he reminds the villagers. Every voice matters, and we need to grow together through these challenges. With the triage area established, Kaelan stands at the center of the gathering, his heart swelling with pride for the resilience of the community. He can see the bonds strengthening, acknowledging that the journey ahead will require their collective strength. Kaelan's resolve solidifies as he watches the villagers care for one another, knowing that this moment marks a significant shift in their dynamics. Through every struggle, they have transformed, solidifying their commitment not just to survival, but to the future they will build together. As the villagers settle into their roles in the triage area, Kaelan senses a shift in the atmosphere. Lira moves through the gathering, her demeanor focused and confident, as she assists in tending to the injured. Kaelan can't help but admire her resolve. It reflects the growth they have both experienced throughout their journey. He catches sight of a few villagers standing aside, their expressions uncertain as they discuss plans for the future. One of them, an older man who had always seemed skeptical about Kaelan's leadership, steps forward, crossing his arms. We can't put our trust in just words, Kaelan. This was a close call, and I'm not convinced that we're ready for what's next, he states, skepticism thick in his voice. Kaelan meets his gaze, feeling the weight of the challenge. I understand your concerns, he replies, his voice steady. But look at what we've accomplished together. We fought bravely and came out stronger. The man's brow furrows. But we lost lives. We need a more concrete plan, something that ensures we protect our home beyond just fighting. Kaelan realizes the importance of addressing these lingering doubts. I agree. We must develop our defenses further, and I'm open to any ideas. This village is built on trust, and that includes listening to your concerns, he emphasizes, recognizing that his growth as a leader involves addressing not only victories, but also the weight of their losses. The crowd shifts slightly, murmurs of agreement filtering through as Galen steps in, clearly agitated by the doubt. We're all feeling anxious, but it's because we care about our home. Trust in Kaelan. He's led us through challenges we didn't think we could face, he argues, attempting to bridge the divide between skepticism and belief. Kaelan feels a swell of gratitude for Galen's support, grateful for the strengthening bond they share. Together, we can build strategies that prepare us for the future, Kaelan reassures them, feeling his confidence bolster again. As he watches the villagers quietly absorb his words, Kaelan feels the unity begin to flourish, even amidst the unease. He knows the path ahead will not be easy, but he is determined to foster an environment where every voice can be heard. The challenges they face are his to navigate, and he vows to lead them with the strength and resilience that has emerged in their journey thus far. Kaelan takes a moment to reflect on the conversations swirling around him as the villagers exchange ideas about the future. The weight of responsibility settles heavily on his shoulders, but he feels the fire of determination ignite within him. Let's focus on what we can do moving forward, he suggests, drawing the villagers' attention back to their tasks. We need to develop a training schedule and gather resources for fortifications. He watches as the team begins to engage, a renewed sense of purpose driving their discussions. Ideas bounce back and forth, the vibrations of their shared commitment filling the space with a sense of unity. Kaelan notices Lira stepping forward, energized by the convergence of their plans. What if we also create small support groups? We can train together, share knowledge, and ensure everyone feels prepared. Her proposal receives nods of agreement, reinforcing the importance of their roles within the community. Galen chimes in, recalling past experiences. I think it's crucial that we also practice communicating during battles. We need to be able to respond quickly to changes on the ground, he adds, revealing the lessons he's absorbed through their journey. Kaelan's heart swells with pride as he hears multiple voices echoing his sentiments, showcasing their collective growth. Let's set these discussions into action, he asserts, feeling a surge of empowerment. We'll create our defensive strategies, keep refining our training, and leverage the strengths of each person. As the team begins to break down tasks, some heading toward the training grounds while others focus on resource gathering, Kaelan feels a renewed sense of mission. He's no longer just guiding them through fear. He's fostering a community driven by resilience and collaboration. This realization solidifies his understanding of leadership. It's a shared journey where every individual plays a part in building their future. With their stronger bonds and united vision, Kaelan feels ready to face whatever challenges lie ahead, confident that together they can forge a path towards safety and strength. As the villagers engage in their preparations, Kaelan walks through the square, observing the tangible changes taking place. The energy in the air crackles with determination as groups of villagers gather to strategize and share resources. He feels a sense of pride swelling within him, knowing their collective efforts are paving the way for a stronger community. Keep it up, everyone. We're making great progress, Kaelan calls out, his voice blending with the chorus of activity. The sense of purpose energizes him as he witnesses the resurgence of camaraderie among the villagers. He stops to chat briefly with a few familiar faces, ensuring everyone feels empowered in their roles. How are we doing on supplies, he asks, glancing at the piles of resources being collected. Much better than before. We're gathering herbs, medicine, and tools, one villager replies, excitement shining through her expression. Excellent. Let's ensure we have everything we need by the end of the day, Kaelan reinforces, feeling a surge of responsibility to keep the momentum going. However, beneath the surface, he senses ripples of doubt lingering among some villagers, particularly in the corners of their conversations. What if we can't prepare enough? What if they come back? A voice whispers, while others nod along, uncertainty evident. Kaelan takes a deep breath, ready to address these concerns. We've faced dangers before, and we've always emerged stronger. We have each other to rely on, he asserts, determination threading through his words. Trust in our hard work, and keep pushing forward. His words seem to resonate, lifting the spirits of some who had been wavering. He feels the muscle of leadership tightening within him as he recognizes the importance of fostering hope amidst anxiety. As he continues to navigate the buzz of activity, Kaelan understands how crucial this moment is. Each day, each decision strengthens their collective fortitude, reminding him that their resilience is what will ultimately protect their village from any impending threats. The journey ahead is fraught with uncertainty, but he knows they are united, ready to face the storms together. As the sun begins to dip below the horizon, casting an amber glow over the village, Kaelan feels a surge of urgency. The preparations are not yet complete, and time is slipping away. He knows the importance of fortifying their defenses before darkness falls, and he pushes himself to maintain momentum. Let's get the last of the barricades in place, he calls, his voice ringing through the village. The villagers respond with renewed energy, moving swiftly to complete their tasks. Kaelan moves among them, motivating those who seem weary and offering assistance wherever needed. Remember, every bit counts, he encourages, picking up a heavy log and hauling it toward the makeshift barricade. The sound of wood scraping against the ground adds to the symphony of effort surrounding them. Lira approaches, a concerned look on her face. Kaelan, once the sun sets, we won't have visibility. Should we set up watch shifts now? She suggests, practicality shining through her urgency. Good thinking, he replies, realizing she is right. Let's organize a schedule for the night. We'll need eyes on all sides. He feels the responsibilities weighing on him, but realizes that the trust they've built strengthens his ability to lead. As they finalize the day's preparations, a sense of satisfaction begins to settle over Kaelan. He breathes in deeply, feeling the collective spirit of the villagers. Their determination intertwines with his own. I'm proud of what we've accomplished today. This village stands strong because of all of you, he declares, his voice carrying the weight of his conviction. The villagers' faces brighten at his words, bolstered by the recognition of their hard work and collaborative spirit. In that moment, Kaelan understands that their unity isn't just about preparing for the fight ahead. It's about forging deeper connections and fortifying their bonds. As they prepare for the night, he knows the village is more than just a place. It's a family, ready to face whatever challenges lie ahead. Chapter 12, The Unraveling Truth. The following morning is eerily calm, a stark contrast to the tension that had filled the village just hours before. Kaelan stands at the edge of the village, peering towards the forest that looms beyond their makeshift defenses. The events of the night weigh heavily on him, and uncertainty bubbles within. As he takes a moment to reflect, Kaelan notices the remnants of the battle, the broken barricades and scattered debris. Each piece serves as a reminder of the fierce struggle they faced, yet a deeper realization begins to dawn on him. There is a thread of motivation that weaves through the heart of the village, connecting everyone's sacrifices to the resolve that emanates from its core. Today, we need to assess our losses and reevaluate our strategies, he declares, calling his team together. The villagers gather, their expressions a mix of concern and determination as they process the aftermath of the night's conflict. We need to understand what worked and what needs improvement, he continues, feeling the weight of their gazes. He knows that transparency will be essential in rebuilding trust and strength within their community. As they engage in discussion, Kaelan catches Galen's eye. The earlier tensions linger in the air, but Kaelan senses a shift in Galen's demeanor, a burgeoning strength that resonates with the team's collective spirit. I think we should focus on fortifying the western side next, Galen proposes, newfound confidence shining through in his voice. Kaelan nods, appreciating Galen's active participation. Let's make that our priority. But we also need to gather intelligence about the enemy's movements, he adds, solidifying the necessity of vigilance as they proceed. Villagers begin to share their thoughts, building on the foundation of ideas that Kaelan sets forth. He listens attentively, recognizing that this connection strengthens not only their defenses, but the fabric of their community itself. In the midst of the planning, Kaelan reflects on how the collective effort will shape their future. With every decision made today, he feels a sense of clarity emerging within him, reinforcing his role not just as a protector, but as a leader ready to guide his allies through whatever challenges lie ahead. With plans set, Kaelan leads the group to the western side of the village, where they begin gathering the materials needed to fortify the defenses. "We need to build a stronger line of protection here," he states, surveying the area. The ground is uneven, and the trees offer a mixture of cover and vulnerability. He watches as villagers start collecting wood and rocks, their spirits lifted by the shared purpose. Kaelan feels a swell of pride, knowing that their commitment will help protect everything they've built together. "Let's clear this path and create a barrier," he instructs, motioning to a group of villagers. They quickly get to work, and as Kaelan joins them, he feels the camaraderie solidify. In the pulse of the task at hand, Kaelan begins to notice the subtle nuances in the villagers' interactions. The way they encourage one another, the smiles exchanged, and the sense of community that flourishes in these moments. It ignites a fire of motivation within him. Halfway through their work, a villager calls out, "What if they come back while we're still exposed? Should we set up guards?" Concern echoes in her voice, reminding Kaelan of the ever-present danger. Kaelan pauses, considering her words. "Absolutely. We'll assign watch shifts to ensure that we have eyes on all sides. We can't afford to let our guard down," he replies, his tone resolute. As they continue their work, Kaelan's leadership takes shape through their collaboration. Each command he gives is infused with the experiences they've collectively shared, and he leans into the trust they have built as a team. With the sun climbing higher in the sky, Kaelan feels a resolute sense driving him forward. This task is more than just fortifying walls. It's about reinforcing the bonds that unite them in purpose. Each nail hammered and barricade secured is a step towards safeguarding their home and escalating their readiness for whatever challenges lie ahead. As the villagers work diligently to reinforce the defenses, Kaelan takes a moment to observe the different groups in action. He notices a few villagers whispering among themselves, glancing at him with uncertainty in their expressions. "What if our efforts aren't enough?" one of them mutters, her voice just above a whisper, but loud enough for Kaelan to catch. A sense of worry lingers in the air, mingling with the sounds of hammers and the shuffling of feet. Feeling the tension, Kaelan approaches the group, determination in his stride. "We're making significant progress, and every bit counts," he reassures them, but he can see the doubt still clouding their eyes. "Let's try to focus on what we can control." Another villager crosses his arms, skepticism etched across his face. "But what if they're more organized than we realize? We prepared, and we saw how quickly the situation can change," he challenges, recalling the lingering uncertainty from their last encounter. Kaelan senses the need to address their fears head-on. "It's true that the threat is real, but we've learned to adapt and work together. Our unity is our greatest strength," he asserts, channeling the resolve that has grown within him. "Yeah, but what if we can't hold our ground next time?" the first villager presses, vulnerability creeping into her voice. Kaelan takes a deep breath, stepping closer to them, gauging the sincerity in their concerns. "I understand, it's hard not to fear the unknown. But remember, every victory we achieve, no matter how small, only makes us stronger. We have faced dangers together and have always emerged wiser," he responds, weaving encouragement into each word. His reassurance seems to help. The conversation shifts slightly, the villagers starting to nod. As Kaelan watches their expressions soften, he feels a flicker of certainty ignite in his chest. "Let's work together and keep each other informed. We can do this," he concludes, embracing the challenge of nurturing their resolve as they prepare for the trials ahead. With each moment, Kaelan's leadership solidifies, reflecting the growth he has undergone, ready to lead them through the complexities of their journey. As the villagers continue their preparations, Kaelan feels a sense of urgency pulsing through him. He stands at the center of the activity, observing the teamwork unfolding around him. Each villager is focused, pouring their energy into the tasks at hand, but he knows that they still need to address the lingering fears that threaten their resolve. Let's take a moment to regroup and discuss how we can adjust our strategy based on what we've encountered, he calls out, directing their attention. The chatter quiets, and eyes turn to him, eager yet apprehensive, waiting for his guidance. Kaelan steps forward to the map laid out on the ground, his mind racing through the recent events. Based on our last battle, we need to tighten our defenses around the village and ensure we have contingencies in place for surprises, he states, tracing lines on the map with his finger. Lira joins him at the map, pointing out vulnerable areas. We should focus on reinforcements here and here, she suggests, her finger hovering over critical points in their defenses. Kaelan nods in agreement, recognizing her keen insight. From the back of the group, a villager pipes up. What if we run out of supplies? We can't hold off an entire army with just what we have. Uncertainty laces his voice, and Kaelan catches the worried glances exchanged among the villagers. Then we will seek more. We'll scout the surrounding areas for resources and coordinate our efforts with neighboring villages. Kaelan responds, his voice steady. He feels the eyes of the team upon him, aware that his decisions now carry weight. The murmurs of doubt ripple through the gathering, but Kaelan stands firm. We've all faced challenges together before. Each time, we've learned more about ourselves and each other. This time will be no different, he reassures them, his conviction unwavering. As the villagers begin to discuss their roles in gathering supplies and fortifying defenses, Kaelan feels a surge of hope. He understands that every word he speaks now helps to shape their collective strength. The resilience they show in the face of uncertainty only fuels his belief in their unity and the path that lies ahead. Kaelan knows the adjustments made today will determine their readiness for the trials they must overcome. And with the spirit of collaboration igniting their purpose, he feels more confident than ever that they will rise to the challenge. With a renewed sense of purpose, Kaelan leads the villagers in gathering their resources as they prepare for the upcoming confrontation. Let's organize into teams. One group will head to the northern edge of the forest. The other will scout the routes toward the neighboring villages, he instructs, his tone confident and clear. Villagers respond quickly, splitting into groups with a sense of urgency that Kaelan admires. As he assigns tasks, he feels a weight lift from his shoulders, the anxiety that once clouded his leadership now replaced with a clear vision of their goal. Lira approaches alongside him. I'll lead the group toward the neighbors. If we can gain their support, it will strengthen our position, she states, her eyes determined. Great plan, Kaelan replies, feeling grateful for her initiative. Make sure to explain the threats we've faced. We need to rally as many allies as possible. As Lira prepares to depart, Galen calls out, be careful if you're going for help. We don't know what's lurking out there. His voice carries an underlying caution, a reminder of the dangers that still hang over them. Kaelan turns to Galen, recognizing the concern that lies within his words. We'll be vigilant, he assures, trying to instill confidence. But we can't let fear hold us back now. As the group set off, Kaelan is struck with a sense of determination. He watches the villagers move as one, a reflection of the trust they've built throughout their challenges. Each person carries the weight of their mission with a sense of belonging and purpose. With his own group, Kaelan prepares to head toward the northern edge, aware that the choices they make today will resonate for their community tomorrow. He knows their unity is their greatest strength, and with each step he feels more resolute in the leader he has become. As they navigate through the forest, he ponders the adjustments made during this time of preparation. He understands the importance of adapting their strategies and knows that the path they take now will shape the realities of the challenges lying ahead. As the sun begins to dip below the horizon, casting long shadows through the trees, Kaelan gathers the remaining villagers in a small clearing to discuss their findings and next steps. The tension from earlier still lingers, but there's a newfound energy in the air, a palpable sense of determination to take action. Let's review what we've gathered, he begins, spreading out the supplies and notes they collected during their scouting missions. We have some herbs and weapons, but we need much more to ensure we're ready for the upcoming confrontation. He observes as Lira and Galen exchange impressed glances, their earlier doubts seemingly fading away. There is strength in their resolve, and Kaelan can feel the unity growing among them. As they discuss their next moves, Galen speaks up. What's the plan if our allies can't come through? We can't rely solely on them. His voice carries a hint of reluctance, the remnants of hesitation evident in his words. Kaelan nods, fully aware of the potential risks. We will be ready to adapt. If we must fight alone, then we'll reinforce our own defenses, using what we have to protect the village, he responds, his tone steady and assertive. Lira chimes in. We should also consider our escape routes. If things go south, we need a plan in place. Her practicality shines through, and Kaelan appreciates her perspective. They've all learned the value of flexibility and foresight. Good thinking, Lira. Let's map out some alternative paths, he agrees, feeling more confident in their collaborative effort. Kaelan sketches routes into the dirt with a stick, highlighting safe pathways that could serve as outlets in case of an emergency. The discussion continues, and Kaelan can see the villagers engaging more openly, their voices resonating with purpose. He feels a deep sense of pride in their collective growth. They are no longer just individuals. This community has come together, ready to face the unknown as one. With their task list firming up, Kaelan's heart swells with determination. This moment feels pivotal, a crucial step in their journey. The adjustments made today will be the foundation for their resilience in the face of any challenge that lies ahead. Chapter 13, The Trial of Trust. The following day dawns with a heavy silence, the air still thick with the aftermath of their preparations. Kaelan stands at the edge of the village, surveying the landscape as a sense of unease washes over him. The confidence they had built feels fragile in the light of a new day. We need to talk, he announces, gathering the villagers around him in a small circle, heart pounding with the weight of his upcoming words. The morning sun casts long shadows, heightening the atmosphere of anticipation. As the group settles in, an older villager speaks up, concern etched on her face. What if we can't protect our home? What if more enemies come? We can't keep living on edge. Kaelan feels the tension ripple through the assembled villagers. A myriad of doubts surfaces, casting shadows over their collective resolve. I understand your fears, he replies, his tone calm but firm. But we've prepared, and we have the strength of our community behind us. Another voice challenges him, the skepticism evident. But we still don't know everything. We can't just charge into another fight blindly, they insist, doubt lingering in the air. Kaelan takes a deep breath, swiping a hand through his hair as he considers their concerns. We must be smart about our next steps. We can gather more information and strengthen our defenses if danger is imminent, he proposes, trying to channel their worries into actionable solutions. As he speaks, Kaelan realizes that even amidst the fear, their voices hold validity. He can feel the shift as the villagers begin to mull over his words, weighing their options. Galen finally steps forward, a mixture of anxiety and determination in his tone. What if we scout the enemy's territory first, get a better feel for their movements and plans? It might give us the advantage we need, he suggests, revealing a hunger for proactivity that reflects the growth he's experienced. That's a great idea, Kaelan replies, feeling a sense of relief at Galen's suggestion. If we can gather intel, we'll be able to formulate a more informed strategy. With the suggestion met with nods of agreement, Kaelan feels a sense of unity and purpose take root. This moment reinforces the idea that every voice is critical, and together they can navigate the uncertainty ahead. With the plan solidified, Kaelan shifts into action, gathering the scouts who will venture into enemy territory. We'll need to split into 2 teams, he announces, eyeing the group with determination. One will take the northern route, and the other will circle around the eastern edge. We need to gather as much information as possible without being detected. Lira stands beside him, her eyes sparkling with excitement. I can lead the northern team. We can check the perimeter and see if there are any patterns in their movements, she asserts, showcasing her growing confidence. Kaelan nods, affirming her suggestion. That's a great idea. Just ensure a safe distance. We don't want to engage unless absolutely necessary. Lira gives a firm nod, her enthusiasm palpable. Galen raises his hand, uncertainty clouding his expression. But what if we run into trouble? We need a way to signal each other, he presses, concern threading through his voice. Kaelan takes a moment to respond, remembering the importance of communication. If anything goes wrong, use smoke signals. A single puff means we need to rally quickly. 2 puffs mean take cover, he clarifies, his tone steady, hoping to alleviate the tension forming within the ranks. Just then, another villager steps forward, clearly anxious. And what if we don't see the signals? What if we're too far away? The uncertainty reflects the lingering fears of the group, reminding Kaelan of the stakes involved. Kaelan raises his hand to calm the murmurs. We'll wait for the first team to report back. If you don't hear from them within the time frame we set, we'll assume they're in trouble and regroup accordingly, he explains, his voice steadying the group as they absorb his plan. The energy shifts as the villagers begin to organize themselves, gathering their supplies and preparing to set off. Kaelan watches them closely, feeling a warm rush of gratitude towards each member whose bravery strengthens their cause. As he moves to his own team, Kaelan takes a deep breath, fueled by the bond they've forged. The stakes are high, but he knows each decision made today bolsters their strength and determination, setting the course for their encounter with the shadows lurking just beyond the horizon. As Kaelan positions himself at the lead of his scouting team, he feels a surge of anticipation coursing through him. The forest looms ahead, filled with the promise of hidden truths and the potential dangers that come with them. He knows their first task is to tread lightly and remain vigilant, ready for anything. The team moves quietly, eyes scanning the surroundings as they navigate the path. Kaelan leads them through the underbrush, the sounds of nature enveloping them. It's a beautiful yet eerie place, and he can feel the atmosphere thickening around them, heightening his senses. Remember, our goal is to gather intel, he whispers to the group, ensuring they stay focused. We're looking for any signs of the enemy's movements or plans. As they progress deeper into the forest, tension builds in the air. Suddenly, he catches a glimpse of movement ahead. He raises a hand, signaling for the group to halt. Stay low, he instructs, peering through the foliage. The team crouches behind a thicket, and Kaelan's heart races as he spots a pair of shadowy figures, conversing in hushed tones a short distance away. He strains to hear their words, knowing this information could shift the tide of their mission. It's happening tonight. We must be ready for them, one of the figures says, voice laced with urgency. Kaelan exchanges a quick glance with one of his teammates, a hard reality setting in. They're not just gathering information, they're racing against time. Just then, Lira nudges him, gesturing for him to look at the surroundings. Kaelan notices a few nearby vantage points that could give them a better view. If we can move to that ridge, we might see more of their camp, she suggests, her instincts sharp. Kaelan quickly weighs their options. All right, but we need to be quiet, he replies, his voice barely above a whisper. As they reposition, he can feel the weight of responsibility heavy on his shoulders, knowing that the success of their mission hinges on cautious decisions. Every footfall feels critical, and as they climb to the ridge, Kaelan's mind races with the possibilities that lie ahead. The team's camaraderie becomes a guiding force, each member contributing to their shared goal. At the top, Kaelan peers down at the enemy camp sprawling below, heart pounding. The sight of their preparations, armor glinting in the fading light, reminds him of the stakes involved. Kaelan's resolve hardens. He knows they must act quickly to protect their village. This mission could change everything for them, and he is ready to lead the charge. As Kaelan crouches low on the ridge, the sprawling enemy camp comes into view, revealing a hive of activity below. Shadows flicker around the fire as figures move purposefully, tension threading through the air. Kaelan can see the preparations underway, and his heart races with urgency. Look at their numbers, he whispers, attention intensely focused on the scene. We need to find a way to disrupt whatever they've got planned. Lira peers over his shoulder, her brow furrowed as she assesses the situation. That commander is really organizing them. If we provoke them now, we might be overwhelmed. Kaelan nods, realizing that the stakes have grown dangerously high. We can't move in without a solid plan. Galen, still processing their surroundings, speaks up. What if we set a diversion outside the camp? Draw some of them away and allow us to strike at the heart. His suggestion reveals a flicker of insight, a maturation in his approach that Kaelan appreciates. That could work, but we'll need to be quick, he replies, his mind racing through the details. And we have to ensure we can regroup easily afterward. Feeling the intensity of the moment, Kaelan scans their surroundings for any natural resources that might assist in creating a diversion. If we can find some firewood, we could create a signal that looks like a greater threat, he proposes, confident in their ability to adapt and improvise. But uncertainty still lingers. What if it fails? Lira asks, a hint of doubt creeping into her voice. Kaelan meets her gaze, grounding himself in the collective strength of the team. We'll prepare for that as well. This is about giving us the best chance possible. Every action has its risk, he responds, infusing determination into his words. We've come too far to back down now. As the team gathers around Kaelan, their expressions reflect a blend of fear and fierce loyalty. The trust they've built strengthens his resolve, and with a deep breath, he knows that this moment is a key turning point. Let's move. We'll adapt to whatever happens next, he says firmly, solidifying their mission and igniting the fire of commitment that runs through them all. With their plan in place, Kaelan signals the team to move forward, adrenaline coursing through his veins. They descend from the ridge, moving silently toward the edge of the enemy camp, each member focused on their role. Kaelan leads the way, heart pounding as he navigates through the underbrush, nerves tingling with anticipation. Stay close and keep an eye on the perimeter, he whispers, aware that one mistake could tip the scales against them. The collective energy of the team fuels his determination as they inch closer to their target. He spots a pile of firewood nearby, a perfect opportunity for distraction. This will work, Kaelan murmurs quietly, gesturing for Lira and Galen to assist him in moving it. As they gather the wood, Lira works quickly, her hands steady as she arranges the pile. Just like we practiced, right? She asks with a hint of a smile, drawing on their earlier lessons. Exactly, Kaelan replies, feeling a wave of camaraderie wash over him. They are not just individuals anymore. They are a cohesive unit ready to face the unknown. Once the distraction is set, Kaelan steps back, his heart racing as he considers their next move. Galen, once we light the fire, you'll need to make noise from the left flank to draw them out. Lira and I will stay ready to engage anyone that approaches, he instructs, his voice calm and assertive. Galen nods, a flicker of anxiety crossing his features, but quickly replaced by determination. I'll do it, he states, his voice more resolute than before. With a final check of their surroundings, Kaelan takes a deep breath and nods to Lira. On the count of 3, 1, 2, 3. As they light the fire, it quickly ignites, flames licking upward and creating a beacon that breaks the calm of the night. The flickering light casts dancing shadows on the ground as the noises of crackling wood immediately draw attention from the figures in the camp. Successful tension and excitement surge through Kaelan as he watches the enemy react, moving toward the fire to investigate. Now, Galen, he urges, adrenaline pushing them forward as they prepare for the next phase of their plan. In this critical moment, Kaelan feels the culmination of training, strategy, and growth within him. The stakes have never been higher, and his ability to lead and adapt will shape the outcome of what comes next. As the fire crackles and flames dance into the night sky, chaos erupts in the enemy camp. Figures rush toward the source of the noise, their silhouettes flickering against the backdrop of the blaze. Kaelan watches intently, heart racing as the moment of action unfolds. Now's our chance. Move, he commands, adrenaline surging through him as he leads Lira and Galen forward, their earlier fears transforming into a unified purpose. They navigate through the darkness, keenly aware of their surroundings and the urgency of the moment. Kaelan can feel the weight of the dagger in his hand, a reminder of the strength he's built on this journey. The structure of their plan now hinges on executing it flawlessly. As they approach the edge of the camp, Kaelan signals to Galen, who is poised to implement the next part of their strategy. Keep your eyes sharp. We need to be quick, Kaelan reminds his teammates, the sound of their stealthy approach mingling with the distant shouts of confusion from within the camp. With a burst of clarity, he spots a group of enemies huddled around the map they had seen before, their backs turned. "That's our target," he whispers, pointing toward the figures who are still distracted by the fire. Lira nods instinctively, drawing her bowstring taut. "We can take them quickly," she murmurs, her voice steady, embodying the courage that has blossomed within her. "On my mark," Kaelan replies, feeling the weight of the moment settle over him. He counts down silently in his mind, heart pounding as they prepare to spring their trap. The count reaches 1, and with a swift motion, Kaelan charges forward, leading the attack. "Now," he shouts, launching into action as arrows fly from Lira's bow, striking with deadly accuracy. Kaelan fights alongside his friends, the energy of the moment enveloping him. Each maneuver they execute reinforces the trust they've built through their struggles. This confrontation transforms into a dance of resilience, with Kaelan at the forefront, a leader sculpted by the trials they have faced together. As shadows shift and chaos ensues, Kaelan's instincts sharpen. Every decision feels fluid, each action integrated with their rhythm. He embraces the situation, adapting as necessary, ready to lead them toward reclaiming their victory. Chapter 14. The Crucible of Resolve. In the twilight glow of the aftermath, Kaelan stands amidst the remnants of the battle, taking a moment to let the reality settle in. The remnants of the enemy's camp lie scattered around, the air thick with tension and fading smoke. Though they've achieved a critical victory, the cost of the skirmish lingers in the heavy silence. As he surveys the scene, Kaelan feels a mix of triumph and sorrow. The villagers move around him, tending to the injured and gathering supplies, but he senses an undercurrent of unease, a shared acknowledgement of the sacrifices made. There are losses, both seen and unseen, and as much as he wants to celebrate, the heartache binds them. "Kaelan," Lira calls, her voice slicing through his thoughts. She approaches with a serious expression. "Have you thought about what comes next? We can't just sit back after this." "I know," he replies, feeling the weight of leadership pressing down on him. "We need to gather intel on what remains of the enemy and reinforce our defenses." His voice commands attention, echoing with a mix of authority and vulnerability. Before he can continue, Galen approaches, a grim look on his face. "I overheard some villagers doubting our ability to make it through another fight. If they see themselves as weak, that's a problem," he says, frustration coloring his tone. Kaelan nods, taking in the implications of Galen's words. "Then we need to show them how strong we are. This victory proves our potential." He feels a fresh wave of determination surging within him, fueled by the collective strength exhibited during their battle. "Let's gather everyone and talk about our next moves, not just for us, but for the village as a whole," Kaelan suggests, realizing that addressing fears head-on will be essential in rekindling their resolve. He motions for the villagers to gather around, ready to transform their doubts into actionable plans. As the group forms, Kaelan's heart swells with pride at the sight of their faces, some still bruised but determined. He knows that the path ahead will be illuminated not just by their shared victories, but also by their willingness to confront fears and foster unity. "We've faced darkness together and emerged stronger. Now is the time to build on that strength," he asserts, piercing the atmosphere with conviction. This moment marks a turning point not just for him, but for everyone, solidifying a journey of resilience and shared purpose. With the villagers gathered around him, Kaelan feels the weight of expectation settle into his bones. "Let's discuss what we learned from the battle and how we can prepare for the next confrontation," he begins, scanning the faces in front of him. Those familiar expressions now reflect a mix of determination and apprehension. He lays out the findings from their previous skirmish, detailing the strengths and weaknesses he observed among the enemy. "We noticed their command structure was weak. If we can disrupt their leadership again, we can create chaos and divert them from our village," he explains, his voice steady and clear. Lira chimes in. "We need scouts who can keep an eye on their movements. If we know when they are gearing up for an attack, we can strategize our defenses better." Her insight fuels the energy in the group, reinforcing the sense of collaboration that has grown among them. Kaelan nods, appreciating her input. "Exactly. We also need to bolster our own numbers, perhaps by reaching out to neighboring villages for support, he adds, feeling the momentum build in the conversation. But from the corner, Galen crosses his arms, a look of skepticism washing over his face. That's all well and good, but what if they refuse to help? What if we can't count on anyone but ourselves? Kaelan meets Galen's gaze, recognizing the worry behind his words. If we don't try, we'll never know, he replies, his tone reflective and firm. We need to be proactive. This is about building alliances for our future. The air thickens with tension as the villagers process the implications of their dialogue. Kaelan senses the uncertainty still lingering, yet he pushes on. We've come this far together. It's time to strengthen those bonds and show others we're not just survivors, we're fighters. He rallies, igniting determination within the group. As they begin to discuss logistics, Kaelan feels a wave of confidence wash over him. He understands that each exchange, each decision, shapes the future of their mission. This is a defining moment, one that solidifies his growth as a leader, and he is ready to inspire those around him as they collectively prepare for whatever awaits. As the discussion flows, Kaelan can see the wheels turning in the minds of his teammates. The community is buzzing with ideas, each villager contributing to their collective strategy. He can feel optimism weaving through the group, even in the face of uncertainty. We should focus on securing our defenses first, Lira states, pulling out the map and pointing to vulnerable sections. If we know where we are weakest, we can fortify those areas quickly. Kaelan nods, appreciating her practical approach. That's a good strategy. We'll prioritize those spots. His confidence is buoyed by the enthusiasm of the group, and he feels a renewed sense of hope fill the air. Galen, on the other hand, shifts uneasily. But what if we miss something critical? We can't afford to overlook any detail, he insists, his brows furrowed in concern. Kaelan recognizes the significance of Galen's fears. You're right to be cautious, he acknowledges, sensing the need to address this vulnerability. That's why we need to rotate scouting duties among everyone. Each person's input is vital to our success. A few villagers murmur their agreement, solidarity forming in the face of mixed emotions. Kaelan looks around at their eager faces, realizing that they are starting to trust his leadership. Let's have another round of preparations and set out in groups, he declares, infusing urgency into their mission. We'll ensure no stone is left unturned. Together, we'll build a defense that stands strong against any threat. As they organize into teams, Kaelan feels the power of their combined efforts under his guidance. He knows that his growth has not just affected his own confidence, but has also begun to inspire those around him. The moment solidifies a bond between them, creating a palpable sense of belonging. As they move to execute their plan, Kaelan is filled with a sense of purpose, ready to face the unknown challenges that lie ahead, alongside those he has come to rely on more than ever. As the teams disperse, Kaelan remains in the village square, reflecting on the discussions that just unfolded. The weight of responsibility feels lighter now, buoyed by the participation and enthusiasm of his friends and allies. He takes a moment to compose himself, mentally preparing for the next steps. Suddenly, a voice cuts through his thoughts. An older villager steps forward, her face lined with worry. Kaelan, do you really think we can hold our own if trouble comes knocking again? She asks, the unease in her tone palpable. Kaelan meets her gaze, recognizing the fear that drives her doubt. We've already faced danger and emerged stronger. Trust in what we've built together, he replies, hoping to instill confidence. We have learned from our past encounters and we are prepared to adapt. But what if learning isn't enough? She presses, her concern reverberating through the gathered crowd. Feeling the weight of her question, Kaelan sighs, momentarily grappling with the implications. If we let fear dictate our choices, we'll never succeed. That's why we're training and preparing, to equip ourselves for whatever comes next, he asserts, voice firm. Lira, who's been listening intently, steps in. None of us can predict what will happen. But that's why we need each other. We've seen how teamwork can alter the course of our battles, she adds, her confidence shining through. Encouraged by Lira's words, Kaelan feels the atmosphere shift, a sense of solidarity transforming doubt into determination. He realizes that building trust isn't just about confronting enemies. It's also about nurturing relationships within the village. Together, we stand strong. Alone, we risk everything, Kaelan concludes, infusing his statement with the lessons he has learned throughout their journey. The villagers seem to absorb his words, resolve solidifying as they move to finalize their preparations. Kaelan watches them with a sense of pride, knowing that their experiences have reshaped their collective understanding of strength and unity. They are poised for whatever lies ahead, ready to defend their home and support one another in times of uncertainty. With the village buzzing in preparation, Kaelan begins to feel the shift of responsibility on his shoulders. He stands amidst the gathered villagers, a sense of purpose coursing through him as he leads the charge toward their next steps. "Let's finalize our defense strategy," he announces, his voice steady and clear, rallying their attention. "We need to ensure everyone knows their roles and the plans we discussed." He watches as the villagers nod, engaging in quiet conversations about their assigned tasks. Lira steps forward, her confidence palpable. "I'll coordinate the archers on the rooftops. We'll cover the main entrances effectively," she declares, her voice filled with authority. "Good plan," Kaelan responds, pride swelling in his chest at her proactive approach. "Just make sure communication is constant. If you see anything suspicious, signal immediately." As they continue to finalize assignments, Kaelan senses a shift in dynamics within the group. Galen, still shaky from past conflicts, speaks up. "What if we run into problems during the defense? We need contingencies in place." Kaelan recognizes Galen's motivations, understanding the significance of his worries. "That's why we need to stay adaptable. If we can anticipate potential issues, we can adjust our plans," he replies, his tone firm yet encouraging. The villagers engage in a lively discussion, each member a valuable part of the evolving strategy. Kaelan feels a sense of empowerment as they share ideas, drawing on the collective strength of their experiences together. As the plans solidify, he reflects on how this moment encapsulates their growth. He is not just a follower or protector anymore. He has developed into a leader capable of inspiring others to confront challenges together. Feeling the rush of determination, Kaelan adds, "Together, we will hold our ground. This community is stronger than any threat we face." His voice rings through the crowd, infusing them with the motivation they need to remain resolute as they prepare for the trials ahead. Kaelan knows that leading will require flexibility, and he is ready to embrace the challenge. As the final details of their plan unfold, Kaelan feels an invigorating rush of responsibility. He gathers the group once more, heart swelling with a blend of pride and resolve. "All right, everyone, let's ensure we are prepared. It's time to put our plan into action," he declares, a sense of urgency lacing his words. Villagers exchange determined nods, their expressions resolute as they gather their weapons and supplies. The atmosphere is charged with purpose, each individual ready to contribute to their shared goal. "Let's move out," Kaelan calls out, leading the charge as they begin to advance toward the northern edge of the village, where they anticipate the enemy will approach. With every step they take, he feels the weight of their collective trust in him, bolstering his confidence. The lessons he has learned throughout their trials rise within him, adapting to pressures, fostering unity, and the importance of communication. On the way, Lira walks alongside him, her eyes bright with determination. "I believe we can outsmart them," she says, her voice steady. "We've trained hard for this and have nothing to fear if we stick to the plan." Kaelan smiles, appreciating her optimism. "Exactly. We'll use our preparation to give us the advantage." As they near the designated area, he takes a moment to reflect on how far they've come together. The bond forged through their shared experiences strengthens their resolve, and Kaelan knows that their combined strength will be pivotal in the face of danger. "Stay sharp. We can't afford to let our guard down," he reminds them, feeling the weight of leadership settle comfortably on his shoulders. With a deep breath, Kaelan steps forward, ready to embrace what lies ahead. The journey ahead is fraught with uncertainty, but he understands that they are more than mere individuals facing challenges. They are a community, united in purpose, prepared to protect their home against the shadows. Chapter 15, The Rallying Call. The sun hangs low in the sky, bathing the village in a warm golden light as Kaelan gathers everyone in the town square once more. Excitement hums in the air, but beneath it, a current of anxiety is palpable. They are on the cusp of an important mission. "We've trained hard and prepared thoroughly," Kaelan begins, his voice strong and clear, drawing the attention of every villager gathered. "Today is the day we take back what is rightfully ours." The villagers nod, determination replacing the last remnants of doubt. Kaelan lifts his hand, the familiar weight of the dagger comfortingly resting against his palm. "We've faced challenges before, and together we've overcome them." Lira steps forward, her expression firm. "We must be strategic as we move forward. Each of you has a role that's crucial to our success." Kaelan feels a swell of pride at her leadership, a testament to how much they've all grown. "Exactly. We'll work together to ensure that we're not just reacting to the enemy, but actively anticipating their moves," he reinforces, his confidence radiating through the crowd. As they break into small groups to finalize their tasks, Kaelan's heart quickens. He senses urgency, knowing that every moment counts as they prepare to face the enemy. Galen, now visibly more confident, approaches Kaelan, a determined look in his eyes. "I want to take charge of the lookout team. We need to be ready for anything," he insists, his voice steady, reflecting his growth from doubt to resolve. Kaelan nods, feeling a sense of gratitude and respect for Galen's initiative. "That sounds perfect. Your instincts will guide us." As the villagers spread out to execute their final preparations, Kaelan feels a spark of unity ignite among them. Each individual is motivated, ready to contribute to the fight for their home. Kaelan knows that every action taken is another step toward reclaiming their future, a testament to the strength they've built together through their shared experiences. He embraces the responsibility resting on his shoulders, ready to lead his people into the challenges that await. As the villagers disperse to finalize their preparations, Kaelan checks the supplies one last time, ensuring they have everything they need. He moves purposefully, counting arrows, weapons, and healing herbs, a sense of urgency driving his actions. "Make sure everyone has what they need," he calls out to a nearby group. The young villagers seem eager to help, quickly organizing the materials into neat piles. With each completed task, Kaelan feels the energy in the square shift from apprehension to determined focus. The buzz of voices surrounding him creates a sense of camaraderie that bolsters his confidence. "Kaelan," Lira interrupts, running up to him with a worried expression. "What if the enemy's defenses are stronger than we thought? We need more than just brute force." Kaelan pauses, acknowledging the validity of her concern. "You're right. That's why we need to think strategically," he replies, remembering their earlier discussions. "Let's gather as much information from our scouts as possible before we engage." "Agreed," Lira nods, her determination returning. "We can't charge in without knowing what we're up against." Feeling renewed by their teamwork, Kaelan shifts his focus to the villagers still preparing, a spark of inspiration igniting within him. "Everyone, listen up. We need to utilize our strengths. If you have skills in stealth or strategy, make sure that our scouts share what they see and work together to fortify our weaknesses." As he issues commands, Kaelan can see the fire of purpose igniting in their eyes. Each person knows that their contribution is vital to the success of the mission, and he feels the bond among them strengthen. In the midst of preparations, Kaelan recognizes the evolution of his leadership style. He's no longer simply directing. He's engaging and collaborating with those around him, drawing on their individual strengths to build a united front. This realization reinforces his commitment as he prepares to lead them into battle. The villagers nod, rallying to his call, and as they finish gathering supplies, Kaelan feels the thrill of what lies ahead. Their resolve has transformed from uncertainty into determination, shaping the new momentum that will carry them into their next confrontation. As the preparations continue, Kaelan gathers his team once more to discuss their strategy before the imminent confrontation. "We need to ensure everyone knows their role," he says, looking each of them in the eye with determination. The weight of the moment feels heavy, but he knows that clarity will reinforce their unity. One villager raises a hand, looking uneasy. "What if we're not strong enough? What if we face an overwhelming force?" Anxiety creeps into his voice, echoing the doubts lingering in the minds of others. Kaelan pauses, recognizing the fear that still grips some of them. I understand your concerns, but we've faced danger before, and we've always emerged stronger. Remember our training and the trust we've built in each other, he replies, his voice steady and filled with conviction. Lira steps forward, emboldened by Kaelan's response. We need to channel that fear into focus. We can't let it hold us back, she adds, reflecting the courage she has developed along their journey. Galen, still grappling with his earlier hesitations, watches closely. If we fail, we risk losing everything. We can't afford that, he states, the worry in his voice reminding Kaelan of the stakes involved. Feeling the pressure of leadership, Kaelan takes a deep breath, mustering all the confidence he can. If we stand together, we can face anything. Remember our victories. This is our chance to protect what we care about, he emphasizes, reinforcing the significance of their shared goals. As he watches the faces of his teammates, Kaelan appreciates the trust they've developed. They are not just allies, they are friends, united by a common purpose. The doubts begin to dissipate, replaced by a sense of determination and readiness. I believe in every one of you, he declares, his voice rising with conviction. We will confront whatever comes, and we will do it together. The affirmation hangs in the air, igniting a renewed sense of purpose within the group. Feeling the weight of their collective strength, Kaelan knows this moment marks a pivotal turn in their journey, solidifying not just their mission, but the bonds that unite them against the challenges yet to come. As the villagers gather around Kaelan, an air of anticipation settles over them. He can see the mixed expressions on their faces. Some are eager and hopeful, while others carry the weight of fear still lingering in the back of their minds. Now that we have a plan, he begins, let's make sure everyone is clear on their roles. Communication is key, especially in the heat of battle. If something changes, I need everyone to alert me immediately. His voice carries authority, and the villagers nod, the sound of determination rising around him. However, Galen stands slightly apart, a furrow in his brow. Kaelan, what if our plan doesn't work? What if they counter our movements? He challenges, the concern on his face reflecting the doubts shared by others. Kaelan turns to face him, sensing the anxiety among the group. If we encounter issues, we'll adapt. We've learned that flexibility is essential. Each of you brings something unique that can influence the outcome, he assures, instilling hope amongst their worries. Lira steps closer to Kaelan, her expression assertive. We've trained hard for this and tested our limits. We need to take that knowledge into the fight, she encourages, her belief in their shared potential resonating within the group. Kaelan feels the momentum shift as Galen and others absorb this encouragement. Exactly. This is not just about facing an enemy. It's about how we work together to overcome any obstacle, Kaelan emphasizes, his confidence radiating through his words. He smiles at the supportive camaraderie, feeling the bonds form through their trials, strengthening their resolve. Today, we hold our ground. We will face whatever comes our way, together, he declares, instilling a sense of unity and purpose among the villagers. With renewed energy, they begin finalizing preparations, and Kaelan knows that their collective strength will be crucial as they embrace the challenges ahead. In this moment, he understands that leadership is not merely about command. It's about inspiring trust and resilience in those who follow. As the villagers finalize their preparations, Kaelan takes a moment to reflect on their journey. The energy in the air is thick with anticipation, and he can feel the community's commitment solidifying around him. He moves among them, checking on their progress, offering encouragement and reinforcing their roles. You've all done incredible work, he praises, noticing the determination etched on their faces as they prepare for the unknown. This is what we've trained for, and every effort counts. Just then, Lira approaches him, her brow furrowed with concern. What if we underestimate the enemy? We can't afford to be too overconfident, she expresses, her voice steady but with a hint of apprehension. Kaelan turns to her, understanding the weight of her words. I appreciate your caution, Lira, but remember how we've faced fears together before. We adapt and grow with each challenge. He feels the need to reassure her, knowing that confidence in one another will be key. She nods, but Kaelan can see the uncertainty still lingering. We can't let fear cloud our judgment. Our greatest strength lies in our unity and preparation, he adds, hoping to instill faith in their mission. As they finalize their tasks, Galen joins in, looking more assured. I'll be ready to manage the defenses. Just give the word, and I'll hold the line, he states, a newfound strength evident in his determination to protect the village. Kaelan feels a swell of gratitude. Seeing his friends evolve fuels his own leadership confidence. Together, we will face whatever comes, he affirms, his voice filled with conviction. The villagers reserve their whispers of doubt, and Kaelan can see their hearts begin to align with his resolve. Each member of the team stands ready, and as they finalize the last details, he recognizes that these moments of trust and collaboration are what truly prepare them for the impending battle. Kaelan knows that the adjustments they have made and the challenges they have faced have shaped them all into a stronger unit. Embracing their collective spirit, he feels invigorated and ready for the confrontation that lies ahead. With the sun dipping low in the sky, casting streaks of orange and purple across the horizon, Kaelan rallies the team for one final meeting before the impending battle. The atmosphere is thick with anticipation, each villager aware of the weight of the moment. Tonight, we will solidify our defenses and face the enemy together, he begins, his voice steady and commanding. He can feel the mixture of nerves and determination among the group, a potent reminder of what brought them to this point. Kaelan steps closer to the gathered villagers, channeling the confidence he's built over their journey. We've trained hard and prepared well. Trust in your skills and in one another. Together, we are stronger. Galen stands tall, the hesitations of before replaced by a fierce resolve. I believe we can take the fight to them if we're united, he declares, a sense of pride gleaming in his eyes. Lira nods in agreement, stepping forward. And we need to keep communication open during the fight. If anything shifts, we must adapt quickly. Her proactive attitude invigorates the group, reflecting the growth they've all experienced through their shared trials. As the team finalizes their plans, Kaelan feels the trust the villagers have placed in him solidifying around them, like a protective shield. Let's position ourselves strategically, he instructs, detailing where each group will stand while reinforcing the importance of remaining agile. The villagers work briskly, shadows growing long as they prepare for what lies ahead. Kaelan can see the commitment on their faces, a transformation born from hard lessons and shared experiences. He realizes that their unity is what will propel them through the challenges to come. Feeling the adrenaline surging within him, Kaelan takes a deep breath, pulling on the strength of his allies. This is just the beginning of what we can accomplish together. We will not shy away from fear. We will face it head on, he vows, a palpable energy coursing through the gathered group. As they move into their positions, Kaelan's heart swells with pride and determination. He knows that whatever challenges await them, they will navigate through them, bound by their shared mission and unwavering spirit. The path is fraught with danger, but together, they are ready to defy the shadows. Chapter 16, The Shadows Gather. The forest is thick with shadows as Kaelan and his team move cautiously through the tangled underbrush. The air is heavy with anticipation, every rustle and whisper heightening their senses. They are drawing near to the heart of enemy territory, and the sense of danger thickens around them like fog. Kaelan raises a hand to signal a stop, instinctively sensing something amiss. He can feel the tension spiraling in the air, an unspoken communication shared between the members of the group. Let's regroup and check our surroundings, he whispers, his voice barely audible over the sounds of the forest. As they huddle together, Kaelan quickly lays out the plan for their infiltration. We'll approach the enemy stronghold quietly and split into two teams. Lira and I will take the eastern flank while the rest distract them from the front. The group nods, their expressions a mix of determination and apprehension. Just then, a villager raises a hand, voice trembling. What if they have more guards than we anticipate? What if we're caught? Kaelan senses the fear sowing through the ranks, the anxiety reflective of the weight they all carry. We can't let fear dictate our actions. If we encounter resistance, we adapt our plan, he asserts, his tone steady, hoping to dispel the worry that threatens to stall their courage. We've scouted the area and know their patterns, Lira adds, her confidence shining through. We can use that to our advantage. Kaelan feels a flicker of gratitude for her support. Her insights reinforce the strength of their teamwork. Exactly. This is why we've prepared. Trust in your abilities, he encourages, feeling the unity of the group solidify around him as they prepare to move forward. As they begin to advance, Kaelan scans the area, instincts sharp. He knows that their mission is fraught with uncertainty, but he's resolved to face it head-on. Each step taken is not just toward their target, but a testament to the bonds they've formed throughout their journey. The shadows may be long, but together they will illuminate the path ahead. With the plan set, Kaelan leads the group quietly through the trees, each step deliberate and calculated. He can feel the tension radiating from his companions, an undercurrent of anxiety mixed with anticipation. As they draw closer to the stronghold, Kaelan motions for the team to pause. "We need to observe the guards' movements before making our approach," he whispers, crouching behind a thick bush. He can see the dim light of torches flickering in the distance, illuminating the figures of the enemies patrolling the perimeter. Lira kneels beside him, her eyes narrowed in concentration. There are at least 3 guards visible, and they seem to be rotating shifts every few minutes, she notes, her keen perception sharp. Kaelan feels a swell of admiration for her instincts. She has proven to be an invaluable ally. "Let's wait for the right moment," Kaelan replies, his heart pounding as he scans the area, eager to seize the opportunity. The shadows around them are deep, an advantage they must utilize to remain concealed. Just then, a rustling sound breaks through the stillness, and Kaelan's breath catches. He stiffens, fingers gripping his dagger tightly. "What was that?" he murmurs, glancing toward the sound, ready to react. Suddenly, a small animal scurries past, disappearing into the underbrush. Kaelan releases a breath he didn't realize he was holding, exchanging a nervous glance with Lira, who is visibly relieved. "Let's move while they're distracted," Kaelan urges, feeling a rush of adrenaline. "Once we get in, we have to stick to the plan." He motions for the group to advance with careful stealth, knowing every decision counts. As they inch closer to the stronghold, he can feel the weight of his journey coalescing within him, fueling his determination. This is their chance to reclaim what was lost, and he intends to protect his allies with every fiber of his being. With every step, Kaelan embraces the challenge ahead, ready to navigate whatever obstacles they encounter. Each lesson learned echoes in his mind, guiding him toward the light of their shared purpose as they stand on the brink of a decisive moment in their quest. As Kaelan and his team approach the edge of the stronghold, tension simmers in the air. They crouch low beneath the cover of the underbrush, hearts beating in tandem with the urgency of the moment. Kaelan feels the weight of each member's gaze, the trust they've built swirling in the atmosphere. "Keep your voices down," he whispers, assessing the guards patrolling the perimeter. Their movements seem routine, but Kaelan knows that any slip could spell disaster. He studies their patterns, deciding the exact moment to make their move. Suddenly, Galen shifts uncomfortably, looking back at Kaelan with uncertainty. "What if they see us? What if we fail?" he questions, vulnerability creeping into his voice as doubt resurfaces. Kaelan turns to him, sensing the anxiety in the group. "If we stick to the plan and remain focused, we can't fail," he responds, his tone calm yet firm. "We've trained for this, and we must trust each other." Lira glances at Kaelan, her expression a mix of determination and concern. "We have to be ready for anything. If something goes wrong, we need to respond quickly." "Exactly," Kaelan agrees, appreciating her foresight. "We'll adapt if necessary. That's why we've prepared multiple routes. If things go sideways, we regroup at the edge of the forest." Feeling the energy shift as the others absorb his words, Kaelan takes a deep breath, letting the swirling tension settle within him. Each challenge they've faced has brought them to this defining moment, and he knows that his leadership will be vital. With his heart full of resolve and skin prickling with anticipation, Kaelan nods toward the stronghold. "It's time. On my mark, we move in." The group tenses, ready to spring into action under his command. Kaelan can sense the trust vested in him, fueling his determination as they prepare to step into the unknown, ready to confront whatever awaits them. Kaelan's heart pounds as he watches the guards circle around, their movements tense. The moonlight reflects off their weapons, glinting ominously in the dim light. "All right, everyone, stay low and move when I say," he instructs, his voice barely above a whisper. He studies the guards, noting the moments when they turn away, their focus shifting. It's a rhythm he's learned to recognize, and now it's time to take advantage of that. "Now!" he hisses, signaling for the team to dart toward the stronghold's entrance. They move in unison, hearts racing and breaths held as they navigate through shadows, keeping close to the walls. Kaelan feels a mix of fear and exhilaration as they slip past the oblivious guards, adrenaline propelling them forward. Once inside the stronghold, they come to a halt, listening intently for any signs of danger. The interior is dimly lit, ominous shadows creeping along the stone walls, and Kaelan feels the weight of uncertainty settle again. He gestures for everyone to spread out and search for any information about the enemy's plans. Lira nods, keeping her bow ready as she moves deeper into the structure. Kaelan watches her go, a sense of pride swelling within him for her bravery. But as he scans the room, he notices something, a door slightly ajar, a muffled voice coming from within. "Over there," he whispers to Galen, who inches closer with curiosity. "Let's see what we can find." Cautiously, they approach the door, Kaelan motioning for silence. He leans in, straining to hear the conversation inside. The enemy commander's voice floats through the wood, discussing preparations for a larger attack, details that hit Kaelan like a punch to the gut. "We need to act now, before they can consolidate their strength," the commander says, the urgency obvious. Kaelan's heart races at the implications, knowing they could be racing against time to thwart an impending disaster. He retreats slightly from the door, turning to Galen. "We need to report this," Kaelan says, a newfound determination solidifying his resolve. "If we can take the commander down before they move, we can turn the tides in our favor." Galen's eyes widen as he processes Kaelan's words. "But if we're caught, it could mean disaster for us all," he warns, the fear creeping back into his tone. Kaelan feels the weight of the decision settling over him. "I know, but we have to be smart, calculated. This is our chance." His confidence reflects the growth he's experienced from previous encounters, embodying the strength and leadership they've collectively cultivated. With their next step clearer, Kaelan gathers the team once more, ready to lead them into the fray, and faced with the knowledge that their actions will determine the outcome of not just their mission, but the safety of their home. With their decision made, Kaelan feels a surge of urgency as he motions for the team to move. "We infiltrate now. Lira, stay on lookout. Galen, you're with me." His voice is steady, but he can sense the tension rising among his companions. They inch closer to the door, ensuring to remain silent. Kaelan takes a brief moment to assess the layout from their vantage point. The shadows flicker in the dim light, but he finds a small window in the structure, realizing that they can use it to their advantage. "If we can distract the guards up front, we can slip inside through this window," he whispers, pointing out the opening. Galen looks skeptical, glancing at the door. "What about the guards? They'll notice if we just slip away," he cautions, a hint of doubt threading his voice. "Then we create a distraction," Kaelan replies, confidence driving his words. "If we can focus their attention on one side, we can make our way in without being seen." Lira nods, a spark of determination igniting as she assures them, "I can create a diversion with my arrows, some noise a little ways out, just enough to draw their focus." Kaelan feels a rush of gratitude for their newfound trust and solidarity. "Exactly. Let's stick to the plan. We move the moment they look away." The group glances at one another, ready to execute their roles, each member feeling the weight of responsibility on their shoulders. Kaelan senses the growing strength within him, bolstered by the support and trust of his allies. "All right, let's do this," he says, his voice filled with determination. With Lira preparing the diversion and Kaelan ready to lead the charge, they take a deep breath in unison, steeling themselves for the decisive action that awaits. With the plan firmly in place, Kaelan signals to Lira, her eyes locked on the guards. "Now," he whispers urgently. Lira focuses, drawing her bowstring back with steady hands. A moment hangs in the air before she releases the arrow, the projectile flying silently through the twilight. It lands just beyond the edge of the camp, creating a sharp crack as it strikes a nearby tree. The guards turn instantly, their attention shifting toward the noise. Kaelan feels adrenaline surge through him as he motions for Galen to follow him. "Now's our chance," he hisses, slipping through the window as the guards begin to move away from their posts. Inside the stronghold's shadowy chambers, Kaelan's senses heighten. The faint smell of damp stone engulfs him as he scans the interior, searching for any signs of their captive or useful information. "Stay close," he instructs Galen, who nods, his earlier doubts replaced by fierce determination. They creep through the dimly lit corridors, cautious of every sound that might betray their presence. Kaelan's heart races, the thrill of the moment pushing him forward. Each step taken echoes the lessons learned along their journey, from strategy to the importance of teamwork, deepening his resolve. Spotting a door slightly ajar, he gestures for Galen to take point. "Let's see what's inside," he whispers, acutely aware of the stakes now pressing down on them. As they push the door open, the sight of small cages within freezes Kaelan's breath. This must be where they hold the captives, he realizes, the intensity of his mission sharpening. Galen peers inside, anger flickering in his eyes. "We need to find Galen and get him out of here," he insists, the urgency boiling over as Kaelan nods in agreement. Kaelan feels the weight of the moment settle over him, knowing that their next actions could determine the success of their mission and the safety of their ally. He turns to Galen, voice firm and confident. "We move quickly, but we stick to the plan. We can't afford any mistakes now." With their purpose renewed, they ready themselves to face whatever lies ahead, knowing that their collective strength will guide them through the darkness. Chapter 17, The Breaking Point. As Kaelan and Galen emerge from the stronghold, the tension in the air feels heavy with the weight of their recent discovery. They have rescued Galen and secured crucial information about the enemy's plans, but the lingering uncertainty leaves a knot in Kaelan's stomach. "Did we miss anything?" Kaelan asks, scanning their surroundings for any sign of movement. The forest is quiet, but the stillness feels deceptive, filling him with a sense of unease. "I don't think so." Galen replies, still catching his breath, the adrenaline slowly fading. "But we have to be swift. They'll soon notice we're gone." Kaelan nods, recognizing the urgency driving their next steps. They need to report back to the village before the enemy regroups. He motions for Galen to lead the way, indicating the less visible path through the trees. "Let's stick to the shadows and move quietly," he instructs, urgency threading his voice. As they carefully navigate the terrain, the weight of their latest victory amplifies every sound. Twigs snap underfoot, and Kaelan silently chastises himself for not being more cautious. They know the threat is still very real, and any lapse in concentration could jeopardize their mission. Suddenly, Galen stops in his tracks, eyes narrowing as he glances back toward the stronghold. "What if they send out a search party for us?" he asks, a flicker of fear crossing his features. Kaelan feels the knot in his stomach tighten. "Then we have to be prepared for that. We can't let our guard down," he replies, determination infusing his tone. As they forge ahead, Kaelan takes a moment to reflect on how far they've come since beginning this journey. Every challenge they've faced has shaped him, honed his instincts, and strengthened his leadership. He thinks of the trust built among the villagers and how their alliance will be crucial in the battles ahead. The path winds forward, the light fading as dusk approaches. He knows they must communicate their findings quickly, and as they move, Kaelan feels the pressure of leadership settle over him, but this time it doesn't weigh him down. Instead, it fuels his drive to protect those he cares about, showcasing the evolution he has undergone through their trials so far. Kaelan leads Galen through the twisting paths of the forest, the sense of urgency propelling them forward. The night air is thick with tension, every crackle of a branch or rustle of leaves sharpening their focus. They must reach the village quickly to share what they've learned. "Can you remember the way back?" Kaelan asks, keenly aware of the fading light around them. His footsteps are deliberate, each step echoing the need for precision as they navigate the shifting terrain. Galen nods, though anxiety flickers in his eyes. "I'll do my best. It's just a lot to take in." His brows are furrowed, revealing the strain of the recent events, and Kaelan feels a pang of empathy. "Just stick close. We can't afford to lose our way or be caught off guard, Kaelan reassures him, feeling responsibility weigh heavily on his mind. He recognizes that this is a pivotal moment, not just for their mission, but for the bonds they've formed through their shared experiences. As they approach the edge of the grove, Kaelan squints into the familiar darkness. We can stop at the old oak tree to regroup before entering the village. It will give us a moment to gather our thoughts and prepare, he suggests, knowing the significance of their next steps. Galen hesitates for a moment, anxiety creeping back. What if they're already waiting for us? What if they sent out search parties? The words tumble out, creating a ripple of worry that threatens to unsettle their resolve. Kaelan pauses, turning to face him. If they're on our trail, we'll need to be ready to adapt again. But the knowledge we have now gives us the advantage, he counters, his tone firm. We can use their underestimation of us to our benefit. With renewed determination, they reach the old oak. Kaelan allows himself a moment to breathe, the familiar sight bringing a sense of comfort. This is our home. We protect it together, he states, feeling the weight of his journey and the trust built upon it. Galen nods, a spark of confidence igniting within him. You're right, I'm with you, he affirms, the tension between them dissipating slightly as they prepare to move forward. As they prepare to head toward the village, Kaelan firmly believes that every moment spent overcoming fear and doubt only strengthens their bond. They will face whatever lies ahead, not just as individuals, but as a united front, ready to confront the challenges looming in the darkness. As Kaelan and Galen prepare to step out from the shelter of the trees, the tension in the air thickens, weaving uncertainty into their resolve. The village looms ahead, dimly lit under the encroaching twilight. Kaelan takes a deep breath, feeling the gravity of their mission tighten around him. We need to stick to the plan, he instructs, looking at Galen with intensity. We're going to caution the villagers, share what we learned, and prepare them for any potential threats. Galen, still ruminating on their earlier conversations, casts a wary eye toward the village. What if they don't believe us? What if they see us as alarmists? He challenges, his voice laced with doubt. Kaelan understands the hesitance in Galen's tone, recognizing that fear can cloud judgment. Then it's our responsibility to present the evidence and ensure they understand the reality we face, he replies firmly, a sense of urgency building in his chest. We've come this far. We can't let fear hold us back now. With each step toward the village, Kaelan feels the weight of leadership anchor him to the ground. He can sense the villagers moving about, their daily routines continuing, unaware of the potential danger rapidly approaching. Remember, we stand for each other, Kaelan reminds Galen, trying to instill confidence. This isn't just about presenting findings, it's about protecting our home and everyone in it. Galen finally straightens, nodding. You're right. Let's do this. As they approach the village, Kaelan can feel a mixture of anticipation and anxiety flooding through him. The obstacles they've faced together have prepared him for moments like this, fortifying his resolve to lead with purpose and conviction. With every heartbeat echoing in his chest, Kaelan steels himself for the task ahead, ready to embrace the responsibility that has grown to define him. Knowing the path they take now will shape their future. As they step into the heart of the village, the familiar sights strike Kaelan with a wave of nostalgia, mixing with the urgency of their mission. He glances around, immediately aware of how different everything feels after their recent experiences. Gather everyone, he instructs, his voice rising above the din of the marketplace. The villagers turn their attention toward him, curiosity and concern crossing their faces. Kaelan senses the weight of expectation, feeling how crucial this moment is for their collective future. A local elder approaches, concern etched in her features. What brings you back with such haste, Kaelan? You seem troubled, she says, her voice laced with wisdom. We encountered danger in the forest. There's a group planning to attack, Kaelan states firmly, feeling the seriousness of the situation embed deep in his tone. He watches as the collective gasp ripples through the crowd, a blend of fear and disbelief evident among them. What proof do you have? The elder presses, her eyes searching his face for answers. Kaelan can feel the tension rising, but he stands his ground, recalling the map and their findings. I have information from the enemy's own lips, Evidence we must act on. If we don't prepare now, we risk losing our home, he replies, striving to instill a sense of urgency. Lira steps forward, her resolve shining as she adds, "We've already seen their strength and desperation. We need to secure our defenses immediately." Kaelan can feel the villagers absorbing their words, the recognition of imminent danger settling in. As they begin to murmur among themselves, he senses a shift, the realization that action must be taken, washing over the crowd like a wave. Yet doubt lingers. "What if we fail?" one villager questions, echoing the fears that have haunted them ever since this journey began. Kaelan takes a deep breath, feeling the weight of the moment. "Then we regroup and fight again. Fear cannot hold us back from protecting our community," he asserts, his voice steady, reinforcing the resolve he has cultivated through their trials. Resolved to transform that fear into action, Kaelan watches as some villagers exchange worried glances, while others nod, beginning to embrace the urgency he has awakened. In this moment, he realizes that deepening the bonds of trust will be as important as the battle they're preparing for. As they disperse to communicate the dire news, Kaelan feels the fire of determination reignite within him. He knows the decisions made today will shape the paths ahead, reinforcing the unity that has become their greatest source of strength. Together, they will confront the shadows, ready to forge their destiny. Kaelan watches as the villagers move with a renewed sense of urgency, a flurry of activity igniting around him. They begin to gather supplies, some rushing to the armory, while others prepare makeshift barricades. The air buzzes with determination, the echoes of their earlier fears now transforming into focused resolve. "Let's prioritize the main entrance and ensure we have watch points set up," he suggests, his voice cutting through the hustle. The villagers nod, their expressions reflecting both commitment and the shared weight of responsibility. As he walks among them, Kaelan notices a few villagers exchanging anxious looks, concern still lingering beneath their determination. "What if they attack before we're ready?" One voice quivers, the doubt creeping in once more. "We won't let that happen," Kaelan asserts, turning to face them. "Every moment we spend preparing makes us stronger. We've faced danger before, and we've come out on top. Trust in what we can accomplish together." His words resonate, and he can see a flicker of confidence igniting among them. They begin to organize more meticulously, directing their focus toward the tasks Kaelan has laid out. With each exchange, the villagers' morale shifts, and a sense of unity begins to blossom. Lira catches up to him, her eyes bright with resolve. "I think we should also set traps around the perimeter. If they approach, we can slow them down," she proposes, reflecting her own growth and strategic insight. "Great thinking," Kaelan replies, feeling the excitement swell inside him as they incorporate her idea into their plans. "Let's divide into teams and start setting those up right away." As they mobilize, Kaelan feels a sense of pride in how far they've come together. They are no longer just a collection of villagers. They are a unified front, ready to face whatever challenges lurk in the shadows. In this moment, he understands that the foundation of their future lies in their resilience and willingness to stand together. "Let's show them the strength of our community," he rallies, heart full of hope as they embrace the mission ahead. Together, they press on, fortified by the bonds they've built, ready to confront the darkness with courage and determination. As the final preparations unfold, Kaelan feels the urgency rise within him. The anticipation of the impending conflict thickens the air, and he rallies his team together one last time to ensure everyone is aligned and focused. "Remember, we're fighting for our home, for each other," he states, his voice resonating with conviction. "Every action counts, and we need to be ready for anything." The villagers nod, determination shining in their eyes as they gather closer around him, seeking reassurance before the confrontation. Kaelan takes a moment to look around, absorbing the unity formed among them, a tapestry of trust woven through shared experiences. Lira stands at the side, readying her bow, a fierce light in her gaze. "This is our chance to reclaim our village. We can't let them take what's ours," she urges, her passion infectious. "We won't," Kaelan assures, the fire in her words igniting his own. "Stick to the plan we mapped out, and let us use the strengths of every member to ensure victory." He can see the resolve solidifying among the villagers, their earlier doubts fading as they prepare to face the unknown. It's more than just a fight ahead. It's a testament to their growth as a community, and Kaelan recognizes how crucial this moment is in shaping their future. "Let's move out, stay sharp, and support one another," he commands, feelings of determination enveloping him as they set off toward the boundaries of their village. Each step resonates with purpose, knowing that they are not just defending their home, but stepping into the legacy of resilience that will carry them through whatever awaits. As he leads the way, Kaelan feels a sense of clarity wash over him. This is his moment, a culmination of everything they fought for, and he is ready to embrace the challenge with his allies by his side. Together they will confront the darkness head-on, unified in purpose and spirit. Chapter 18, The Heart of the Storm. Kaelan stands at the edge of the village, his heart pounding in anticipation as the assembled villagers prepare for battle. The sun is just beginning to rise, painting the sky in hues of orange and red, a stark reminder of the dawn of a new day and the challenges that lie ahead. "Today, we fight not just for survival, but for our way of life," he declares, his voice ringing out over the crowd. The energy in the air is thick with determination, eyes focused and spirits high as they gather in the square, ready to defend their home. He feels a sense of responsibility growing within him, one that pushes him to stand firm and lead with conviction. "We've trained hard for this moment. Each of you has something unique to contribute, and together we will be stronger," he emphasizes, scanning the faces of the villagers who look back at him, their expressions a blend of resolve and apprehension. Kaelan steps closer to the villagers, taking note of their weapons, their postures, the fire igniting behind their eyes. "We know our enemy, and we've seen what they can do, but we also know what we're capable of." Lira moves closer, her bow slung confidently across her shoulder. "You're right, Kaelan. We've faced darkness and come out the other side. We can do this," she states firmly, reflecting the growth they've both experienced. The support of those around him boosts his confidence, reminding him that they are in this together. Just then, a villager raises a hand, uncertainty still apparent in their demeanor. "What if our efforts aren't enough? What if we're too late?" The doubt hangs heavy in the air, a reminder of the risks they are about to take. Kaelan takes a deep breath, meeting the villager's gaze with empathy. "We prepare to the best of our abilities. If we fail, we regroup, learn, and come back stronger. But we will not back down from this fight," he replies, his tone resolute, igniting a fire within the group. With every minute ticking by, Kaelan feels the urgency of the moment pressing against him. He knows this plan is crucial, and it's time to solidify the last details before embarking on their mission. He trusts that their unity will empower their resolve as they approach the confrontation that awaits them. As the villagers finish their final preparations, Kaelan gathers them once more, the weight of the moment pressing on him. "Let's go over our plan one last time," he begins, looking at each face illuminated by the morning sun. Every pair of eyes locked on him reflects a mix of determination and apprehension, and Kaelan feels the gravity of their upcoming confrontation. "Lira, you'll position yourself with the archers at the northern edge. Your job is to provide cover and call out any movements," he outlines, tension coiling in the air while his tone remains authoritative. Lira nods, her grip on her bow firm. "I've got it. I'll keep track of everything happening out there." Kaelan's gaze shifts to Galen. "You'll take charge of the main gate. Once we engage, I need you to hold the line and be ready for a counterattack," he instructs, appreciating the growth he's seen in Galen's confidence. "Understood," Galen replies, his voice steady. There's a determination in his stance that reassures Kaelan, a sign that his friend is ready to take on the responsibility. As excitement intertwines with lingering fear, another villager chimes in. "What if they have reinforcements? What if we're outnumbered?" The doubt in his voice causes others to exchange concerned looks, reminding Kaelan of the stakes they face. "We adapt," Kaelan states firmly, the resolve in his voice ringing clear. "We've trained ourselves to handle the unexpected. If things go sideways, we prioritize retreating to safety as a unit. No one gets left behind." The emphasis on unity seems to resonate, and some villagers nod in agreement, bolstered by his urgency. Kaelan takes a moment, letting their shared commitment fill the air, realizing that true leadership is born from trust and collaboration, not just commands. Feeling a rush of determination, he concludes, "We're ready for whatever comes. Together, we will protect our village." The affirmation cements the bond among them, their collective spirit igniting a fierce resolve as they prepare to step into the unknown. With the plan finalized, Kaelan feels a sense of empowerment wash over him, ready to embrace the challenge ahead, confident in the strength of those who stand beside him. As the group begins to take their positions, a palpable tension hangs in the air, thick with anticipation. Kaelan observes his team, noting the flicker of uncertainty in some villagers' eyes. "Stay focused and remember the plan," he calls out, trying to instill confidence. Lira, perched high with her bow, glances down at him. "I can see everything from up here. Just give the word and I'll fire on your signal," she assures, the determination in her voice reassuring the team. "Perfect," Kaelan replies, appreciative of her readiness. He looks towards Galen, who stands at the main gate, but he can see doubt still lingering. "You've got this, Galen. Just trust in your instincts," he encourages, feeling the pressure of leadership resting heavily on him. Galen takes a deep breath, nodding, but the flicker of anxiety still clouds his expression. "What if I freeze again? What if I can't act fast enough?" he stammers, revealing the fears that threaten to hold him back. Kaelan approaches his friend and places a steadying hand on Galen's shoulder. "We've all stumbled, but every time we get back up, we grow stronger. You've faced danger before. You can do it again," he reminds him, the reassurance swirling between them like a tether of trust. As the final preparations unfold, Kaelan feels the surge of resolve among the villagers. They are not just waiting, they are on the brink of action. He can see Lira's confident stance, Galen's fire deepening, and even the hesitant villagers starting to align their hearts with the shared cause. The collective strength they have built begins to resonate within him, igniting a fire of determination. "We enter this battle together, and we leave together. Trust in one another and in your training," he emphasizes, feeling the weight of his words as they begin to take root among the group. With the tension slowly giving way to the weight of their shared purpose, Kaelan feels ready as they stand on the edge of a daunting confrontation. Their journey has prepared them for this moment, and he is resolute that they will face whatever may come as a united front. As the tension in the air thickens, Kaelan senses the enormity of the moment. They position themselves, ready to confront the imminent threat. The villager's resolve has fortified him, and he knows that their combined strength will determine the outcome of the battle. "Remember why we fight," Kaelan reminds them, his voice steady and commanding as he catches the eyes of those around him. "We're not just protecting our village. We're standing up for our families and our way of life." Lira nods from her vantage point, her bow drawn and ready. "We can do this, Kaelan. We've trained for this moment, and we know the stakes," she echoes, her confidence infectious. Galen stands at the gate, his back straightening as he absorbs Kaelan's words. "And we won't let fear hold us back," he adds, his voice gaining strength. The shift in his demeanor reinforces the growth that has unfolded before Kaelan's eyes. With the final moments ticking away, Kaelan knows they must act decisively. He feels the weight of the dagger in his hand, a reminder of the path he has forged. "On my mark, we move. We will face them together," he declares, the spirit of unity igniting among the villagers. As Kaelan counts down, adrenaline surges through him. He can see the resolve etched into every face, ready to confront the shadows looming beyond the village. 3, 2, 1. With that, they spring into action, each member performing their role under Kaelan's guidance. The plan they have fashioned all together comes alive, a powerful testament to their shared commitment and resilience. In this moment of chaos, Kaelan feels an inner strength solidify within him. His journey has led him to this point, instilling the confidence he draws upon now as they step into the fray, their hearts beating in unison as they embrace whatever challenges await. As the villagers spring into action, Kaelan moves with purpose, his heart racing as the adrenaline surges through him. He stays close to Lira, who deftly positions herself on a nearby rooftop, bow at the ready, scanning the area for targets. "Keep your eyes sharp," he calls to the others. refocusing their attention as the enemy begins to emerge from the shadows. Dark figures filter into view, their intent clear as they march toward the village. Kaelan feels the weight of their earlier discussions echo in his mind. "We'll use the element of surprise. Position yourselves based on our plan," he commands, feeling a surge of confidence as he leads the charge. The sounds of battle erupt as arrows fly and weapons clash, the air thick with energy. Kaelan notices one of the villagers struggling to keep steady under pressure. "Stay calm. Remember your training," he shouts, rushing to assist, a sense of camaraderie igniting a fire within him. With each movement, Kaelan channels the lessons he has learned: how to adapt, how to lead, how to instill trust amidst the chaos. Lira's arrows find their marks, and Galen stands firm at the gate, holding the line as the first wave of shadowy figures tries to penetrate their defenses. Kaelan feels the tides of battle shift, reinforced by the collective efforts of his allies. He spots an enemy attempting to flank the team off to the side and quickly alters his direction. "Lira, take that one down," he commands, recognizing the need for adaptability as the situation unfolds. With Lira's precise shot, the enemy goes down, and Kaelan hears a ripple of encouragement from the villagers. "We're holding strong," he shouts, rallying their spirits, feeling the energy of unity surge through the group. In this moment, Kaelan embodies everything he has fought to become: a leader inspired by hope, willing to adapt, and steadfast in the face of danger. The battle rages on, but he knows that their combined strength will overcome whatever obstacles lie ahead. The battle rages on, each clash of weapons ringing through the air as Kaelan surveys the chaos unfolding around him. His heart races, adrenaline fueling his senses as he navigates through the fray, directing villagers and encouraging them amidst the chaos. "Stay focused. We can't let them break our lines," he shouts, rallying the troops while shielding a younger villager from an incoming strike. Together, they push back against the tide of dark figures, each movement a testament to their shared resolve. Kaelan feels the weight of leadership as the tide of battle shifts. He glances at Lira, who is perched high and steady, firing arrow after arrow with precision. Her fierce determination reminds him of the bond they've forged throughout their journey, and he feels a rush of gratitude for her presence. Just then, a surge of enemies break through a weak point in their defenses, causing a ripple of panic among the villagers. "Kaelan, they're coming through," Galen yells, urgency palpable in his voice. "Regroup. We need to reinforce the western side," Kaelan commands, moving quickly to redirect his focus. He feels the pulse of leadership surge through him like a lifeline, allowing him to adapt to the chaos unfolding. With renewed determination, he leads the charge to bolster the defenses, positioning himself at the forefront where the threat is most imminent. "Everyone, we're stronger together. Hold the line," he bellows, his voice cutting through the din of battle. The villagers find their footing, rallied by his courage. Kaelan darts between his comrades, blocking strikes and encouraging them with every step. The realization washes over him that this battle is a reflection of not just their physical strength, but also the resilience they've built within one another. As the dust begins to settle and the last of the enemies retreat, Kaelan feels a swell of relief. The village has stood strong, a living testament to their shared commitment and growth. He looks around, catching the eyes of his friends, Lira, Galen, and the others, all gritty and exhausted, but alive with a shared triumph. "We did it," Lira exclaims, her voice tinged with exhilaration and relief. Kaelan's chest tightens with pride. "Together," he reiterates, knowing that every battle faced and every challenge endured has shaped them into a cohesive unit, capable of embracing whatever comes next. Looking ahead, he recognizes how their experiences have prepared them for the journey still to unfold, igniting hope for the future yet to be written. Chapter 19, The Confrontation. Kaelan stands at the edge of the village, the aftermath of the battle still fresh in his mind. He feels the weight of their recent victory settle heavily on his shoulders, but his heart races with the urgency of what lies ahead. The sun hangs high, casting a warm glow over the gathering villagers, but he knows they cannot linger in celebration for long. "Today, we focus on what we have learned and prepare for the next steps," he declares, addressing the assembled crowd. The villagers look at him with a mixture of anticipation and anxiety, still processing the tension from the encounter with the enemies. We must fortify our defenses and remain vigilant. There's no telling when they might strike again. His voice steadies, echoing conviction as he scans the faces of those he's come to protect. Each one reflects a commitment to their home, but he senses a flicker of doubt among some. Lira steps forward, her expression serious. What if they send more spies? We need to tighten our security, she suggests, highlighting the need for adaptability in their new circumstances. Kaelan nods, appreciating her insight. We'll establish watch points along the borders and ensure that everyone is aware of how to signal if they see any threats approaching. As the villagers begin to discuss their roles, Kaelan feels a sense of pride swelling within him. He moves among them, reinforcing their individual contributions, recognizing that every voice matters in the building of their defenses. However, Galen's face betrays a hint of frustration. We just fought so hard, and now we're talking about more preparation. What if it never ends? He challenges, the worry in his voice echoing the concerns of others. Kaelan pauses, feeling the impact of Galen's words. He understands the toll the ongoing fight takes on everyone's spirit. It's true that we have more work ahead of us, but consider this. Each step we take helps to ensure our safety and protect our community. We've come too far to back down now, he encourages, his tone earnest. As the villagers rally once more around their shared purpose, Kaelan recognizes that their journey is far from over. Together they are stronger and more resilient, ready to face whatever challenges await them beyond the horizon. With determination reestablished, he knows they will transform their fear into a steadfast commitment to protect their home. As Kaelan stands in front of the villagers, he can feel the intensity of the moment pressing down on him. The weight of expectations hangs in the air as they look to him for direction, eager yet apprehensive. He takes a deep breath, steeling himself for the words that will guide them through the uncertainty ahead. Let's take stock of what we have available, he begins, directing their attention to the gathered supplies displayed around the square. The tables are filled with weapons, herbal remedies, and makeshift barriers, remnants of their earlier preparations. Kaelan walks among the supplies, running his hand over a set of arrows, feeling the well-crafted fletching under his fingers. We'll need to prioritize our next steps, who will go where, and what we might still need, he adds, already envisioning the logistics of their defense. As the villagers start discussing logistics, he notices a few faces displaying concern. What if we gather everything and it's still not enough, one villager voices, the fear in their tone drawing Kaelan's focus. We have to prepare for that possibility, he replies, addressing their doubts directly. But remember, we've been through and learned from battles before. Our unity is our greatest strength. The villagers nod, some still skeptical but gradually embracing the sense of community Kaelan strives to cultivate. Lira steps in, eager to lend her support. If we can establish a rotation for lookout duties, that will help alleviate some of the pressure, she suggests, quickly drawing the attention of others. Kaelan feels a surge of gratitude for her initiative, recognizing the collaborative spirit that has grown within the team. That's an excellent idea, Lira. Let's make sure everyone knows their shift and stays vigilant, especially at the perimeter where threats may arise, he reinforces, his confidence starting to take hold. With the plans beginning to coalesce, Kaelan senses the momentum shift again, a palpable determination taking root among the villagers. He knows that the preparations they make now will lay the groundwork for their resilience in the face of any challenges that may come their way. Each decision becomes a building block toward a stronger, united front. Each individual voice, a vital part of their collective strength. As Kaelan continues to coordinate with the villagers, a sense of urgency fills the air. He stands with Lira and Galen, assessing their resources and strategizing. We can't afford to waste time. Let's get organized, he asserts, aiming to harness the collective energy he feels buzzing around them. Galen, still grappling with his earlier doubts, interjects with a challenging tone. What if we set our defenses and it's not enough? We're just buying ourselves time. His skepticism hangs heavily between them, forcing Kaelan to confront the lingering anxiety in the group. Kaelan turns to him, gauging the concern etched on Galen's face. Every moment we prepare strengthens our resolve. Fear will not protect us. Action will, he replies, his words laced with determination. Lira chimes in, sensing the tension. We've come too far to back down now. We can use what we've learned to improve our defenses, she encourages, her eyes shining with belief as she speaks. This sparks a renewed conversation among the villagers as they hear the confidence in Kaelan's voice. If we reinforce our watch points, we can alert each other if we sense something stirring, another villager proposes, the idea taking root and invigorating the discussion. Let's implement that, Kaelan agrees, a sense of relief washing over him as the villagers actively engage. He feels the commitment in the air, a shared understanding that has woven itself through their experiences and struggles. As they move to finalize their preparations, he recognizes how the collective effort is vital in fortifying their community. Kaelan witnesses Lira's quick thinking and Galen's growing involvement. They are more than just allies. They are family, ready to face whatever comes next together. With each moment spent building plans and encouraging his friends, Kaelan's confidence swells. He understands that every decision made today impacts not only their immediate safety, but also sets the groundwork for the unity they will maintain in the battles to come. The bond formed through their trials will be their greatest weapon against the shadows lurking just beyond the horizon. As the villagers continue to finalize their preparations, Kaelan feels a surge of determination. With the adrenaline from their earlier encounter still fresh, he surveys the square, noticing the mixed expressions on his teammates' faces. Some are eager to engage, while others still bear the weight of apprehension. Let's take this moment to refocus our mission, he announces, raising his voice to command attention. We've seen the shadows lurking, and we know the threat is real. Today, we fight for our home. The villagers nod, spirits lifting slightly in response to Kaelan's rallying cry. Lira steps forward, determination shining in her eyes. We need to remember what we're fighting for. Our families depend on us. We can't let fear dictate our actions. Kaelan nods, feeling the warmth of camaraderie enveloping them. Exactly. We've trained for this, and together we will make a difference, he replies, reassured by her words. But just then, an anxious villager speaks up. What if there are too many of them? What if we can't hold our ground? Doubt lingers, creating ripples of uncertainty among the group. Kaelan turns to the source, meeting their worried gaze. We can't let fear cloud our judgment. If we work together, trust in each other's strengths, we can adapt, even if things take an unexpected turn, he encourages, striving to instill confidence while acknowledging their valid concerns. Galen steps forward, his confidence faltering. We need to have a backup plan in case the worst happens. I've seen how quickly things can change. His words resonate, emphasizing the reality of their situation. Then we create that plan, Kaelan responds, gathering his thoughts with urgency. If we face overwhelming numbers, we regroup at the fallback point. We can't risk anyone getting left behind. The collective resolve of the villagers begins to solidify, Kaelan physically feeling the trust in their renewed commitment. Each suggestion, every voice that chimed in, only reinforces their unity, reminding him of the internal transformations that have occurred within. As they finalize arrangements, Kaelan knows that today's decisions will shape their future. He feels more confident than ever, committed to leading this community, ready to protect their home as they brace for the uncertainty lying ahead. As the day progresses, Kaelan watches the villagers move with purpose, wrapping up preparations for the unpredictable confrontation ahead. Uncertainty still lingers in the corners of their discussions, but Kaelan senses a shift in the atmosphere, a shared determination coursing through the air. He approaches a group gathered around a pile of weapons, ensuring they're prepared for whatever may come. We need to check that everything is in working order, he reminds them, moving among the villagers to inspect their supplies. Are we sure this is enough? One villager questions, her voice tinged with apprehension. What if they come at us with a much larger force? Kaelan understands the concern etched on her face. We've prepared as best as we can. We're stronger together, and our unity gives us the strength to face any threat. His words are fervent as he aims to instill confidence in those around him. With a few affirming nods, the villagers return to their tasks, but he can still feel the ripple of doubt not quite dissipating. He knows that it's not just the resources they possess that will determine their fate, but the belief they hold in one another. Suddenly, Lira approaches him, her brow furrowed. "I've been thinking about our defenses. What if we're too spread out? We could end up weakening our positions if we're not careful," she suggests, the awareness of risks sharpening her focus. Kaelan contemplates her concern, recognizing the value in her perspective. "You're right. Let's consolidate our defenses around key locations, ensuring we have backups where we need them," he decides, infusing the discussion with a sense of urgency. As they discuss new arrangements, he watches the villagers shift efficiently into action, their trust in him undeniable. Kaelan feels a swell of gratitude for their support. He's not just leading, but also growing together with them. Each decision made today marks a step toward reclaiming their power and finding their strength. Kaelan feels the energy of commitment solidify around them, ready to protect their home as the sun begins to set, casting long shadows that remind them of the night's uncertainties. Their combined resolve will be their greatest weapon, and he is determined to steer them through whatever challenges lie in wait. As the sun begins to dip below the horizon, casting long shadows across the village, Kaelan gathers the villagers once more, sensing the urgency that hangs palpably in the air. "We need to stay vigilant as darkness falls. The enemy may come at any moment," he declares, his voice resonant with determination. The villagers nod, their expressions reflecting the seriousness of his words as they prepare to finalize the last details of their defense. Kaelan notices Lira checking her quiver, ensuring her arrows are ready and within reach, her focus unwavering. "We can't let our guard down, even for a second," she says, emphasizing the importance of being prepared for whatever the night may bring. Her conviction bolsters the morale of those around her, shining as a light of hope amidst uncertainty. Nearby, Galen paces, his energy shifting restlessly as he glances toward the forest's edge. "What if they've already spotted us? What if they've sent messengers to rally reinforcements?" he muses, whirring the lip of his weapon with his thumb, a familiar anxiety creeping back into his demeanor. Kaelan steps closer to Galen, trying to anchor him. "We have to trust our preparations. We've come too far to allow fear to dictate our actions," he insists, his voice steady. He feels the weight of leadership within him, knowing that addressing concerns head-on is vital for maintaining unity in the face of uncertainty. "That's right," Lira interjects, offering her own brand of reassurance. "We've proven ourselves capable time and again. If we work together and remain adaptable, we'll be ready for anything." Kaelan watches as the group begins to nod in agreement, determination slowly replacing doubt. The strength of their unity fills the space around them, fostering a resolve that flows through the gathered villagers. "Let's remain connected. If there's movement in the trees, or even a change in the atmosphere, signal immediately," Kaelan emphasizes, the memory of their training resurfacing as he solidifies their strategy. As villagers disperse to their assigned positions, Kaelan feels a renewed sense of determination. He knows that today's efforts are not just about preparing for a fight. They are about nurturing the bonds that have formed within the village. With a clear focus on what lies ahead, he steps into the fray, committed to protecting everything they hold dear. Chapter 20, The Aftermath. As the early morning light filters through the trees, Kaelan stands at the edge of the village, surveying the landscape with a sense of urgency. The aftermath of recent events weighs on him, a reminder of the challenges they've faced and the ones still looming on the horizon. Determined to assess their progress, he gathers the villagers in the square, the atmosphere charged with anticipation. "Let's take stock of what we have accomplished and what still needs to be done," he calls out, feeling the collective focus of the group shift toward him. The villagers shuffle closer, eyes expectant and brows furrowed. Kaelan pulls out a rough map, spread out on a wooden crate, and points to key areas where they've fortified defenses. "We've made great strides, but we need to ensure we are prepared for any future conflicts," he emphasizes, wanting to instill a sense of resolve. As Kaelan speaks, he notices Lira stepping forward, her brow creased in thought. "We should also review the intelligence from our scouts. They reported a significant increase in activity near the western timberlands, she adds, showcasing her proactive approach and commitment to their shared goal. Kaelan nods, recognizing the importance of her insights. Absolutely. We need to factor that into our next steps. Just as he's about to move on, a villager pushes through the crowd. But what if we've prepared all this and it's still not enough? The question echoes in the air, a reminder of the fears that linger despite their hard work. Kaelan takes a deep breath, ready to confront the doubts. If we face challenges, we will adapt. That's what we've done every time we encountered a setback. We will learn and grow from it, he assures, his tone firm. As the villagers begin to discuss roles and tasks, Kaelan feels a flicker of hope as they engage in the conversation. They have learned to lean on each other, and he knows this trust will be vital as they prepare for what lies ahead. Determined to maintain that sense of unity, Kaelan continues to outline their goals. Aware that every decision made today will lay the groundwork for their resilience in the face of any further threats. Together, they will face whatever challenges await, fortified by the bonds they've built along their journey. With the villagers gathered and discussions underway, Kaelan's mind races as he considers their next steps. We need to adapt our strategy based on the enemy's movements, he asserts, pointing to the recently gathered intelligence on the map. If they're increasing their forces, we must fortify our defenses and gather additional resources. Lira leans closer to the map, her finger tracing the western timberlands. We should focus on that area first. It's the most vulnerable, she suggests, her keen instincts guiding her insight. Kaelan nods, appreciating her perspective. Absolutely. We'll redirect our efforts to strengthen that perimeter while keeping watch for any further changes. As they start to strategize, a villager voice emerges from the back of the group, filled with hesitation. But what if they hit us while we're unprepared? Should we really focus our resources on just one area? Kaelan turns to address the concern, aware of the unease simmering in their hearts. If we spread ourselves too thin, we risk falling short. We'll adapt as needed, but prioritizing is essential in reinforcing our defense, he explains, hoping to ease their worries while maintaining clarity in their objectives. Another villager steps in, more optimistic. We could also use scouts to gather information about the enemy's movements while we work. If we know what's coming, we can react more effectively, he suggests, the idea igniting a spark of enthusiasm in the crowd. Great thinking, Kaelan replies, embedding the idea into the evolving strategy. Every piece of information helps us stay one step ahead and fortifies our position. We'll follow two paths: bolster the defenses and gather intel simultaneously. As they plunge into action, Kaelan feels a sense of empowerment building. The engagement and collaboration of the villagers reveal how far they've come. With each passing moment, he knows their collective strength is not just a result of their preparations, but also of the deeper connections they've forged through shared experiences, connections that will carry them through the trials ahead. As they finalize their plans, Kaelan feels the lingering tension in the air, a mix of determination and anxiety palpable among the villagers. He meets the gaze of those around him, noticing the flicker of uncertainty in some eyes. Let's make sure everyone knows their role and what to expect, he urges, wanting to instill clarity amidst the chaos. Lira looks at him, a hint of worry evident. What if our plans change again? We can't predict everything, she expresses, her concern illuminating the lingering doubts in the group. Kaelan steps closer, firm in his resolve. We can adjust as we go. Every challenge we face adds to our strength. We've dealt with unpredictability before, and we can do it again together, he replies, aiming to bolster their faith in the plan. Galen, still grappling with his earlier anxieties, leans in. But if we run out of time or resources, he begins, but Kaelan interrupts, sensing the urgency of action. Then we adapt. We always have options. If something goes wrong, we rethink our strategy and regroup. The villagers begin to murmur in agreement, and Kaelan can see confidence returning gradually. Gather your supplies and finalize your tasks. We're in this together, and together we will make it through, he encourages, reinforcing the idea that their success lies in unity. As they prepare for what's to come, Kaelan observes each team member stepping into their roles, ready to tackle the challenges ahead. The energy in the village shifts, transforming the initial doubts into a resolute collective spirit. Feeling the pulse of the moment, Kaelan understands that the experiences they've shared have prepared them for the journey ahead. He embraces the responsibility of leadership, knowing that decisions made today will shape their future as they stand ready to face the impending storm together. As the final details of their preparations come together, Kaelan gathers everyone's attention once more. "We need to reinforce our perimeter and assign everyone their roles clearly," he insists, the urgency of the moment clear in his tone. The villagers respond quickly, their expressions focused and determined. Lira steps forward, laying out her observations from the previous encounters. "We should position the archers here, near the trees, to give them cover while they can still see the incoming threats," she suggests, pointing to a spot that offers both protection and visibility. Kaelan nods appreciatively, energy coursing through him as they map out their defense strategies. "That's a solid position. Let's also create fallback points in case we need to retreat and regroup." However, one villager hesitates, an anxious look crossing her face. "But what if they know about our positions and come prepared?" Kaelan steps closer, addressing her concern head-on. "That's why adaptability is key. We'll train for various situations, ensuring that we can adjust on the fly." His reassurance seems to help a little, though the air still hums with tension. Another villager speaks up. "If we have to adapt, we need clear signals to communicate. I suggest we use colored flags for alerts." This idea generates interest, and the villagers exchange ideas about how to implement it. Kaelan feels a surge of pride as they begin to explore these options together, embracing the power of collaboration. "Let's gather flags and create a clear system for signaling," he says, incorporating their suggestions into the evolving plan. "Everyone's input matters. We'll refine our strategy based on our circumstances and remain flexible." As they finalize their roles and organize supplies, Kaelan observes the villagers rallying around the plan, their earlier doubts beginning to dissipate. He knows that each decision made today will forge a stronger foundation for their defense. With a sense of determination, he steps back to take in the scene, the villagers working in unison, each member contributing to their shared goal. Kaelan understands that this preparation goes beyond just securing their safety. It cultivates trust and resilience that will carry them through any challenge that lies ahead. As the villagers focus on their tasks, Kaelan moves among them, encouraging and directing their efforts. He pauses to witness the transformation unfolding. The anxious faces from earlier have shifted to expressions of determination and purpose. "Let's make sure we're equipped for the challenges ahead," he reminds them, his voice steady as they continue their preparations. He can feel their trust in him strengthening, and it fuels his commitment to protect everyone in the village. While checking supplies, he spots Lira diligently organizing a set of weapons. "How's it looking?" he asks, appreciating her dedication. "Almost ready," she replies, a fierce spark in her eyes. "I've accounted for everything, but I think we could use a few more arrows." Kaelan nods, recognizing the importance of her proactive approach. "I'll find a few of the younger villagers to help gather more resources. We'll bring in every bit we can find." Just then, a villager approaches, her expression anxious. "What if they return before we're adequately prepared? What if we don't have enough?" Kaelan knows the worries that persist within the group, but his resolve remains firm. "We prepare to the best of our ability. If we fall short, we adapt," he assures her, his voice filled with conviction. "That's what we've learned." The villagers listen closely, and he can sense their fears beginning to lift. Their hesitance is replaced by a growing determination, reflecting his own inner transformation. Kaelan feels grateful for their support. Each interaction reinforces the bonds they've built through shared experiences. As he watches them mobilize, Kaelan realizes that every moment spent preparing not only fortifies their defenses, but also cultivates a community bound by trust. He takes a deep breath, ready for the trials that lie ahead, confident in their collective strength and the steps they take together. As the preparations conclude, Kaelan takes a moment to observe the village, filled with a sense of urgency and growing camaraderie among the villagers. The sun hangs low, casting golden hues across their makeshift fortifications, making the effort they've poured in feel tangible and real. "Let's regroup one last time before nightfall," he calls out, gathering everyone together. The villagers come, faces marked by determination and readiness, a reflection of the collective effort they've invested. Kaelan stands before them, mapping out the plan one final time. "We've reinforced our defenses, gathered supplies, and formed our teams. Now we need to stay sharp. We'll establish watch points and ensure communication remains open," he emphasizes, his voice steadying them as the excitement electrifies the crowd. As they listen, he notices some villagers exchanging unsure glances, a flicker of doubt hovering just beneath the surface. "What if the enemy surprises us again? What if we can't react in time?" one questions, the concern finding its way into the collective sentiment. Kaelan addresses the concerns head-on. "If we face any unexpected surprises, we'll adapt. Our training has prepared us for contingencies. Fear won't save us, but unity will," he replies, drawing on the strength of their shared experiences to reinforce their resolve. In response, Lira steps forward, expressing her belief in their capabilities. "We've come through challenges together before. We can do it again. Our bond makes us stronger." Her words resonate within the crowd, shifting the energy from apprehension to determination. With spirits high, Kaelan feels a surge of pride as the villagers begin to arrange themselves into their designated roles. He realizes that the trust they have built can hold them together in the face of any threat. With a sense of purpose, he addresses the group once more. "Together, we protect our home. Let's show anyone that dares to threaten us the strength of our unity." As they prepare for the night ahead, Kaelan knows that today's solidified bonds and newfound confidence will serve as the foundation for the trials yet to come. The journey is far from over, but he feels ready to lead his community into the challenges that lie ahead, one step at a time. Chapter 21, The Road to Recovery. The morning sun breaks through the trees, bathing the village in a warm glow as Kaelan stands at the center of the square, surveying the scene before him. The remnants of their recent preparations are scattered around, hints of the energy they've poured into fortifying their home still evident. Kaelan takes a deep breath, grounding himself as he feels the weight of responsibility settle on his shoulders. There's an air of anticipation in the village, a sense that something significant is about to unfold. He gathers the villagers once again, sensing the urgency that hangs heavy in the air. "We need to discuss our next steps," he begins, noting the mix of determination and anxiety in their expressions. "The threat remains, and we have to be proactive in our approach." The villagers respond attentively, their attention focused on him. "What can we do now?" one asks, the question hanging in the air, a reminder of both their fears and commitment. Kaelan ponders for a moment, recalling the strategies they've discussed in the past. "We must reach out to neighboring settlements. If we can build our alliances, we can stand together against whatever threats may come. Communication is key," he replies, his tone confident in the need for collaboration. Lira nods, her spirit buoyed by his determination. "I can lead that effort. I know the routes and who we need to contact," she asserts, stepping forward, eager to contribute without hesitation. "Thank you, Lira," Kaelan acknowledges, feeling gratitude bloom within him for her initiative. As the conversation continues, he realizes that there's a shift happening within the group. The doubts that linger have begun to dissipate, replaced by a sense of shared purpose. Each villager feels empowered to share ideas and contribute to their strategies, fortifying their unity in the face of uncertainty. Kaelan stands taller, knowing this moment represents not just a continuation of their fight, but a transformation within him as a leader. The will to protect their village has blossomed into a collective ambition, and he embraces the path ahead, ready to face whatever challenges lie in wait. With the plan taking shape, Kaelan watches the villagers disperse to carry out their tasks, a sense of urgency and commitment propelling them forward. Lira moves quickly to gather a small team for the mission to seek out allies, her determination shining as she rallies the villagers. "All right, everyone, listen up," she calls out, her voice carrying through the square. "We need to split into pairs to cover more ground. We'll take the routes that connect to the neighboring settlements. Remember to keep track of your surroundings." Kaelan admires her confidence. recognizing the fire in her words as she quickly assigns pairs. As they organize, he takes a moment to reflect on how far they've come. Lira, once just his friend, has transformed into a formidable leader in her own right. Galen approaches Kaelan, still catching his breath. "What if they don't want to help us?" "We could end up worse off," he says, worry creeping back into his voice as he recalls past rejections. Kaelan turns to him, reassessing their partnership. "Then we don't give up. We present our case and demonstrate our commitment to protecting the region. If we act with conviction, they'll see that we're worth supporting," he replies, his tone steady. Just then, another villager enters the discussion, uncertainty reflected in their expression. "But what if they think we're just trying to take advantage of them?" Kaelan nods, recognizing the validity of their fears, but also a collective need to push through. "We offer what we can in return. We'll build alliances based on mutual support, not dependence," he assures them, feeling the role of leadership settling more comfortably within him. As the teams begin to set out, Kaelan feels a buoyant sense of purpose. Each interaction reinforces the bonds they've formed, showcasing their growing trust. This moment is pivotal not just for their mission, but for Kaelan's evolving role as a leader, one who values the voices of others, understanding that their collective strength will shape their future success. "Stay focused, and we'll regroup here at dusk," he calls, watching as they move away, ready to embrace the challenges ahead with newfound courage and unity. As the teams set off in different directions, Kaelan watches the familiar figures moving into the distance. Each step they take is filled with purpose, but a sense of trepidation lingers in the air. He takes a moment to breathe, preparing himself for what lies ahead. With Lira and her team heading toward the northern route, Kaelan can see her confidence radiating, inspiring others. He feels a surge of gratitude as he recalls their shared experiences, the trials they've faced together. The bond they've built holds a strength that empowers him, urging him to confront the uncertainties before them. A few villagers remain behind, their expressions mixed with excitement and worry, sensing the potential risks involved in reaching out for help. Kaelan approaches them, determination shining through. "We've faced threats before. We've trained for this moment. Our courage will light the way," he assures, hoping to dispel the clouds of doubt. One villager, still hesitant, raises a hand. "What if we're not prepared for what they say? What if they turn us away again?" Kaelan pauses, weighing the worry behind the question. "If they don't want to ally with us, we adapt. We don't let that stop us from seeking support elsewhere. Every connection we make is valuable," he replies, channeling the lessons he's learned during their journey. As he speaks, Kaelan can see the villagers start to absorb his words, a flicker of inspiration igniting in their eyes. "We are stronger together, united in our resolve," he adds, feeling the weight of leadership not as a burden, but as a powerful bond that ties them together. With renewed hope, Kaelan turns back toward the growing shadows of the forest, ready to forge ahead. He knows that the decisions they make now will lay the groundwork for future security and unity. As dusk approaches, he steels himself for the challenges ahead, committed to ensuring that no one from their village has to face the darkness alone. As Kaelan continues to prepare the villagers for their next steps, he senses the air thick with anticipation. The prospect of reaching out to their neighbors looms larger, and he feels the urgency propelling him forward. He knows that today's efforts will not only decide their fate, but also shape the relationships within their community. "Let's ensure we're clear on our intentions when we approach the neighboring villages," he begins, addressing the remaining villagers with intention. "We'll emphasize that we're seeking allies against a common threat and that our strength lies in unity." Many faces reflect determination, but he catches a few skeptical looks lingering in the crowd. One villager speaks up. "What if they refuse to help us? We may end up with nothing but more enemies." "That's a possibility," Kaelan replies, acknowledging the fear that still exists within the group. "But we can't let fear lead us. If they won't assist, we'll keep searching for those who will. We can always adapt our approach." Lira immediately reinforces his sentiment. "And if they see our commitment and effort, they might be more inclined to lend their support." Trust in our cause, she declares, the confidence in her voice resonating with the villagers. Kaelan feels a flicker of encouragement growing among the group, the shared purpose drawing them closer. The early discussions have led to a renewed sense of cohesion, and he knows that their willingness to work together will fortify their bonds moving forward. I believe that our resolve and actions will speak louder than our fears, he asserts, his tone steady as he scans the crowd. Let's be ready to move quickly and show them that we stand united as a community. With a sense of clarity and focus, Kaelan watches as the villagers nod in agreement, ready to embrace the challenges ahead. Their commitment to the mission grows stronger, echoing the trust they have built together. In this moment, he feels more assured than ever that they will face whatever lies ahead, fortified by the relationships they've nurtured along the way. With their plans in place, the villagers begin to gather in small groups, preparing to set off toward the neighboring villages. Kaelan feels the mix of excitement and tension in the air, aware that the path ahead is filled with possibilities yet unknown. Ensure everyone has what they need before leaving, he instructs, moving among them to check supplies and equipment, ensuring that each villager is prepared for the journey ahead. He feels a sense of purpose growing stronger with every interaction. Lira rushes over, her arms filled with provisions. I've put together some extra supplies for our allies. If they agree to help us, we want to offer something in return, she says, her voice filled with conviction. That's a great idea, Lira, Kaelan replies, appreciating her foresight and generosity. It reinforces his belief that they are building meaningful alliances based on mutual support. As the final mobilization begins, Galen approaches Kaelan, his demeanor still a blend of eagerness and trepidation. What if they think we're just begging for help? What if they don't take us seriously? He asks, worry shadowing his features. Kaelan senses the familiar tension creeping back, but stands firm. Then we'll show them that we're not just asking, we're forming a coalition. They'll see the strength we have within our community and the trust we're willing to build. He asserts, his voice steady. Galen nods slowly, the conviction in Kaelan's words washing over him, creating a flicker of resolve amidst the uncertainty. Kaelan adds, let's remember that by reaching out, we're not just seeking aid, we're creating relationships that can protect us all. As they gather the last of their supplies, Kaelan watches the villagers engage with excitement, their confidence bolstered by his insistence on unity and trust. They are not just heading into unknown territory. They are embarking on a mission to strengthen their community and ensure their collective future. With the final preparations complete, Kaelan feels a surge of hope. The path ahead may be fraught with challenges, but together they have developed into a resilient force, ready to face the unknown and claim their destiny. As the villagers prepare to depart for the neighboring settlements, Kaelan takes a moment to reflect on their progress and the bonds they've built. The atmosphere hums with a mix of excitement and determination. He feels the weight of responsibility, but also a sense of purpose as they embark on this important mission. Let's make sure we stay together during our travels, he declares, addressing the assembled group. We can't let anything divide us, especially when we're out there looking for support. Nodding heads and murmurs of agreement ripple through the crowd, fueling Kaelan's confidence. Lira stands beside him, her bow within reach, ready for the journey. With our training and this plan, we'll be able to clearly communicate with our allies, she adds, her enthusiasm infectious. Kaelan smiles, appreciating her spirit. Exactly. We have prepared for this, and together we'll make our way forward. As they begin to organize into their teams, Kaelan notices the doubts in some faces start to dissipate. In contrast, a few villagers seem hesitant about the journey, glancing at each other with uncertainty. One whispers, "What if we face trouble on the road? What if they don't support us?" Kaelan feels the need to address those fears. "If we encounter challenges, we'll confront them together," he reassures, his voice firm and clear. "We are more than just a group. We're a community united in our goals." As they continue to assemble their gear and supplies, he steps closer to the hesitant villagers. "Every one of you is vital to this mission, and your courage is what will inspire our allies," Kaelan emphasizes, hoping to strengthen their resolve. Feeling the energy of unity pulse through the gathering, Kaelan leads them forward, heart racing with anticipation. He knows that this mission not only seeks support, but will also reinforce the bonds they share. Each decision they make together is a step toward fostering trust and resilience in their village. With determination fueling his steps, Kaelan is ready to embrace whatever challenges lie ahead. He knows that their journey will shape their community's future, and he is committed to guiding them through the darkness toward the light of possibility. Chapter 22. The Crossroads of Fate. The village buzzes with activity as Kaelan and his team set out to execute their plans, but an unexpected shadow looms overhead. Just as Kaelan gathers the volunteers for the scouting mission, a piercing scream slices through the air, sending a chill down his spine. "Everyone, stay alert," he shouts, his instincts kicking in as he surveys the scene. The villagers freeze, eyes darting to the source of the disturbance, unease rippling through the crowd. Kaelan's heart races as he rushes toward the sound. Lira and Galen close behind. They weave through the scattered villagers, each thrusting into action, concern etched in their features. When Kaelan arrives at the edge of the forest, he finds a villager trembling and pointing into the trees, eyes wide with fear. "They came back. I saw them, shadowy figures lurking just beyond the tree line," the villager exclaims, panic evident in her voice. Kaelan feels the air thicken with anxiety as he processes this new threat. "Gather everyone. We need to reinforce the village's defenses now," he commands, urgency propelling him forward. Lira looks at Kaelan, panic flaring momentarily. "Do you think we can hold them off again?" Kaelan meets her gaze with determination. "We have to. We've worked too hard to let this threaten our home." As the villagers scramble to follow his orders, Kaelan feels the weight of responsibility settle heavily, yet he remains resolute. "We'll prepare and adapt. Every encounter teaches us to be smarter and stronger," he reassures them, infusing confidence into his words. But he knows the doubts still linger among the villagers, and he understands the importance of addressing their fears head-on. He rallies the group, emphasizing the need for unity. "This time, we do it together. Our only chance is to stand as one." As they move swiftly to implement his instructions, Kaelan senses a shift in the air, a deepened sense of urgency solidifying their resolve to protect their village. This moment marks a pivotal turn, reminding him that in every challenge lies the potential for growth, both for himself and the community they've built together. Kaelan moves quickly, heart racing, as he surveys the gathering villagers, anxious energy infusing the air. "We need to solidify our defenses and ensure everyone knows their roles," he declares, his voice firm with authority. The urgency of the moment brings a heightened focus among the group as they prepare to fortify their positions. He begins distributing weapons and supplies, making sure that every villager is equipped for the impending confrontation. "Archers, take your positions on the rooftops to maintain a vantage point," he instructs, watching as they nod in understanding, their expressions set with determination. "Galen, you'll oversee the barricades at the main entrance. I want it secured tightly," he continues, feeling a swell of pride as Galen steps forward, his shoulders squared. "I can do that," he replies, newfound confidence threading through his voice, revealing the growth he's made since their earlier battles. As the villagers scatter to fulfill their tasks, Kaelan feels the mix of hope and apprehension thickening in the air. He pauses to address a small group who seem hesitant, their glances flicking nervously around the square. "Remember, we've trained for this. We've faced uncertainty and emerged stronger every time. Trust in each other," he encourages, sensing the gravity of their fears. One villager raises a hand, her voice shaky. "What if we're not fully prepared? What if our efforts fall short?" Kaelan meets her eyes, understanding the anxieties that persist. "All we can do is our best, and I truly believe that together we can rise to any challenge," he reassures her, his voice unwavering. He feels the weight of his words resonating through the crowd, hoping to instill confidence where doubt has taken root. As they prepare, Kaelan reflects on the journey that has brought them here, the bond of trust facilitating each step. He knows that the decisions made today will carry far-reaching consequences, and he feels ready to lead his community into the darker hours ahead. There is much at stake, but their collective strength will be their greatest weapon against the uncertain future. As the villagers continue their preparations, Kaelan moves among them, inspecting their work and offering encouragement. He notices a lingering apprehension in some of their faces, an echo of the fear that has gripped them since the threat emerged. Let's take a moment to address any concerns, he suggests, gathering their attention. This isn't just about strength in numbers. It's about trust in each other as we face what's to come. One villager steps forward, visibly anxious. What if we don't have enough weapons? What if we're overwhelmed? Their voice quivers, resonating with the doubts that linger just beneath the surface. Kaelan nods, acknowledging the question with empathy. We may face challenges, but we'll face them together. Our strength lies not just in our weapons, but in our willingness to support one another. We're not alone in this fight, he reassures them, channeling the lessons he's learned throughout their journey. Nearby, Lira expresses her own concern. What about scouting? We need to stay informed about their movements so we can adapt our strategy, she adds, reflecting a proactive mindset that fuels Kaelan's determination. Yes, I want to double our scouting efforts, Kaelan responds, inspired by her insight. The more information we have, the better prepared we will be. As discussions continue, Kaelan feels a burgeoning sense of unity. The villagers begin to share ideas and thoughts about their strengths and how they can leverage them. He sees Galen stepping forward, a twin flame of determination igniting in his eyes. I'll lead one of the scouting parties. We can cover more ground if we send out small teams, he offers, revealing a sense of growth and confidence in his abilities. That's a solid plan, Kaelan affirms, feeling pride swell within him as the villagers embrace their roles. Each voice contributes to the foundation they're setting, and he recognizes the depth of their bond, their willingness to protect one another, to adapt as needed. With each response and suggestion, Kaelan senses the fear begin to recede, replaced by a shared resolve and commitment. He knows that the decisions made today will play a crucial role in shaping their future, laying the groundwork for not just survival, but the thriving of their community. With their plans taking shape, Kaelan stands at the center of the gathered villagers, feeling the weight of their expectations pressing down on him. He knows the stakes are higher than ever, and the urgency of the situation quickens his pulse. Let's outline what we've learned and how we can prepare, he says, addressing the group with clarity. We must adapt to the information we have, and the trust we've built is going to be essential. The villagers listen intently, some nodding in agreement as Kaelan lays out the specifics. We need to establish clear communication when we're out scouting, and every detail shared could mean the difference between preparation and catastrophe. Lira steps in, her confidence evident as she reiterates his points. We can also set up signals between teams so that everyone stays informed while staying hidden, she suggests, her proactive nature shining through. Kaelan feels encouraged by Lira's contributions and turns to address a villager who seems skeptical. We have to ensure we're smart about this. If we communicate effectively, we can manage any uncertainties that arise, he explains, meeting interest and concern alike with an unwavering gaze. However, there's still a hint of doubt lingering in the air. A villager raises their hand, trembling slightly. But what if they're already planning an attack while we're busy preparing? What if we can't adapt quickly enough? Kaelan takes a steadying breath, recognizing that addressing fears is just as important as formulating plans. That's why we need to work together. Every moment we train and every conversation we have builds our ability to respond, he assures them, feeling the resolve in his voice. As they delve deeper into their strategy, Kaelan observes the villagers engaging more openly, contributing thoughts and ideas that reflect their shared commitment. His heart swells with pride at their willingness to take on challenges as a united front. Driven by their collective spirit, Kaelan knows that the decisions made in this moment will shape their course. The transformation he has undergone as a leader is evident, and he embraces the opportunity to guide the villagers into a future where they stand strong together against the shadows that threaten them. With the villagers energized by their renewed sense of purpose, Kaelan moves among them, checking in on preparations as they finalize their strategies. He can feel a wave of hope wash over the group, transforming their earlier fears into determination. "Let's ensure we have everything we need," he calls out, glancing at the makeshift supplies gathered together, a testament to their hard work and collaboration. Each villager appears focused, their faces set with resolve, ready to face the challenges ahead. As they hustle about, Kaelan notices Lira coordinating the scouts, her voice carrying clear instructions. "Remember to stay in touch through the signals we established. We need to know if anything changes." Her confidence shines through as she takes charge, guiding others with an encouraging demeanor. Just then, Galen approaches Kaelan, hesitance still evident in his expression. "What if we can't handle everything we've prepared for? What if something goes wrong?" he asks, the anxiety in his voice a reminder of the weight they all share. Kaelan feels the familiar tension but stands firm. "Then we adapt, just as we've learned to do. Every setback has shaped us into who we are now," he replies, the conviction in his voice resounding with authority. Nearby, a villager interjects, his face troubled. "What if we run out of resources? I don't want to be caught unprepared." "Preparation means we take every possibility into account," Kaelan reassures him. "We'll make adjustments as necessary. We've come too far to let worry hold us back. We protect our home. That's our priority." As the villagers begin to engage with each other, discussing logistics and sharing ideas, Kaelan observes the collective spirit strengthening. He recognizes how their willingness to come together will be crucial during the impending conflicts. With each step taken, he feels a sense of growth within himself, a reflection of the journey they've all undertaken. Kaelan understands that every suggestion offered and every decision made is a building block toward not just surviving, but thriving as a community, prepared for whatever challenges lie ahead. With the sun illuminating the village in a soft glow, Kaelan stands at the center, feeling a mix of pride and responsibility wash over him. The preparations they've put in place begin to solidify into a cohesive defense, but he knows their unity must remain strong. "Teamwork has gotten us this far, and it will carry us through," he reminds the gathered villagers, their eyes focused on him, waiting for direction. "We'll ensure everyone knows their roles and is ready to adapt if needed." Lira steps to the forefront, her energy infectious as she encourages the younger villagers. "We can do this. Let's show everyone that we're capable of greatness." Her enthusiasm sparks camaraderie, knitting the group closer together in the face of uncertainty. Kaelan feels a rush of confidence at her words, recognizing the collective spirit thriving among them. He notices Galen standing slightly apart, a flicker of doubt crossing his face. "This isn't going to be easy, Kaelan," he says, uncertainty still marking his tone. "What if we fail at protecting the village?" "Failures are how we learn," Kaelan replies firmly, stepping toward Galen. "If we stick together and trust each other, we will find a way to succeed." Their exchange thickens the bond between them, a reflection of the growth they've both experienced through their trials. As Kaelan surveys the villagers, he feels the weight of leadership settle comfortably on his shoulders. The trust they have in each other reinforces his commitment to guide them through whatever lies ahead. "Let's take the next steps as one cohesive unit," he states, grounding them in their shared mission. "Together, we are stronger than any threat." With renewed vigor, the villagers mobilize into action, eager to embrace the tasks at hand. Kaelan watches them, heart swelling with determination as he recognizes that today is about more than just survival. It's about forging connections that will carry them into the future, ready to stand united against any challenges that may arise. Chapter 23, The Bonds Forged. Kaelan stands at the edge of the village, the morning sun rising behind him, casting a golden light over the gathered villagers. They are preparing to set out for neighboring settlements, and anticipation hangs thick in the air. Kaelan can feel the mixture of excitement and trepidation from the crowd, their eyes glancing towards him for guidance. "Today, we seek alliances that will strengthen us against the shadows we've faced," he declares, his voice steady, projecting confidence. The villagers nod, a chorus of understanding washing over them, ready to embrace the mission ahead. He studies the faces of those assembled, noting the energy that thrums through the group, each villager imbued with determination. "Remember, It's not just about gathering support, it's about forging lasting bonds that will protect our future, Kaelan continues, grounding their purpose in shared values. Lira steps forward, her enthusiasm resonating with the crowd. I'll lead a team to the north. We owe it to ourselves to reach out and show our commitment, she asserts, a sense of agency dancing in her eyes. Kaelan acknowledges her initiative with a proud smile. Great. We need to be unified in our approach. Galen, can you lead the southern route and keep an eye out for any potential threats? He asks, keen to reinforce the teamwork that has become their strength. Absolutely. I'll make sure we're vigilant, Galen replies, the resolve in his voice rising as he embraces the responsibilities ahead. As they finalize their plans, Kaelan senses the growing trust within the group. Each member feels empowered, ready to contribute to the mission and protect their community. The conversations buzz with possibilities, and Kaelan feels the spark of hope igniting among them. I believe in all of you, he says, reinforcing their commitment to one another. We're stronger together, and these connections will help us face whatever challenges lie ahead. With the villagers preparing to set out, Kaelan feels a mix of excitement and dread. This journey will not only determine their immediate future, but will also shape the dynamics of their community. Taking a deep breath, he steels himself for the path they are about to walk together, ready to embrace collaboration as they seek allies against the darkness. With the plan established, Kaelan leads the group toward the neighboring settlements, every footfall echoing with determination. The path winds through the forest, and the vibrant colors of the sunlit trees around him fill him with a sense of purpose. Keep a lookout for any signs of the enemy, he instructs, glancing back at Lira and Galen, who walk closely behind. They nod in acknowledgement, their expressions reflecting the gravity of the mission ahead. As they traverse deeper into the woods, Kaelan feels a renewed sense of unity among the team. Each member remains alert, scanning their surroundings while also sharing their knowledge and observations. Remember to communicate any findings, he reminds them, the importance of teamwork resonating in his words. Suddenly, they come upon a small clearing where they can spot the first village in the distance. Kaelan pauses, taking a moment to evaluate the setting. His heart races at the thought of forming alliances, but a flicker of doubt tinges the excitement. What if they refuse to help us again? Lira asks, her voice laced with concern as she peeks through the trees. Kaelan feels a chill at her words, but lifts his chin, steering them away from insecurity. Then we won't give up. We'll keep seeking allies until we find those willing to stand with us, he replies with conviction, determined to transform doubt into hope. As they continue toward the village, Galen catches up to Kaelan, his brow furrowed. What's our approach if they're unwelcoming? He presses, revealing the concern beneath his newfound strength. We approach openly and demonstrate our commitment, Kaelan responds, feeling the weight of the moment. We must convey that we stand united, not just for ourselves, but for the greater good of all villages. As they draw closer, Kaelan reflects on how far they've come. The lessons learned and the bonds forged throughout their journey have prepared them for this moment. He feels a sense of maturity in his leadership, knowing that they must navigate uncertainty with resilience and solidarity. In this pivotal moment, Kaelan reassures himself that their shared mission and the strength of their unity will guide them through whatever awaits. Together, they will confront the future, be prepared to embrace the challenges and opportunities that lie ahead. As they approach the neighboring village, Kaelan feels a mix of excitement and trepidation swirling within him. The villagers they pass seem wary but curious, their eyes flickering toward the unexpected visitors. Kaelan takes a deep breath, urging himself to project confidence as he steps into the center of the gathering. Hello, we come from the village of Eldenwood, he calls out, his voice steady. We're seeking allies to help us face the dangers threatening our homes. A few villagers step closer, whispering among themselves, their expressions shifting from caution to interest. Kaelan can sense the curiosity brewing, but he also feels the skepticism lingering. One elder steps forward, her gaze sharp. What makes you think we should trust you? She questions, folding her arms defiantly across her chest. Kaelan meets her piercing eyes, feeling the weight of the moment. Because we've faced darkness ourselves, and we recognize the strength in uniting against a common enemy. Together, we can protect what is important to both our villages, he replies, sincerity woven into his words. Lira stands beside him, her presence lending support. We have evidence of the threat. We've seen the encroaching shadows and can prepare defenses together. Our villages can stand stronger united, she adds, her tone underscoring their commitment. The elder studies them for a moment, considering their words. And what do you offer in return for our aid, she asks, the challenge sparking a flicker of hesitation in Kaelan's heart. Kaelan glances at his team, knowing they must present their case seriously. We offer our skills and the promise of a shared alliance. We can help defend your village as well, he states, emphasizing the reciprocal nature of the relationships they wish to forge. He watches as the villagers converse, measuring his words, weighing the risks against potential benefits. It's a tense moment, and he can sense the shift in dynamics as alliances begin to form. I believe in what we're doing, Lira asserts, her head held high. The confidence in her voice resonates through the group, mirroring Kaelan's own belief that trust must be nurtured. Kaelan feels the tension ease slightly as some villagers start to nod, curiosity transforming into a tentative understanding. The collective resolve begins to coalesce, and he knows that no matter the outcome, their effort to unify will pave the way for the future. As the discussions progress, Kaelan watches the villagers carefully, weighing their options. Anxiety still lingers among the crowd, but there's a flicker of excitement growing as they realize the potential of forming connections. Your safety is our priority, Kaelan reiterates, addressing the assembly with conviction. If we come together, we can share not only resources but knowledge and strategies to fortify our defenses against the shadowy threats. The elder eyes him keenly. But what assurance do we have that your village won't turn its back on us once the immediate danger passes? Kaelan feels the weight of her words settle heavily in the air, the doubts that have plagued him before re-emerging as he considers the implications. Our bond will not end with this crisis. We are committed to long-term cooperation to ensure our survival, he replies, sincerity radiating from him as he speaks. Lira steps forward, reinforcing Kaelan's words. We've faced adversity together before. We believe that an alliance can make us both stronger, not just in battle, but in our communities as well, she adds, her voice filled with passion. Kaelan notices some villagers nodding, visibly moved by the earnest appeal. Discussions begin to flourish, ideas bouncing back and forth as trust gradually builds. He feels gratitude for Lira's support and the courage to expose his vulnerabilities. They share a purpose that transcends individual fears. Yet, he senses lingering skepticism in certain eyes, a reminder that earning trust requires consistency over time. Kaelan addresses the gathering again. Let's move forward by taking action. I propose we start by organizing a joint training. Show everyone that collaboration is possible. As the villagers engage with excitement, Kaelan feels a shift blossoming within the community, the potential for a collaborative spirit beginning to take root. This moment not only reflects their willingness to unify, but also underscores Kaelan's growth as a leader who can inspire hope in the face of uncertainty. With hearts entwined toward a common goal, Kaelan knows that this venture will lay the groundwork for a more secure future, a future where the boundaries between their villages dissolve, replaced by alliances forged through trust, courage, and shared destiny. As the discussions take shape and excitement builds within the crowd, Kaelan feels a renewed sense of purpose wash over him. The villagers, once hesitant, are now buzzing with ideas, each one eager to contribute to the collective effort of forming alliances. Let's lay out our expectations clearly, he suggests, wanting to ensure everyone is on the same page. If we're going to ask for support, we also need to show what we can offer in return. Mutual trust is essential. Lira nods in agreement. We should make it clear that we're not just asking for help, we're ready to lend our skills as well. We can train together and share resources, she elaborates, her enthusiasm infectious. The villagers murmur among themselves, reflecting on the implications of Kaelan's and Lira's words. Kaelan catches sight of a small group lingering at the back, their expressions hesitant, clearly unsure about the prospect of outreach. I believe they'll come to understand our needs and help. Kaelan addresses them, hoping to bridge the gap of uncertainty. But we must be proactive if we want to forge these connections. Just then, a villager steps forward, her expression still tinged with doubt. What if they turn us away? What if we expose ourselves to more danger? She asks, voicing a concern that several villagers share. Kaelan takes a moment to respond, considering their fears. If they refuse to help, we learn and adapt. We won't let that hold us back. This journey is about building relationships, and every attempt we make brings us closer to success, he reassures, his tone firm. As the villagers begin to express their thoughts and solidify plans, Kaelan feels a surge of optimism. This collaborative spirit is essential for their survival, and through every exchange, he sees the trust they've cultivated beginning to flourish. In this moment, he understands that the decisions made now will lay the groundwork for their future, as they prepare to confront the shadows lurking on the horizon. His journey has shaped him into a leader ready to inspire change, ensuring their collective efforts are directed toward a safer and more unified existence. As the villagers finalize their plans, Kaelan feels a growing excitement mingled with a healthy dose of apprehension. He watches them organize into teams, ready to set out on their mission to seek alliances with nearby settlements. The atmosphere buzzes with energy, the shared purpose igniting a spark of hope in every heart. Remember, communication is key, Kaelan reminds them, pacing back and forth in front of the assembled villagers. If you encounter anyone, be respectful but firm in our purpose. We need their support for the battles ahead. Lira stands at the forefront, her expression resolute. We'll go prepared. With the stories of what we've faced, it'll show how serious we are. We won't back down, she asserts, her confidence resonating through the crowd. Kaelan nods, feeling his admiration for her growth blossom. Exactly, Lira. And if they see that we're not only asking but also willing to help them, we have a higher chance of success. He glances around at the villagers, seeing the trust and resolve etched on their faces. Just then, Galen steps forward, his brow furrowed. But what if we're not welcomed? What if they see us as desperate? Kaelan takes a moment to consider Galen's concern, recognizing the weight of the question. If they refuse to help, we'll adapt. But I believe that presenting ourselves with sincerity and strength will lead to more allies than adversaries, he responds, his voice firm, trying to instill confidence in his friend. As the people begin to voice their own thoughts and ideas, Kaelan can feel the energy shift in the air, a collective resolve forming. They are no longer just individuals facing hardship. They are a community ready to confront the challenges ahead together. Feeling the moment enrich his spirit, Kaelan steps back to observe the villagers' interactions, entrusting them to undertake this mission with the confidence that pulsed within him. Their journey will reveal new possibilities, and he knows that wherever it leads, it will forge deeper bonds that will ultimately protect their home. Chapter 24, The Path of Resolve. The sun casts a warm glow over the village as Kaelan sets his sights on the future. Standing at the center of the square, he feels a surge of determination coursing through him. Today marks a significant decision, one that will alter the course of their journey. Gather around, everyone. We need to discuss our next steps, he calls out, ensuring his voice carries as villagers begin to assemble. Kaelan senses the mix of anticipation and anxiety in their expressions, each villager aware of the stakes that lie ahead. He takes a deep breath, holding the weight of responsibility close. We've built a strong foundation, but now we have to reinforce our alliances and extend our reach. It's time to take action. Lira steps to the front, energy radiating from her. I can reach out to the neighboring villages and see who is willing to join us. If we're going to face the looming threat, we need unity, she declares, confidence shining through as she articulates a plan. Kaelan nods, feeling a swell of gratitude for her initiative. That's crucial, Lira. Your knowledge of the area will make a significant difference. We need those connections. Another villager chimes in, the hesitant tone drawing Kaelan's attention. But what if we're not received well? What if they see us as a burden? Kaelan feels the familiar knot of doubt tightening in the pit of his stomach. If they refuse to help, then we adapt our approach. But we must try, he replies, determination infusing his tone. We won't know until we make our intentions clear. As discussions continue, Kaelan notices how the fear in some eyes gives way to hope. Villagers start to share their ideas, each contributing to the larger picture of their strategy. The energy shifts from anxiety to determination, reflecting his growing leadership and the trust that has developed among them. Kaelan feels empowered by their commitment, understanding that the decisions they make today will shape their future within this community. He knows that with their combined strength, they can forge the path ahead, embracing new challenges and opportunities together. Kaelan stands at the center of the square, feeling the weight of expectation on his shoulders. We need to move quickly and efficiently. Gather whatever supplies you can before we leave, he instructs, his voice resonating with authority. The villagers spring into action, their collective energy apparent as they start to mobilize. He watches as they gather food, tools, and weapons, each item becoming a potential lifeline for the journey ahead. Kaelan spies Lira organizing a group of younger villagers, demonstrating how to pack supplies effectively. We need to be prepared for anything, she encourages them, her enthusiasm contagious. Great leadership, Lira, Kaelan calls out, feeling a surge of pride in her growth. The synergy between them fuels his confidence and reinforces the trust that has developed within the group. However, as the villagers hustle to gather resources, Kaelan notices a familiar face lingering near the edge of the square, skeptical and wary. What if we don't find anyone willing to help us? The villager questions, the doubt in their eyes pulling on Kaelan's heartstrings. Kaelan approaches them, fully aware of the vulnerability woven into their concerns. Then we'll have to adapt. We'll plan for contingencies and keep moving forward. But we must try, he replies, a grit in his tone that reflects his commitment to their shared mission. Seeing the villagers engage in dialogue about their supplies and potential routes ignites something within him. A sense of clarity washes over Kaelan as he realizes that every interaction, every exchange of ideas reinforces their unity. Stay focused, everyone. We've faced adversities together and have always found ways to rise stronger, he states, nourishing the spirit of collaboration that is taking root. As they gather the last of their supplies and finalize arrangements, Kaelan feels the energy shift. The villagers now stand not just as individuals, but as a cohesive unit, brimming with resolve. He knows that today's efforts will set the groundwork for what lies ahead, and he is ready to lead them into the challenges waiting beyond the horizon. As Kaelan oversees the organizing efforts, a mix of excitement and apprehension filters through the crowd. He watches as villagers carry supplies toward the gathering point, each face reflecting determination. Let's ensure everything is packed tightly and efficiently, he directs, moving among them to provide guidance. He notices a few villagers working together, but some appear unsure, hesitating as they glance at each other for direction. Are we sure these supplies will be enough? What if we run out before we're able to find help? One villager questions, worry threading through their voice. Kaelan takes a deep breath, aware of the fears lingering beneath the surface. We've prepared as thoroughly as possible, but we need to stay flexible. If we face challenges along the way, we will adapt, just as we've always done, he reassures them, striving to instill a sense of confidence. Nearby, Lira engages in conversation with another group, her energy vibrant. We can take shifts and scout the area as we move, keeping an eye out for any friendly villages or resources, she suggests, her proactive nature shining through. Good thinking, Lira, Kaelan replies, feeling gratitude swell within him for her initiative. Let's implement that idea. This way, we'll be maximizing our chances of success. As the villagers begin to share their plans and finalize their preparations, Kaelan feels a sense of pride in their collective efforts. He recognizes that each voice contributes to the larger mission, reinforcing the idea that they are stronger together. Determined, Kaelan continues to circulate among the villagers, offering encouragement and keeping spirits high. He knows that every individual's participation is crucial, and the bonds they've formed through this journey equip them to confront the uncertain future that lies ahead. With the preparations nearing completion, Kaelan's confidence in their unity swells, ready to guide them forward and face whatever challenges await them on this pivotal journey. As the final touches are added to their supplies, Kaelan senses the air growing thick with anticipation. The villagers exchange glances, a mixture of excitement and apprehension swirling among them. He stands at the forefront, ready to address the gathered crowd. "Today we embark on a mission that will shape our future," he begins, his voice ringing with authority. "What we accomplish together will not only protect our village, but strengthen our alliances with those around us." Kaelan watches as the villagers absorb his words, a flicker of determination illuminated in their eyes. He feels a wave of gratitude wash over him, recognizing the bonds that have formed through hard work and perseverance. A villager steps forward, anxiety still evident in their expression. What if the other villages refuse to help? What if we put ourselves at risk for nothing? Kaelan faces the crowd, understanding the concern that lingers among them. If they don't see the value in joining us, then we logically reassess and move on. "But we must try," he replies, firm in his conviction. Lira stands next to him, nodding in agreement. "We have to show them how serious we are. We can't be afraid to extend our hands for help," she encourages, her passion shining through. Kaelan feels the unity of purpose building around them. "Exactly. Our collective strength is what makes us resilient. Together we'll turn doubts into determination," he states, instilling a sense of hope in his allies. As they prepare to leave, he sees the villagers sharing smiles, a renewed sense of camaraderie igniting within them. The earlier anxiety starts to dissolve, replaced by confidence and a commitment to the journey ahead. Kaelan knows the road ahead may be fraught with uncertainty, but he feels ready to face it with the support of every individual standing with him. Their journey is just beginning, and together they will confront whatever challenges lie ahead, fortified by their trust in one another. As the villagers finalize their tasks and prepare to set out, Kaelan observes the transformation taking place among them. What was once a gathering filled with uncertainty now radiates confidence and determination, each villager committed to the mission ahead. Kaelan paces through the square, checking supplies and ensuring everyone has what they need. The sun casts a warm glow on their faces, igniting a sense of purpose. He can hear the sound of laughter and chatter as villagers share last-minute jokes and affirmations, the sense of community strengthening with each passing moment. "Let's move quickly and efficiently," he calls out, prompting the group to shift focus. "We need to make our way to the neighboring settlements before nightfall. Stay vigilant on the paths. We don't want to run into any threats." Lira approaches, a look of excitement on her face. "I'll gather a few of the younger villagers to help me with the supplies," she insists, her drive reflecting the confidence she has cultivated alongside Kaelan. Her enthusiasm lifts the spirits of those nearby. Kaelan nods appreciatively. "Good idea. The more help we have, the stronger we'll be," he encourages, feeling a sense of pride in her initiative. However, as they prepare to depart, a villager hesitates, a concerned expression on their face. "What if they are waiting for us? What if this is all for nothing?" Kaelan understands the fears swirling in the group. "We cannot allow doubt to overshadow our courage. We're forging relationships and building strength. Each effort counts, and we need to trust that together we will face any uncertainty that arises," he reassures them, speaking from experience. With determination propelling them forward, the villagers begin to gather their belongings, ready to embrace the journey ahead. Kaelan feels a rush of warmth within him, knowing that every individual's commitment solidifies their strength as a community. As the group starts to move, Kaelan glances back at the village, the home that fuels their resolve. He knows that their shared journey will lead to new alliances and strengthen the bonds they've formed. With a sense of clarity surrounding his purpose, he steps forward, ready to lead them into the unknown. As the villagers gather at the edge of the forest, anticipation hums in the air. Kaelan takes a moment to survey the faces around him, each one filled with a mixture of determination and apprehension. They are ready to embark on an important venture, and he can sense the collective energy bolstering their spirits. "Remember why we're doing this," Kaelan begins, his voice steady as he addresses the group. "We're not only seeking alliances, we're standing up against the threats that endanger all of us." His words resonate, fueling conviction among the villagers, drawing them closer together. Lira stands nearby, her bow ready, a palpable sense of excitement radiating from her. We've fought for what we believe in before. Today is another step toward ensuring our safety, she asserts, her confidence reinforcing the group's resolve. Kaelan feels the warmth of her support, lifting his own spirits. Exactly. Let's approach this with open minds and hearts. We need to communicate clearly with them about our mission, he replies, knowing that transparency is key in building new relationships. As they prepare to set off, the villagers begin to share their hopes and aspirations, discussing what they might achieve by forming alliances. Kaelan listens intently as he watches their mood shift from anxiety to optimism. But Galen remains slightly apart, his brow furrowed with doubt. What if we get turned away? We could be putting ourselves at risk, he voices, his concern tugging at Kaelan's heart. Kaelan steps closer, ready to reassure him. If we don't at least try, we'll never know what's possible. We're here to build connections that can support all of our futures, he insists, sensing the need to inspire trust and courage. Feeling the rising sense of unity among the villagers, Kaelan takes a deep breath, committing himself to the journey ahead. This venture is not just about their survival. It's about fostering relationships that will transform their community into a stronger, more resilient entity. With newfound determination, they step forward together, ready to embrace whatever challenges lie ahead. Chapter 25, The Gathering Strength. As the sun rises on the day of their critical mission, Kaelan feels a surge of determination pumping through his veins. The village is alive with activity, villagers bustling about as they finalize their preparations before embarking on their journey. He stands at the center, paying close attention to the scene unfolding around him, each familiar face a reminder of what they're fighting for. Let's ensure we're all set before we leave, he calls out, watching the villagers organize supplies and gather their weapons. The camaraderie in the air is electric, infusing him with a sense of purpose as he moves among them, checking on their progress. He spots Lira leading a group of younger villagers, demonstrating how to properly tie knots for securing supplies. If we tie these right, they'll stay secure during the journey, she instructs, her enthusiasm evident as the young ones imitate her actions. Kaelan smiles, recognizing her growth into a natural leader. Excellent job, Lira, he praises, feeling a surge of pride at the sight of her guiding the next generation. As the villagers continue to gather resources, Kaelan retrieves a list he'd made, mentally rehearsing their goals for the day. He knows that clear communication is crucial, especially as they prepare to engage with their neighbors. Let's split into teams for traveling. We'll cover more ground that way, he suggests, gathering their attention. However, a hint of apprehension flickers in one villager's face. But what if we get lost or run into trouble? They ask, revealing the doubts that still linger beneath their eagerness. Kaelan steps closer, ready to address their concerns. Then we adapt. We'll stick to our map and maintain constant communication. Each of you has important roles to play, and together we can navigate anything, he responds, letting a sense of confidence seep into his words. With renewed energy, the villagers focus on their preparations, excitement simmering as Kaelan provides encouragement. He can see their trust in him deepen, and with that, he feels more empowered to lead them forward. As supplies are gathered and roles assigned, Kaelan steps back to survey the scene. The collaborative spirit surrounding him feels like a living tapestry, woven with threads of trust and determination. He knows they are ready, not just to seek out allies, but to embrace a future full of potential and shared purpose. With the villagers energized by their preparations, Kaelan feels the urge to move quickly. He glances around the square, where supplies are being hoisted onto carts and gathered into packs, each villager working toward a common goal. The sense of purpose strengthens the air, making every heartbeat feel imbued with hope. Let's make sure we stay organized, he calls out as he walks among them, checking equipment and offering last-minute advice. We need to load the heavier supplies first to ensure balance during travel. His guidance sharpens their focus, and he feels the connection between them intensifying with each interaction. Lira approaches him, her hands filled with woven baskets and provisions. I've organized the food and healing herbs to make them easy to access during the journey, she says, beams of pride shining from her. Perfect. Thank you, Lira. That'll make a significant difference, Kaelan responds, glad to see her initiative pay off. They continue working, finding that the energy is contagious. One villager raises a concern, breaking the unity for just a moment. What if we encounter hostilities on the way? We can't be too exposed. Kaelan turns to face them, acknowledging the fear hidden beneath their determination. Every opportunity carries risk. We'll stay focused and prepared to respond to anything we might encounter, he reassures them, his resolve firm. As they finalize their supplies and gather weapons, Kaelan feels a surge of gratitude toward the villagers, proud of how each of them has stepped up. Each contribution helps solidify their collective strength, reminding him that they are not just individuals, but a united front against the challenges they will face. As they finish loading and the urgency builds, Kaelan takes a moment to reflect on everything they've accomplished. The vision they share transforms the path ahead, and he feels a sense of empowerment and readiness swell within him, eager to embrace the adventure that awaits. Their journey is just beginning, and together they will face whatever challenges lie ahead. As the villagers finish loading their supplies, Kaelan feels a sense of urgency mixed with excitement in the air. The anticipation of their journey is palpable, and he senses the weight of his leadership pulling him forward. "Let's finalize the plan before we set off," he calls out, gathering the villagers once more. The group forms a loose circle around him, eager to hear his guidance. Kaelan takes a moment to ensure everyone is present, his heart racing as he scans their faces. "We'll take the northern route first, as previously discussed. It's crucial that we remain alert and ready for anything." Lira steps forward, her eyes bright with determination. "I'll head the scouting team, keeping an eye out for potential threats along the way," she volunteers, her resolve shining through. "Excellent, Lira. Your skills will be vital," Kaelan replies, grateful for her leadership. Just then, a villager from the back asks, "What's the fallback plan if we run into trouble?" Kaelan acknowledges the question, feeling a weight of responsibility. "We'll signal each other if things go awry. If there's as much as a hint of danger, we regroup at the Old Oak," he reassures, committing to ensuring everyone feels prepared and informed. Galen, now visibly more confident, raises his hand. "I'll handle the supplies and make sure we have our best resources ready for the journey. I won't let us down this time," he insists, embodying the growth Kaelan has witnessed in him. "Exactly what we need, Galen. Each of us has a role to play, and your contributions keep us moving forward," Kaelan encourages, watching as everyone absorbs the information and feels their unity strengthen. With each villager embracing their responsibilities, Kaelan feels a surge of pride swell within him. This moment encapsulates their journey, reflecting how far they've come together. As they prepare to set out, he knows that their strength lies in their commitment to face the unknown, ready to forge a path of resilience toward their shared future. As the villagers finalize their preparations, Kaelan feels the atmosphere shift with the intensity of the moment. The sun begins to dip below the horizon, casting an orange glow over the square, while the echoes of chatter blend with the sounds of clattering supplies. "Make sure everyone understands the plan clearly before we move out," he instructs, his voice steady as he moves among the groups. He checks to ensure that everyone knows their roles, feeling the pulse of anticipation flowing through the villagers. Lira, collecting her supplies, glances toward Kaelan with a determined expression. "I still think we should have a backup plan for each team. We could run into unexpected trouble with the villagers we visit," she suggests, a hint of concern threading her voice. Kaelan nods, appreciating her insight. "Absolutely. Let's make sure we have multiple routes in mind for the return journey, in case we need to escape quickly," he agrees, incorporating her suggestions into their strategy. A few other villagers join the conversation, discussing possible scenarios and contingencies. Their input reveals the growing trust in Kaelan's leadership, and he feels a surge of pride at their collective engagement. "Let's also assign a designated communicator from each group," Kaelan adds, fostering a system of clear communication. "If anything changes, we'll need to move swiftly as one. No hesitation." The villagers respond positively, the energy in the air shifting from doubt to determination. Kaelan can see their understanding deepening, their willingness to adapt, reflecting the growth that has occurred throughout their journey. As they finalize their tasks, Kaelan feels a sense of accomplishment swell within him. He moves through the ranks, inspiring confidence and reinforcing the bonds they've created. Each moment spent preparing cements their unity, grounding him in the knowledge that together they can face whatever challenges lie ahead. With the preparations nearing completion, Kaelan steps back to survey the scene, taking in the villagers working together seamlessly. The air is charged with purpose, and he feels a swell of pride at the sight of his community coming alive with determination. "Let's make sure everything is secured before we leave," he shouts over the sounds of clattering equipment. He moves to check on a group of villagers who are packing supplies, ensuring they have enough food and resources for the journey ahead. "Are we sure this is everything we need?" one villager asks, glancing nervously at the pile they've gathered. Kaelan meets his gaze, understanding the concern that lingers in the air. "We've prepared as best we can, but if we come across anything of use on the way, we'll adapt our plan," he assures, his tone confident and steady. Nearby, Lira is helping a couple of younger villagers practice their archery skills. "It's important to stay sharp, even now," she encourages, demonstrating proper form as she instructs them. Kaelan watches her with admiration, recognizing the passion she brings to the group, inspiring those around her. Galen approaches, a determined expression on his face. "I've taken stock of our defenses, and I think we're in a good position," he says, confidence bolstering his tone. "Excellent. Your insights are crucial," Kaelan replies, feeling gratitude for the support he receives from his friends. As they finalize the details, the villagers begin to share their thoughts on what else could be added to their plans, each idea enhancing their strategy further. As he moves among them, Kaelan feels an overwhelming sense of unity wash over him. He understands that every villager contributes to the strength of their community. This is not just a group preparing for a journey. They are a family standing together, ready to face whatever lies ahead. With the sun continuing its ascent, Kaelan steadies his resolve. The preparations have laid a solid foundation, and he feels ready to embrace the challenges to come, confident that they will navigate through the unknown together. As the final moments of preparation dwindle, Kaelan stands at the forefront, feeling the weight of anticipation thrumming in the air. The villagers are gathered, some linking arms while others check their supplies, each face carrying a blend of excitement and apprehension. "Today marks the beginning of a new chapter," Kaelan declares, his voice resonant. "We stand at the threshold of forging alliances that will shape our future. We must approach this with clarity and confidence." The crowd begins to buzz with energy, murmurs of agreement filtering through as they absorb his words. Lira steps closer, a vibrant smile lighting her face. "We'll show them what we're capable of. Together, we can make a difference," she announces, her optimism inspiring those around her. Kaelan nods, feeling the spark of motivation blossom within the group. "Exactly. We have each other to rely on, and that is our greatest strength." Suddenly, Galen raises a hand, an anxious look crossing his features. "What if they don't want to help? What if they reject us?" His voice reflects the fear gnawing at him, a reminder that doubt still resides among them. Kaelan steps forward, his eyes steady. "If they refuse, we don't just give up. We adapt, learn from the experience, and keep seeking those willing to stand with us," he asserts, his tone firm yet encouraging. As they prepare to depart, Kaelan notices a few villagers lingering at the back, uncertainty stalking their actions. "We have to embrace the unknown and remember that every connection we attempt is a step forward," he emphasizes, his conviction ringing clear and true. Feeling the energy shift, Kaelan watches as the villagers slowly gather their resolve. He can sense the trust building, their earlier doubts beginning to evaporate as they align behind a shared purpose. "Together, we'll protect our home and embrace the challenges ahead," Kaelan rallies, heart swelling. As they set out on their journey, he feels a renewed sense of empowerment, knowing that their united front will guide them through whatever awaits. The path ahead may be uncertain, but with each step taken, they are forging bonds that will withstand the trials to come. Chapter 26, The Crucial Alliance. The sun hangs high in the sky as Kaelan and his team return to the familiar outskirts of the village, the weight of their mission pressing on them. They emerge from the dense forest, the sounds of chirping birds and rustling leaves fading into the background as the reality of their journey settles in. With the shadows of the trees behind them, Kaelan feels a mixture of fatigue and exhilaration. They have uncovered valuable information, but the toll of their encounters hangs heavy on their hearts. "We need to meet and discuss what we've learned," he announces, his voice carrying authority as he rallies the villagers together. Trust and curiosity glimmer in their eyes as they gather around him, eager to hear what they have discovered. Kaelan glances at Lira and Galen, both standing by his side, their expressions mirroring his own resolve. Kaelan takes a moment to share the insights gleaned from their encounters. "We learned that the enemy is organizing a larger offensive, and we need to prepare accordingly," he begins, noticing the intensity in his allies as they absorb his words. "Did they mention any specific targets?" Galen asks, a flicker of anxiety threading through his tone. Kaelan nods, recalling the details. "Yes, our village is on their list, but we also uncovered potential weaknesses. If we leverage this knowledge, we can fortify our defenses and preempt their movements," he responds, his tone firm. Lira steps in, highlighting the urgency. "We need to act quickly. This could be our chance to turn the tide," she adds, her passion igniting more discussion among the villagers. Kaelan feels a swell of appreciation for her insight. The villagers are eager to contribute ideas, their determination growing with every word spoken. "Let's talk about how we can implement these strategies and build alliances with neighboring villages for additional support," he suggests, sensing the shift in energy as hope begins to blossom. The clarity in their mission resonates through the group, and Kaelan recognizes that the journey has transformed not only him, but also everyone around him. This is their opportunity to reshape the future, and with each voice contributing to the plan, he feels a renewed sense of purpose guiding them forward. With the urgency of their mission setting the tone, Kaelan leads the team into a nearby clearing where they can gather their thoughts and formulate a plan. The forest feels alive around them, but Kaelan's focus remains on the task at hand. "Let's outline our goals clearly," he begins, positioning himself at the front of the group. "We need to gather more intelligence, reinforce our defenses, and strengthen ties with our potential allies." Lira steps forward, enthusiasm brightening her expression. "I can reach out to the neighboring villages and present our case. If we show them the threat we face, they might be more willing to support us," she suggests, her confidence evident. "Excellent idea," Kaelan replies, grateful for her initiative. "Galen, you should lead a group to scout the perimeter and ensure we're aware of any movements. We need to cover all our bases." The group starts to mobilize, but one villager raises a hand, hesitating. "What if they don't take us seriously? What if they think we're overreacting?" Their doubt hangs in the air, igniting a small flicker of anxiety among the villagers. Kaelan feels the need to address the concerns directly. "If they refuse, then we move on and seek help elsewhere. We can't afford to lose momentum or let fear dictate our actions," he replies, his tone firm yet hopeful. As conversations erupt around him, Kaelan can see the villagers leaning into the idea of collaboration. Galen steps in, revealing his own evolving confidence. "We can't be afraid to reach out. If we want their help, we need to show them we're serious," he states, a fire sparking in his voice. Kaelan feels a swell of pride as he watches the villagers engage in discussions, their concerns transforming into enthusiasm. The growing trust among them reflects their shared experiences, reinforcing the bonds that will carry them through the challenges ahead. With clarity in their mission and strength in their unity, Kaelan knows that this journey isn't just about survival. It's about establishing connections that will empower their community and ensure a brighter future, one step at a time. As the villagers buzz with energy and enthusiasm for their new mission, Kaelan decides it's important to address any lingering doubts head-on. He stands at the center, gathering their attention once more, feeling the collective anticipation press against him. "Before we set out, we need to ensure everyone understands the importance of trust in this journey," he says, looking around at the faces before him. He sees some nodding, while others still show signs of uncertainty. One villager steps forward, their expression serious. "What if we reach the other villages and they refuse to help us? What then?" Kaelan recognizes the concern as a spark of anxiety threading its way through the group. He takes a steadying breath, realizing this moment is crucial for building confidence. If they don't see our value or choose not to join us, we continue to seek out others willing to stand with us. We can't afford to give up, he replies, conviction threading through his voice. Lira chimes in, her energy undeterred. We have to present ourselves clearly and show them the threat we face, not just tell stories. We'll demonstrate our readiness to defend not only our village, but theirs as well, she adds, reinforcing their proactive approach. Kaelan feels a surge of gratitude for her input. Exactly. This is about mutual support. We're entering into a relationship of trust, and it begins with us, he encourages, recognizing how vital it is for them to see themselves as partners rather than beggars. As they discuss further, he watches a mix of hope and uncertainty play across the villagers' faces. The doubt that initially hung over the group seems to dissipate, replaced by a renewed sense of purpose. I believe in what we're doing, Kaelan asserts, his voice resonating with conviction. Together, we'll face whatever challenges lie ahead, united in our resolve. With the villagers mobilizing around a shared commitment, Kaelan feels determined. He knows the journey ahead will not only seek to protect their home, but also to transform their community into one where alliances flourish and trust reigns. Kaelan feels the weight of his words settle over the villagers as they begin to process the implications of their mission. The air hums with a mixture of hope and concern, the uncertainty they face now part of their reality. Let's consolidate our knowledge, he suggests, directing them to gather around. We need to focus on what we know about the enemy and what we need from our allies. Every piece of information can make a difference. The villagers nod, slowly forming a tighter circle, eager to contribute. Galen steps forward, his tone steady as he reflects on their encounters. We need to be clear about our goals when we approach the neighboring villages. They need to understand the seriousness of the threat we're facing, he emphasizes. Kaelan feels a wave of appreciation for Galen's initiative. Yes, we need to communicate not just what we want, but why it's essential for all of us. This isn't just about saving ourselves. It's about creating a united front against a common enemy, he replies, his voice ringing with conviction. Lira adds, and if we can show them that our village has been proactive in defending against the threats, they might be more willing to help. The energy in the crowd shifts, a collective understanding weaving through them as they see the value in their cooperation. Kaelan watches as ideas flow, the villagers sharing insights, their trust in each other deepening. Feeling the unity in their purpose, Kaelan smiles, knowing that the bonds forged through this journey will carry them through. Let's make sure we're ready to present our case clearly. Every voice matters, he urges, keeping them focused. With each villager contributing to the discussion, Kaelan feels confidence solidify among the group. He reflects on how they have grown together, not just as individuals, but as an alliance, prepared to face whatever challenges may arise on this pivotal journey. Together, they will navigate the unknown, fortified by their shared goals and commitment to one another. As the villagers engage in their discussions, a sense of camaraderie blossoms around Kaelan. He feels the energy shift as people share their thoughts, ideas flowing with an enthusiasm that brightens the atmosphere. Let's outline what we need from each other, Kaelan suggests, feeling the momentum build. If we can coordinate our efforts, we'll have a greater chance of success. Villagers respond eagerly, sharing their insights and strategies. One villager steps forward, energized by the collective spirit. We can set up rotations for scouts to keep us informed of any enemy movements. Communication will be key, he proposes. Absolutely, Kaelan replies, feeling pride swell in his chest. The eagerness among the villagers inspires him, reinforcing the importance of their shared goals. Lira adds her perspective, pointing to the map they have spread out. If we can establish signal points along the perimeter, we'll be able to alert each other without scattering the group, she suggests, her confidence shining through. Great thinking, Lira, Kaelan praises, grateful for her initiative. It's moments like these that illustrate how their journey has transformed them into a cohesive unit, forging bonds through their struggles and triumphs. As they discuss further, Kaelan can see the trust building in everyone's expressions, fear slowly being replaced with a united determination. They are no longer individuals facing a threat. They are a community ready to fight for one another. "I believe in each of you," he declares, his tone resonating with conviction. "Together, we will overcome any challenges that lie ahead." With the sense of urgency transforming into action, Kaelan knows they are empowered, ready to take the next steps in their mission. Every suggestion and shared thought strengthens their resolve, setting the foundation for the journey ahead. As the conversations turn into action, Kaelan feels a surge of motivation flow through him. He watches as the villagers begin to organize into teams, enthusiasm igniting their movements as they prepare for their mission to gather intelligence and seek alliances. "Stay alert and keep communication open," he calls out, his tone firm but encouraging. "Let's make sure we're ready for anything that might come our way." The villagers nod, their confidence ignited by his leadership. Kaelan moves among them, helping where he can, ensuring that everyone has what they need for the journey ahead. He notices a couple of younger villagers struggling to lift heavier supplies. "Let me lend you a hand," he offers, stepping in to assist. He feels a dip in anxiety as the young ones exchange anxious smiles, grateful for his support. "Thanks, Kaelan," one exclaims, their energy returning as they work together to secure the supplies. Kaelan realizes that these small interactions reinforce the bonds that are essential for their mission and for the community itself. As they finish packing, Kaelan glances around at his friends, observing the camaraderie growing among them. Each effort they put in strengthens not just their defenses, but also the relationships that will carry them through. With the sun climbing higher in the sky, Kaelan gathers the team one last time. "Remember, we're doing this for each other and for our village. Every action counts," he reiterates, feeling the gravity of their mission settle within the group. As the villagers share encouraging glances, Kaelan knows that together they are ready to face whatever challenges await them. The weight of leadership feels less like a burden now and more like a shared responsibility, igniting his inner strength as they prepare to step into the unknown. Chapter 27, The Final Preparations. The morning sun streams through the trees as Kaelan and his team set off toward the enemy stronghold, the air buzzing with anticipation and resolve. Each step they take feels charged with purpose, the gravity of their mission pressing against them like the warm breeze rustling the leaves overhead. Kaelan leads the charge, determination coursing through his veins. "Stay close and stick to the plan," he instructs, glancing back at his team, their faces reflecting a mix of excitement and apprehension. The path ahead is fraught with uncertainty, and he knows that everything they've built will be tested. As they approach the edge of the stronghold's territory, Kaelan motions for the group to pause. "Let's spread out a bit and scout the area before we engage," he murmurs, feeling the need to assess the enemy's defenses. The low murmur of the distant camp fills the air, reminding them of the challenge that lies ahead. Lira positions herself slightly above, using a low-hanging branch to gain a better view, her bow ready in her hands. "I can see some movement. They seem relaxed, maybe too relaxed," she notes, squinting to get a better look at the figures milling about the camp. Kaelan nods, appreciating her vigilance. "That could give us an advantage. Let's use that to our benefit and formulate a strategy that leans into their overconfidence," he suggests, empowering the group with a sense of agency. Just then, Galen whispers, "What if they catch us off guard? We cannot let our guard down." The tension of the unknown looms large, and Kaelan understands the weight of concern resting on his friends. "We won't. We've trained for this," Kaelan reassures, feeling the pulse of leadership drive him forward. "If we see an opening, we take it. If things don't go as planned, we adapt. Remember, we are not the same group that first entered these woods." With clarity in their mission, Kaelan feels the bond of trust surrounding him strengthen. They are united against the threats, ready to navigate whatever twists and turns lie ahead. The moment feels pivotal as they draw closer, Kaelan feeling the realization of courage settle in, fueling his desire to protect not just his friends, but everyone they hold dear. As they move deeper into the forest, Kaelan feels the familiar thrill of adventure coursing through him, mingled with the weight of responsibility. He knows that every step brings them closer to both potential allies and the looming threat of danger. "Let's keep our voices down and stay vigilant," he instructs, his eyes scanning the underbrush for any signs of movement. The stillness of the trees feels alive, every rustle a reminder of the unknowns that surround them. Lira walks beside him, her bow ready, her focus unwavering. "I can take the lead," she offers, glancing back at Kaelan with a determination that boosts his confidence. "If anything happens, I can alert the others quickly." "Good thinking," Kaelan replies, appreciating her eagerness. "Just make sure you stay hidden and assess the surroundings first." Galen lags slightly behind, his brow furrowed with doubt. "What if they see us before we see them? We could be walking straight into a trap," he expresses, the worry evident in his voice. Kaelan turns to him, feeling the necessity of grounding his friend. "We'll be careful. That's why we're scouting first. We're here to gather intel, not engage unless we have to," he reassures, hoping to alleviate Galen's fears while also reinforcing the importance of their mission. The forest grows thicker as they advance, and Kaelan's heart races with every step, each heartbeat reminding him of the stakes at hand. They push forward, the camaraderie among them evident in the silent exchanges of glances and the shared goal that bonds them together. When they finally reach a clearing, Kaelan motions for the group to halt. "Let's take a moment to observe before moving any closer to the settlement," he whispers, scanning the scene before them, the intensity of the moment sharpening his senses. As the team settles into a circle, Kaelan can see their resolve solidify, the mixture of determination and fear intermingling as they prepare to face whatever obstacles lay ahead. The potential of their mission gleams in the air, promising both challenges and opportunities that will shape their journey. As they settle into their positions, Kaelan feels the pulse of the moment come alive. The atmosphere is thick with anticipation as the team prepares to gather intelligence. He takes a deep breath, focusing on the mission at hand. Lira moves closer to him, her expression serious. "If we encounter any guards, we need to get out of sight quickly. Remember what we talked about. Adapt on the fly," she urges, her focus sharp. "Absolutely," Kaelan replies, appreciating her diligence. "We will monitor their movements and regroup if needed." Nearby, Galen keeps an anxious eye on the surroundings, his body tense as he shifts from side to side. "What if we run into more than we can handle? I'm not sure I'm ready for another confrontation," he admits, a tremor of fear lingering in his voice. "Then we retreat, just as we've practiced," Kaelan reassures him, channeling the strength of their training. "Remember, every experience we've had builds our ability to navigate the unknown. We don't face this alone." Kaelan can see the recognition in Galen's eyes, a flicker of trust igniting as they engage in the strategy discussion. It reinforces their connection, weaving the group closer together as they prepare for the task ahead. With plans solidified, Kaelan motions for everyone to remain quiet, focusing on the task at hand. "Keep your eyes and ears open. We'll move according to what we see. Adaptability will be our greatest asset." The group nods, a united front, spirits lifted by Kaelan's leadership. As they prepare to move, Kaelan senses the energy shift from uncertainty to determination. Together, they are ready to uncover what lies ahead and face whatever challenges await them in the shadows. As they begin to move toward the enemy's territory, Kaelan leads the way, instincts sharp and focused. The dark silhouette of the stronghold looms in the distance, its presence both intimidating and invigorating. The stakes are high, but it only strengthens his resolve. "Stick to the plan. We need to move quietly and stay alert," Kaelan whispers, keeping his voice low as they navigate through the trees. He glances back at the group, ensuring everyone is close, their expressions reflecting a mixture of determination and anxiety. Lira fidgets with her bowstring, her gaze fixed on the path ahead. "What if we encounter guards before we reach the stronghold?" she asks, worry creeping into her voice. Kaelan turns to her, feeling the gravity of the moment. "Then we adapt and use our training. Remember our signals. We won't engage unless we have to," he replies, instilling confidence in her, as well as reinforcing the importance of their plan. As they advance cautiously, Kaelan catches a glimpse of movement, a shadow passing between the trees. His heart quickens, adrenaline surging through him. "Did you see that?" he whispers to the group, signaling for them to halt. Lira nods, her eyes wide. "It could be a patrol. We need to find cover," she urges, already moving behind a cluster of bushes. Kaelan follows, heart racing as they crouch low, ready for whatever might come next. They wait in silence, each breath mingling with the rustling of leaves and distant calls of wildlife. The world feels suspended in this moment, the unseen danger amplifying their senses. Kaelan can feel the tension in the air, a reminder of the urgency behind their mission. "Let's see what happens next," he decides, keeping a keen eye on the path ahead. The thrill of the unknown courses through him, and he knows that their ability to remain adaptable and engaged will be crucial as they face the uncertainties lurking in the shadows. Kaelan crouches behind the thick brush, heart pounding as he watches the shadowy figures moving through the stronghold. The tension is palpable, each moment stretching as they wait for the right opportunity to gather intelligence. "Do you see anything?" Lira whispers, her voice barely above a murmur. "Yes," Kaelan replies, observing the guards as they exchange hushed words and glance around, clearly on high alert. We need to wait for them to become distracted. A sense of urgency rises within him, and he scans the environment for anything they might use to their advantage. If we can create another diversion, it might give us space to slip in and gather more information, he muses, the gears in his mind turning. Galen, perched nearby, leans in closer. "I can throw a rock further out in the woods to draw their attention, if we do it at just the right moment." "Perfect," Kaelan interjects, feeling a surge of pride at Galen's initiative. "Do it on my mark. Just make sure it lands away from our position." As they wait, Kaelan's mind races with thoughts of what they might uncover. The potential of gaining critical information about the enemy's plans feels like a spark igniting within him. "Now!" he hisses sharply as he nods to Galen. With a swift motion, Galen launches the rock into the underbrush, the sound of it crashing against the trees breaking the stillness of the air. The guards immediately turn, eyes narrowing toward the direction of the noise. "What was that?" one of them calls out, dismissing their earlier wariness. Kaelan seizes the moment, motioning for Lira and Galen to follow as they slip through the shadows toward the stronghold, the adrenaline surging within him as their plan unfolds. Light from torches flickers, casting erratic shadows that dance along the ground, creating a cloak for their approach. Each step feels like a heartbeat in the stillness, the world around them falling into a hush as they draw closer. Kaelan knows this act of courage is critical. They are no longer simply observers. They are involved, ready to uncover the secrets that could shift the tide in their favor. The unfolding mission reinforces his growth as a leader, with trust and determination guiding their every move through the uncertain night. As Kaelan and his team slip into the shadows of the stronghold, the tension thickens around them. The flicker of torchlight dances across the walls, illuminating their surroundings, while also creating pockets of darkness for them to hide within. Kaelan can feel the pulse of adrenaline quickening his breath, the anticipation buzzing in the air. "Keep an eye on the guards," he whispers, his voice low and steady. They move cautiously, knowing how quickly the tide can turn. Lira moves beside him, her bow ready, surveying the area with keen eyes. "There's a door just up ahead. It looks like it leads to the inner chambers," she points out, her instincts sharp. Kaelan nods, sensing the significance of this moment. "That's where we might find the information we need," he agrees, approaching the door cautiously. He presses his ear against the wooden surface, straining to hear any conversations that might offer insights. Inside, there's the murmur of voices, but he can't quite make out the words. The urgency in those tones heightens his focus, and he exchanges a glance with Galen. "It sounds like they're planning something. We need to get in there," he urges quietly. Galen swallows hard. "What if they catch us?" he whispers back, anxiety creeping into his expression. Kaelan's heart races at the thought, but he feels a surge of reassurance. "Then we adapt. If we work together, we'll find a way out, always." With a nod, Galen steels himself, readying for whatever they might encounter. Kaelan breathes deeply, aware that every choice they make is pivotal, shaping their journey and their chances of success. "Get ready," Kaelan says, taking a breath to steady his nerves. He reaches for the door, ready to push it open and step into the unknown, trusting in the strength of his team and the lessons learned along the way. The moment feels charged with promise. The uncertainty before them, a catalyst for their growth. Chapter 28, The Moment of Truth. Kaelan stands at the edge of the enemy camp, heart pounding as he takes in the chaotic scene unfolding before him. The air is thick with tension, each breath he takes amplifying the gravity of what lies ahead. Shadows shift in the light of the campfire, and he can feel the weight of his team's expectations resting on his shoulders. "Stay low and move quickly," he whispers to Lira and Galen, who are poised and ready at his side. The flickering flames illuminate their determined expressions, reinforcing the bond they've built through countless challenges. Kaelan watches carefully as the enemy guards mill about, their voices low and conspiratorial. He leans in, trying to catch snippets of conversation that might reveal their plans. "We need to know what they're discussing," he urges, scanning the area for any vulnerabilities in their defenses. Lira nods, her eyes fixed on the guards. "See that group by the fire? They look like they're planning something big." Her insight sharpens Kaelan's focus, reminding him of the importance of adaptability in this precarious moment. Suddenly, a guard bursts into laughter, momentarily drawing the attention of the others. Kaelan seizes the opportunity. "Now's our chance to move in," he whispers urgently, directing his team to approach the perimeter of the camp. With every step, Kaelan feels the adrenaline coursing through him, empowering his resolve. He is no longer just an aspiring protector. He is a leader, ready to face whatever challenges await. The stakes are high, but they have prepared for this moment, and he embraces the responsibility that comes with it. "Keep tight and follow my lead," he instructs as they edge closer, every sound echoing in the stillness of the night. With hearts pounding, they prepare to uncover the secrets that lie within the enemy's stronghold, poised to act swiftly and decisively as they veer into the heart of the unfolding confrontation. As Kaelan and his team slip closer to the enemy camp, the tension in the air thickens, anticipation turning to urgency. He can see the guards still gathered around the fire, their numbers greater than he'd initially assumed. "Stay low and stay quiet," he instructs, heart racing as they crouch behind the underbrush. Kaelan's instincts are sharp, warning him to remain vigilant. He takes a moment to assess their surroundings, searching for any potential vulnerabilities in the enemy's defenses. Lira glances at him, her fingers twitching near her bowstring. "What's the plan if they notice us?" she whispers, concern etched on her face. Kaelan's mind races through their training scenarios. "If we're seen, we can create a diversion and regroup. It's critical we maintain our composure," he replies, feeling the weight of leadership settle more comfortably on his shoulders. Suddenly, the larger guard breaks away from the group, striding purposefully toward the trees. Kaelan's heart leaps into his throat. "He's coming this way," he hisses, urgency surging through him as he urges the team to stay still, every muscle tensed with anticipation. "Quick, we can't let him see us," Galen whispers, fear slicing through his normally composed demeanor. Kaelan nods, watching the guard draw nearer, tension coiling in the air. As the guard stops just shy of their hiding spot, Kaelan holds his breath, painfully aware of the quiet. The moonlight casts a silvery glow, illuminating the guard's stance as he listens to the rustling sounds that echo through the forest. Kaelan exchanges quick glances with Lira and Galen, the unsaid communication binding them together in that moment. They are ready to spring into action, hearts pounding with adrenaline as they prepare for whatever conflict may arise. The guard, seemingly satisfied by the stillness, turns away and heads back toward the fire. Kaelan feels himself relax slightly, aware that they've narrowly avoided detection. He leans back against the trees, allowing a breath to escape as he regains his composure. "Now's our moment," he whispers, mindful of the opportunity that lies ahead. With their resolve strengthened, they slip from their hiding place, ready to execute their plan and uncover the secrets hidden within the enemy camp. As Kaelan and his team silently approach the flickering campfire, the tension hums in the air, a mix of fear and determination that drives them forward. The guards are still distracted, casting glances toward the source of the earlier disturbance, oblivious to the impending infiltration. "Remember the plan," Kaelan whispers. gathering the group closer as they prepare for their next move. He can feel the pulse of adrenaline quickening in his veins, a reminder that every moment counts. Lira positions herself behind him, bow drawn and ready. "I can take out the guard nearest the map," she suggests, her eyes locked onto her target with lethal focus. "Make it quick and quiet," he replies, sensing the importance of precision in this crucial moment. Kaelan's heart races as he signals for her to proceed. With practiced grace, Lira releases the arrow, the sound of it moving through the air almost silent as it finds its mark. The guard collapses without a sound, and Kaelan feels a surge of exhilaration. "Nice shot," Kaelan murmurs, pride swelling within him as they move swiftly to take advantage of the gap created. Galen follows closely, his eyes wide with urgency. "Let's get in before they realize something is wrong," he states, matching Kaelan's pace as they slip into the heart of the camp. Inside, the atmosphere feels charged with possibility, tension coiling around them as they navigate the dimly lit space. Kaelan's eyes dart around, searching for anything that resembles the map they're after. He spots it resting on a nearby table, illuminated by the flickering light of the campfire. "There it is," he whispers, pointing it out to Galen. Just then, the remaining guards begin to sense the disturbance, shouting to one another in alarm. "What was that? Check the perimeter," one calls, urgency lacing his voice. "Time to move," Kaelan urges, adrenaline surging as they rush toward the table. Every sound sharpens their focus, and he knows this is the moment to act decisively. As they reach the table, Kaelan snatches the map, feeling the weight of its significance in his hands. "We've got what we came for. Now, let's get out of here," he commands, leading the charge back toward the exit, knowing they must navigate through the uncertainty of the moment with both courage and speed. As Kaelan grabs the map from the table, urgency floods his veins. He turns to Galen and Lira, eyes bright with determination. "Let's move. We need to get out of here before they realize we're inside," he urges, feeling the adrenaline surge as they rush toward the exit. They dart through the dimly lit passages, Kaelan leading the way, his senses heightened by the growing sounds of alarm from the camp. Behind them, guards shout, their voices sharp with urgency, the warning rippling through the air like a thunderclap. "Over here," Lira calls, spotting a back entrance that leads into the thick forest. Kaelan follows her lead, recognizing the need to escape while they still can. With their hearts racing, they navigate through the trees, weaving past branches and underbrush with practiced efficiency. Kaelan feels a burst of pride as they push forward. The teamwork forged through countless challenges shines bright in this moment, and he knows they can rely on one another. Suddenly, they hear footsteps crashing through the foliage behind them. "They're coming! Move faster!" Galen shouts, his urgency propelling them forward. The fear that once gripped him seems to fade, replaced by the determination to ensure their safe return. Kaelan leads the charge, the map clutched tightly in his hand as they dash through the underbrush. He can feel the heat of the moment intensifying, the forest seeming to close in around them, urging them to evade the enemies that pursue. As they burst into an open area, Kaelan glances back, understanding that now is the time to decide on their next move. "We need to spread out and find cover," he instructs, his heart pounding with the need to secure their positions even as they flee. The urgency fuels him, and as Lira and Galen break off to the sides, Kaelan remains focused on the task ahead. The mission is not just about survival, it's about reclaiming their strength and unity. He knows the challenges they face still linger, but they will continue to rise together, ready to confront whatever darkness awaits. As they push deeper into the woods, the distant shouts of the guards fade behind them, but Kaelan can still feel the weight of urgency pressing on his shoulders. "We need to regroup and assess what we've learned," he urges as they finally slow their pace, glancing around to ensure they're safely out of sight. Lira catches her breath, her eyes wide with adrenaline. "We got the map, but we also need to analyze it quickly. The information could be crucial," she says, her voice steady yet urgent. Galen leans against a tree, still trying to calm his racing heart. "What if they come after us?" "We can't let them track us down with what we now know," he replies, his anxiety creeping back into his demeanor. Kaelan nods, recognizing the need for immediate action. We'll set up watch points while we dissect the map. We need to understand their plans and ensure our village is prepared for anything they might attempt, he decides, the urgency of the moment sharpening his focus. Let's find a safe spot to lay low for now, Lira suggests, glancing around. We can't risk being out in the open while we've got valuable information. Kaelan agrees, leading them toward a thicket that offers cover. As they settle in, Kaelan unfurls the map, his mind already racing with strategies. The markings on the parchment tell a story of their own, revealing not just targets, but pathways and potential weak points in the enemy's plans. Feeling empowered by their success, Kaelan looks to Lira and Galen. This is our opportunity to turn the tide. If we can outmaneuver them using this information, we stand a chance to protect the village, he states, conviction radiating from him. As they huddle together, Kaelan senses the strength of their bond solidifying once more. They are not just allies, they are a team fortified by shared experiences, ready to face whatever comes next. The map isn't just a document. It's a beacon of hope that guides them toward reclaiming their safety and pride. Kaelan unfolds the map carefully, his eyes scanning the markings that indicate the enemy's plans. The details are laid out before him like a puzzle waiting to be solved, and he knows that this could be the key to safeguarding their village. Look here, he points to a cluster of symbols on the map. These marks seem to indicate where they plan their strikes. If we can anticipate their movements, we can prepare better defenses. Lira leans in closer, her brow furrowed in concentration. If we adjust our perimeter here and reinforce these positions, we can create a more formidable defense, she suggests, her voice filled with determination. Galen peers over their shoulders, absorbing the information and letting the pieces of the plan come together. We can also send scouts to monitor these routes. If they start moving in, we'll know it before they get too close, he adds, optimism threading through his words. Kaelan nods, feeling a renewed sense of hope. Yes, we'll need constant communication between the scouts and the main defenses. If we act together, we can counter any surprise. The weight of their discussions settles over the trio, filling them with a sense of purpose. Kaelan knows they must work quickly. Every second counts as the danger lingers. Let's finalize our strategy and prepare to head back to the village, he urges, the realization that time is of the essence compelling him. The sooner we put this plan into action, the better. As they gather their supplies and prepare to move, Kaelan feels the rush of determination propelling them forward. This mission is not merely about survival. It's an opportunity to reclaim their safety and strengthen the ties that bind their community together. With the map clutched tightly in his hand, he refuses to let fear dictate their next steps. Together, they will confront whatever challenges await, guided by the clarity of their mission and the strength of their unity. Chapter 29, The Tide Turns. The early morning light filters through the trees, casting dappled patterns on the ground as Kaelan stands at the threshold of the village, taking in the aftermath of their previous battles. The air feels heavier than usual, laden with the remnants of tension from the night before. Despite their victory, a sense of unease lingers in his chest. The villagers bustle about, tending to the wounded and assessing the damages, their faces reflecting a blend of exhaustion and relief. Kaelan can see the camaraderie that formed during the fight, but he also senses the vulnerability that edges into their interactions. We need to regroup and assess what we've lost and what we can reclaim. This isn't just about surviving, it's about rebuilding stronger, he calls out, his voice carrying authority as the villagers begin to gather around him. As they converge, Kaelan feels the weight of responsibility settle firmly on his shoulders. He scans their expressions, noting the commitment in their eyes, yet seeing shadows of uncertainty flickering beneath the surface. One villager steps forward, expression wary. What if they come back? What if we don't have enough time to prepare? She asks, her voice trembling slightly. Kaelan takes a steadying breath, understanding the fear that drives her question. If they return, we'll be ready. We have proven that our strength lies within each other and our ability to adapt, he replies, aiming to instill confidence in the group. Another villager chimes in. We can fortify the village more. If we can anticipate their movements, we'll be able to stand our ground, reinforcing the growing determination among the crowd. Kaelan feels the atmosphere shift, the collective energy beginning to transform doubt into resolve. Yes, let's gather any remaining supplies and create a strategy to bolster our defenses, he encourages, witnessing their spirits lift incrementally as the group starts to discuss logistics. As they begin to mobilize, Kaelan finds himself inspired by the village's resilience. Each conversation and every shared idea fortifies their unity, reminding him that together, they not only fight for survival, but also forge a path toward a brighter future. With the villagers gathered and their resolve solidified, Kaelan feels the urgency intensify. The echoes of their recent victory still resonate, but now a deep sense of purpose drives them forward. Kaelan looks around at the determined faces, each one reflecting commitment as they prepare to assess and stabilize what remains. Let's be thorough in our search for resources, he instructs, directing their attention to the piles of supplies that await their assessment. Every bit we can find will help reinforce our community. Villagers immediately begin to sift through the remnants, their movements brisk and purposeful. Kaelan moves among them, watching Lira as she organizes herbs and healing supplies. She seems in her element, her earlier fears all but forgotten as she focuses on what's needed. "Kaelan, I found these," she calls, holding up a small bundle of medicinal plants. "They'll be useful if anyone needs healing after the fight." "Excellent work," he replies, pride swelling in his chest at her proactive approach. With her leadership shining, he knows that they all play a vital part in this next phase. As the villagers gather the remaining supplies, Kaelan notices a group of newer faces watching, uncertainty flickering in their eyes. "What if we aren't strong enough to withstand another attack?" one asks, voicing the doubt that has taken root since their last battle. Kaelan takes a deep breath, recognizing the timely need for reassurance. "Then we will learn and adapt," he replies, ensuring his tone is warm yet resolute. "It's about more than just strength. It's about working together and trusting one another. We have come through challenges before, and we can do it again, together." He watches as their expressions begin to shift, doubt slowly giving way to understanding. The quiet power of faith in one another begins to forge new connections amongst the villagers. "Let's ensure that every villager knows how critical their role is," Kaelan continues, building upon the atmosphere of trust. "This bond we share will be our most significant asset against the enemies we face." In this moment, Kaelan feels a fresh wave of determination. With each villager actively engaged in the mission, he knows they are carving out a path toward resilience, ready to confront whatever lies ahead. Today's efforts will not only strengthen their defenses, but also solidify the spirit of unity that has become the heart of their home. As Kaelan stands at the edge of the village, surveying the aftermath of the battle, he feels a profound sense of loss, mixed with the thrill of their hard-won victory. The air is thick with the scent of burnt wood and the distant sounds of villagers tending to the wounded, a reminder of the heavy price they've paid. The square is alive with movement, yet a palpable somberness hangs over the villagers. Kaelan knows they must regroup and assess the situation swiftly. "Gather around," he calls, wanting to bring everyone together to reflect on what has happened and plan for what comes next. The villagers converge, their expressions reflecting a mixture of exhaustion and unease. "We need to address our losses and learn from this experience," Kaelan begins, the weight of his words settling over the group. "It's crucial that we understand both the strengths and weaknesses we displayed during the battle." One villager speaks up, his voice quaking slightly. "But what if we're not prepared for the next time? What if we fail again?" Kaelan meets his gaze, sensing the collective anxiety in the crowd. "If we face challenges, we regroup. Failure isn't the end. It's an opportunity to grow stronger," he states, his tone resolute, aiming to quell their fears. He glances at Lira, who stands tall despite the fatigue marking her features. "We need to assess our defenses and fortify what we have. Learning from our past experiences is crucial," she adds, her voice carrying the conviction they all need to hear. Kaelan nods, feeling a surge of pride for her unwavering spirit. "Exactly. Let's divide into small teams to gather information and resources. We need to ensure that we're fully prepared for whatever may come," he continues, the determination rising in his chest as he observes the chefs moving forward with purpose. As they begin to disperse, Kaelan reflects on the importance of maintaining unity in the face of their shared experiences. He understands that their journey is not just about survival, it's about the relationships built along the way and how those connections will shape their community's future. In this moment, Kaelan stands resolute, ready to embrace the lessons learned, knowing they must carry forward with courage as they prepare for the uncertainties that lie ahead. Together, they will not only defend their home, but also transform it into a stronger foundation for the battles yet to come. With the clash of the recent battle still ringing in their ears, Kaelan stands at the center of the village square, gathering the remaining villagers to discuss the implications of their victory. The atmosphere is thick with emotion, each face reflecting a blend of relief and the weight of what they have endured. "We need to reflect on what just happened," he states, his voice carrying authority as he meets their gazes. "Our defenses held strong, but we can't forget the losses. Each decision we make moving forward affects our future." The crowd murmurs in agreement, a heavy silence punctuated by the sounds of villagers tending to the aftermath. Kaelan watches as some of the younger canines play nearby, a bittersweet reminder of their innocence amidst the turmoil. One villager, an older woman with a lined face, steps forward. "We can't afford to be complacent. What if they strike again while we're vulnerable?" She questions, her voice steady but laced with apprehension. Kaelan feels the pulse of anxiety flicker through the group. "We will reinforce our defenses," he assures, his tone resolute, "and will continue to gather information about any potential threats." Just then, Lira approaches, her brow furrowed with determination. "I think we should send scouts to monitor the surrounding areas. If the enemy tries to regroup, we need to know immediately," she suggests, her insight reflecting the proactive spirit that has grown within her. "Agreed," Kaelan replies, appreciative of her forward-thinking mindset. "Let's establish a rotation for our scouts and prepare for whatever may come next. Communication will be essential." As villagers discuss logistics and begin to formulate a plan, Kaelan senses a shift in the atmosphere, a transformation from uncertainty to resolve. They are no longer simply reacting to threats, they are taking charge of their future. Feeling the momentum build, Kaelan watches them move with purpose, each villager contributing to the discussion. Together, they forge a path forward, bound by the commitment they've built through shared experiences and battles fought side by side. In this moment of reflection, Kaelan knows that every decision made today will echo into their future. They are standing on the cusp of transformation, ready to embrace the challenges that await as a united front. As the villagers begin to settle back into a routine after the battle, Kaelan senses both the relief of their victory and the weight of the work still to be done. The village square is busy with activity, with laughter and chatter gradually returning, but he knows that the threat they faced lingers in the shadows. "Let's take this moment to regroup and talk about what we learned during the fight," he says, gathering the villagers in a circle. His voice holds a steady calm, a reassuring presence among the mix of emotions swirling around them. Lira steps forward, her face flushed with adrenaline from the recent conflict. "We realize that we need to communicate better during battles. If we had a clearer way to signal changes, it might have saved us time," she shares, her voice reflecting the lessons learned. Kaelan nods, recognizing the importance of reflection as they move forward. "That's a valuable insight. Establishing clear signals for our communication will be essential for future engagements," he emphasizes, jotting down notes on a scrap of parchment he's hastily drawn. Meanwhile, Galen's voice breaks into the conversation. "And we need to reinforce our watch points. I saw some areas that weren't secured enough, and that could have cost us," he suggests, the pragmatism grounding his tone. "Agreed," Kaelan replies, feeling a sense of gratitude toward Galen's contributions. "We've proven that each part of our strategy matters. Let's take the time to evaluate and strengthen everything." The villagers murmur in agreement, their collective energy shifting from the past conflicts to actionable solutions. Kaelan observes the determination growing among them, the initial fears slowly replaced by a committed spirit. As they dive into discussions about improvements and adjustments, Kaelan feels a flash of pride. Each member plays a part, reinforcing their bonds and shared commitment. He knows that what they are building now will lay the groundwork for a more resilient future. With newfound purpose, Kaelan feels confident that today's conversations are not just about preparing for the next battle, they're about shaping the community they wish to protect. He is determined to lead them through the challenges ahead, ready to embrace both the difficult and the rewarding path of protection and unity. As the dust begins to settle from the recent confrontation, Kaelan stands in the village square, the chill of the night air wrapping around him. The sounds of the evening are subdued, filled with the low murmurs of villagers tending to the aftermath. He sees families reunited, some clinging to one another, relief flooding their expressions. "Let's take a moment to honor those we lost," Kaelan suggests, stepping forward to the center of the gathering. The villagers fall silent, and he can feel the weight of grief hanging heavy in the air. Lira stands beside him, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "They fought bravely and cared deeply for our home," she states, her voice trembling but filled with warmth. Kaelan surveys the crowd, noticing nods of agreement, the shared sorrow binding them together. "Their sacrifices remind us why we must stand strong," he continues, feeling the emotions rise within him as he gathers their strength for the road ahead. "Let's also reflect on what we've learned and how we can move forward together," he adds, pushing through the sorrow. "We've faced challenges that shaped us, and it's our responsibility to honor their memory by continuing to protect and fortify our village." The villagers seem to absorb his words, their expressions shifting from grief to determination. Kaelan watches as they begin to discuss their next steps, voices igniting with new energy as they share ideas about how to improve their defenses and root out the remaining threats. "Let's make sure we're all involved in the recovery," one villager suggests, signaling a shift in focus as they transition from mourning to actionable plans. Kaelan feels renewed hope surging through him as the villagers rally together, taking the emotions of the moment and transforming them into a commitment to their future. He knows this is more than a mere response to conflict. It's a testament to their resilience. As they begin to solidify their thoughts into a plan, Kaelan realizes this moment symbolizes the strength of their community. The connection forged through shared experiences highlights their determination to move forward, and he stands ready to lead them into a brighter tomorrow. Empowered by the bonds that have deepened within the village. Chapter 30. The Dawn of Change. The sun rises slowly over the village, casting a golden hue across the landscape, signaling a new day filled with possibilities. Kaelan stands at the edge of the square, taking in the scene, his heart swelling with a mixture of hope and determination. After the recent trials they've faced, the village feels different, alive with energy and resilience. Kaelan watches as villagers begin to emerge from their homes, exchanging cautious smiles and greetings, their spirits reignited after the battles they endured. "Today, we take the lessons we've learned and start fresh," Kaelan calls out, gathering their attention. He feels the weight of his words as anticipation fills the air. "We've been tested, and we've emerged stronger. Let's use this opportunity to rebuild and forge new connections." Moving through the square, he sees Lira speaking to a group of young archers, her enthusiasm infectious. "We'll implement new training routines so that everyone feels prepared for whatever challenges may come next," she says, embodying the spirit of growth they all aspire to achieve. Kaelan steps closer, encouraged by the vitality of their discussions. "Let's also reach out to neighboring villages. It's time to establish those alliances we talked about," he adds firmly, feeling the energy shift in the crowd as they embrace the vision he has laid out. Just then, a villager speaks up, their voice filled with resolve. "We should host a gathering to show our commitment to these alliances. Let's invite them over and demonstrate our strength." Kaelan nods, appreciating the initiative. "That's a brilliant idea. We can showcase our resources and share our plans for defense and cooperation," he replies, feeling a sense of excitement wash over him. As they discuss logistics for the gathering, Kaelan realizes how far they've come together. not just as individuals, but as a community, strengthened by shared experiences and common goals. The fabric of their connections feels richer, more resilient. With plans shaping up before him, Kaelan breathes deeply, ready to embrace the prospects of new beginnings and strengthened alliances. He knows this moment marks a turning point, not just in their ongoing journey, but in the future they are actively creating for their village. Together, they will face the unknown with courage, ready to transform the shadows of their past into the light of possibility. Kaelan stands amid the gathering as preparations for the event unfold, feeling a mixture of excitement and lingering apprehension in the air. The villagers are busy organizing food, setting up decorations, and creating a welcoming environment, each face alight with purpose. Let's ensure that everything reflects our strength and unity, he instructs, moving among them and checking on the progress of their arrangements. He notices Lira arranging tables with colorful fabrics, her energy infectious. This will show them how committed we are to forming alliances, she says, tying a knot in the fabric with a determined flick of her wrist. Kaelan feels a swell of pride as he sees the effort everyone is putting in. Their enthusiasm transforms the square into a vibrant space, buzzing with potential. Exactly. We want them to feel welcomed and understand that we're ready to collaborate, he responds, appreciating her foresight. Just then, one of the villagers approaches, worry etched on their face. What if they don't come? What if we've prepared for nothing? They voice, anxiety creeping in as doubt slinks through the group. We cannot let fear dictate our actions, Kaelan replies, his tone resolute. If they see our commitment, they will recognize the value of an alliance. Every effort we make is a step toward building relationships. The villagers absorb his words, and Kaelan notices a significant shift in their demeanor. Conversations begin to echo around him, discussing ideas and contributing to the momentum of the day. Their shared determination bolsters his spirit and reassures him that they are on the right path. As the preparations continue, Kaelan reflects on how far they've come as a community. The bonds they have formed through hardship have fortified their willingness to embrace new opportunities. This gathering is not merely an event, it is a declaration of their resilience and a promise of united strength. Feeling energized by the task at hand, Kaelan watches the villagers with admiration, knowing that they are ready to face whatever challenges lie ahead, empowered by the connections they have nurtured through their shared journey. As the villagers hustle and bustle around the square, setting up for the gathering, Kaelan steps back to take in the scene. The vibrant colors of fabric and decorations are lively against the backdrop of the village, filling him with a sense of hope. He can see the laughter and chatter bouncing from one group to another, a stark contrast to the earlier tension and uncertainty. Let's make sure everything is ready before our guests arrive, he calls out, ensuring that everyone is focused on their tasks. Kaelan walks through the gathering, checking on the preparations and offering encouragement, trying to reinforce the spirit of unity that has brought them all together. Nearby, Lira is leading a group of younger villagers in preparing a feast, carefully arranging platters of food that reflect the heart of their community. We want to showcase our resources, she explains to them, her enthusiasm infectious. Looks great, Lira, Kaelan replies, feeling gratitude for her initiative. He knows her presence helps energize the villagers and brings hope to their mission. However, a pang of worry lingers. One villager approaches with hesitation. What if they don't like our offerings? What if they feel our resources aren't enough? Kaelan meets her gaze, recognizing the fear behind the question. If our intentions are genuine, our neighbors will see the value we bring. We can't predict their reactions, but we can control how we present ourselves, he replies, a steady conviction in his voice. As they continue their efforts, Kaelan feels a sense of camaraderie coalescing around him. With every conversation and laugh shared, the collective energy grows stronger, helping to dispel any lingering doubt. Let's keep working together. This event is about more than just food. It's about forging bonds and trust, he emphasizes, watching as the villagers begin to engage enthusiastically in their tasks, recognizing the importance of this gathering. With renewed determination, Kaelan knows that today is a significant step toward building alliances that will strengthen their community. More than just a celebration, it's a testament to their resilience, both as individuals and together. The path ahead may be uncertain, but with each gathered hand and shared laugh, Kaelan feels increasingly confident that they are on the right course to embrace whatever challenges lie ahead. As the preparations near completion, the sun begins to settle into the horizon, casting a warm glow over the village square. Kaelan glances around at the bustling villagers, their laughter mixing with the rich aroma of the feast being prepared. He feels a sense of pride swell within him, recognizing the effort everyone has put into making this gathering possible. "Let's take a moment to reflect on what this means for us," Kaelan calls out, gathering attention. The villagers pause, curious and attentive, ready to hear his thoughts as the excitement of the event fills the air. "This gathering signifies our commitment to forging alliances," he continues, the weight of the moment hanging heavily on him. "It's an opportunity to show our neighbors that we stand firm against adversity and are willing to work together for a brighter future." Lira nods, standing near him with a gathering of villagers busy at work. "We need to make sure that our offerings reflect our community's spirit. We want them to feel welcomed and valued," she adds, her passion contagious. Kaelan surveys the preparations, noting how everyone is pulling together, the atmosphere alive with hope and possibility. But in the back of his mind, he can still hear the echo of earlier fears, the doubt that has at times clouded their resolve. "We're all aware that trust takes time to build," Kaelan acknowledges, looking directly at the villagers. "But each effort we make today is a step towards strengthening our bonds. Let's not lose sight of that." An elder villager stands up, displaying a knowing smile. "We've seen what's possible when we come together. This will be an important day for all of us," she affirms, and Kaelan can see the resonance of her words washing over the crowd. Feeling buoyed by the elder's support, Kaelan nods, warmth spreading through him. "Together, we can overcome any challenges. Stronger together," he exclaims, fostering an atmosphere of enthusiasm and collaboration. As the last preparations fall into place, Kaelan watches with gratitude and admiration. The laughter and handshakes shared among the villagers symbolize not just a gathering, but a collective strength that promises to carry them into whatever lies ahead. In this moment, he knows that they are not merely participating in an event. They are building the foundation for their community and future together. As the sun dips lower, signaling the approach of evening, the square comes alive with villagers sharing laughter and stories, the atmosphere thick with camaraderie and anticipation. Kaelan looks around at the transformed space, filled with tables draped in vibrant fabrics and platters overflowing with food, a reflection of their hard work and unity. "Let's make sure everything is in place before our guests arrive," he advises, moving through the crowd, checking on the various preparations. The energy is infectious, and he can feel excitement bubbling among the villagers as they eagerly finalize the details of the gathering. Lira is nearby, arranging a section of desserts that glisten under the fading light. "This will impress them and show our commitment," she asserts, her enthusiasm evident as she decorates the table. Kaelan admires her leadership and the initiative she takes to emphasize their shared vision. Suddenly, a villager approaches, a sense of urgency in their demeanor. "Kaelan, we heard there might be trouble on the road. What if they don't come?" Their concern echoes through the atmosphere, a ripple of anxiety reminding everyone of the potential risks they face. Kaelan feels a flicker of doubt within him, but he steels himself. "We can't let that deter us. Whether they come or not, this gathering is about showcasing our community and commitment to unity," he replies, his tone resolute, striving to bolster their spirits. The energy in the square begins to shift, morphing from a brief moment of anxiety into renewed determination. Kaelan sees Lira and Galen share a look of understanding, solidarity forming among them once more. "Even if we face disappointment, we will learn and grow from it. Our journey doesn't end here," Kaelan reminds everyone, knowing the truth in his words. He is committed to nurturing hope amidst uncertainty. As the villagers return to their preparations, Kaelan feels gratitude for their collective spirit. Each interaction reinforces the connections they've built, and he knows this gathering is more than just an event. It's a defining moment that reflects their resilience and unity. Feeling invigorated, Kaelan steps back to take in the bustling scene, ready to embrace whatever challenges may arise. This gathering is their opportunity to solidify the bonds that will carry them through the uncertainties of the future, and he stands committed to guiding them every step of the way. As the evening deepens, Kaelan stands at the center of the square, watching the villagers gather and share their hopes in animated conversations. The food and decorations reflect their hard work, transforming the ordinary space into a vibrant celebration of community and resilience. "Everything looks amazing," Kaelan exclaims, taking in the festivity. Light laughter and chatter fill the air, weaving threads of unity among the crowd. It's a moment he's been yearning for, a reflection of how far they've come together. Just then, Lira rushes over, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "People are arriving," she announces, her enthusiasm infectious. Kaelan feels a warm rush of pride at her eagerness to welcome their neighbors. "Make sure everyone is ready to greet them," he instructs, noting the rising energy as villagers straighten their posture and gather near the entrance, preparing to embrace their guests. As the first neighbors step into the square, Kaelan can feel the anticipation grow. He steps forward to initiate conversation, heart racing as he takes on the role he has been preparing for. "Welcome. Thank you for joining us today," he greets them, warmth radiating through his words. The guests meet his gaze, and Kaelan notices a mixture of curiosity and wariness among them. "It's good to see you all," one elder responds, eyeing the preparations carefully. Kaelan senses the opportunity to forge a bond. "We've come together to show our commitment to protecting our homes. We believe that unity is our strength against the challenges we face together," he states, emphasizing the community's resolve. As conversations spark between villagers and newcomers, Kaelan steps back slightly to observe the interactions unfolding. Laughter begins to mix with the sound of discussion, warm and inviting. The sense of belonging wraps around him like a comforting embrace, and he feels a deep sense of gratitude for the connections they are building. "Let's ensure everyone feels welcomed and included," Kaelan calls to Lira, reminding her and the others that this gathering is about more than just celebration. It's about strengthening the ties that can protect them all. With the festivities in full swing, Kaelan knows they are not just creating a moment, but laying the foundation for alliances that can shape the future. He stands ready to guide them forward, keen on embracing the possibilities that await as the night unfolds. Chapter 31, The New Beginnings. The morning after the gathering dawns bright and clear, a gentle breeze sweeping through the village, carrying with it the promise of a fresh start. Kaelan steps outside, the sunlight warming his skin as he takes a moment to soak in the peaceful atmosphere. The square shows signs of the previous night's festivities, remnants of decorations swaying lightly in the wind, a testament to the community that has united through shared experiences. As he walks through the village, Kaelan notices villagers exchanging friendly greetings, their spirits lifted by the connection they've forged with their neighbors. He can see the camaraderie radiating from even the shyest individuals who find courage in their shared purpose. "Morning, Kaelan," a young villager calls out cheerfully, bouncing with energy. Kaelan smiles in return, feeling a sense of pride in the renewed unity within the community. Lira approaches him, a contented look on her face. "I think bringing everyone together was a great success. It's nice seeing everyone so happy and relaxed," she reflects, glancing at the lingering decorations. Kaelan nods in agreement, appreciating her perspective. "We needed that, both for morale and to strengthen our allies. It shows we're serious about protecting our homes," he responds, feeling the commitment they all share. Just then, a familiar elder steps forward, a contemplative expression evident in her eyes. "I believe there's much work to be done following the gathering. We can't forget that there are still threats in the shadows," she cautions, her tone respectful yet firm. Kaelan meets her gaze, acknowledging the weight of her words. "You're right. We need to keep our defenses strong and stay vigilant," he confirms, feeling the responsibility of leadership settle over him once again. As the villagers begin their daily tasks, Kaelan rallies them to focus on fortifying their defenses while also nurturing the relationships they've built. Let's not lose momentum. Together, we can ensure our village remains safe, he encourages, watching as they embrace their roles with determination. The atmosphere feels alive with purpose, and Kaelan knows that today marks another crucial step in their journey. He observes Lira engaging with the younger villagers, sharing stories of bravery and the strength found in unity, and he feels reassured that they are prepared for whatever lies ahead. As the villagers organize themselves around the square, the energy shifts to one of productivity and focus. Kaelan stands at the center, feeling the buzz of conversation as they begin to discuss their defensive strategies for the days ahead. He watches them with pride, grateful for the resilience that has emerged from their experiences. Let's focus on reinforcing our perimeter first, he suggests, gesturing toward the edges of the village. We need to ensure that our defenses are as strong as possible before we address the enemy's potential movements. Lira immediately steps forward, her enthusiasm contagious. I can lead a team to check the northern and eastern boundaries. We should inspect for any weaknesses or potential gaps, she volunteers, her voice steady with determination. Excellent idea, Lira, Kaelan replies, feeling a surge of confidence at her initiative. Galen, you can coordinate with Lira and another group to gather extra supplies and fortifications. As Galen nods in agreement, Kaelan can see the fire in his eyes, a reflection of the growth and courage they've cultivated together. The villagers begin breaking into small groups, moving with purpose and focus as they tackle the tasks ahead. However, Kaelan feels a flicker of unease from the outskirts of the gathering. An older woman steps forward, hesitance lining her features. What if we're not prepared enough? What if the enemy is already organizing their forces? She asks, her voice trembling slightly, echoing the worries that still linger in the air. Kaelan steps closer, fully aware of the fears that grip their hearts. We can't allow fear to control us. We'll reassess and adjust as we go. That's the key, he assures, ensuring his message resonates with genuine care. With each village member engaged in the discussions, Kaelan feels a sense of solidarity growing among them. He can see how every voice has a role in shaping their strategy, and he understands that they've turned their anxieties into actionable strength. Let's keep moving, everyone, Kaelan encourages, bolstered by the interaction. Together, we'll create a defense that stands strong against whatever threat may come our way. The villagers visibly respond to his rallying cry, their spirits lifted as they embrace the mission ahead. In this moment of collaboration, Kaelan realizes the power they wield collectively, ready to face the challenges that lie ahead with determination and unity. As the villagers continue to work tirelessly to fortify their defenses, Kaelan senses the energy around them shift toward excitement. The prospect of safeguarding their home feels invigorating, and he watches as they seamlessly collaborate, each contributing their skills and strengths. He approaches a group of villagers packing supplies into baskets, their laughter mingling with the thoughtful discussions. Let's ensure we have everything labeled clearly so we can access it quickly when needed, he suggests, providing guidance while also acknowledging their efforts. Good thinking, Kaelan, one of them replies, smiling as they efficiently organize their resources. Kaelan feels a swell of satisfaction watching the villagers take pride in their contributions, the unified effort reinforcing bonds that have developed over time. Nearby, Lira is busy instructing a couple of younger villagers on how to properly set up a lookout post. If you keep your eyes peeled from here, you can spot anything moving in from the forest, she explains, radiating an infectious energy that motivates those around her. Kaelan can see the impact she has on the younger generation, a group ready to rise to the occasion. It fills him with hope as he recognizes how their experiences together have shaped them into a formidable team. However, the lingering fears from the recent battles still hang in the air. Kaelan knows there are questions left unanswered, and that self-doubt can creep back in easily. As if sensing his thoughts, Galen approaches him, an unsure look still lingering. What if we're not strong enough to hold them off again? What if they come back? Kaelan turns to face Galen, feeling the familiar weight of leadership wash over him. Then we regroup, adapt, and stay vigilant. We've faced challenges before and learned from each encounter, he assures, determined to reinforce their unity against the anxiety of what could happen. Feeling the conversations around him shift toward more constructive ideas, Kaelan focuses on the collective strength that is beginning to fill the square. We are not just working to fortify walls. We are building a haven for everyone who calls this village home, he reminds them, his heart filled with purpose. In this moment, he understands that the changes in himself and the villagers are crucial to navigating the path ahead. The sense of community feels more pronounced than ever, and together they will face whatever dark shadows loom on the horizon. As the sun begins to set, painting the sky with hues of orange and deepening blue, Kaelan feels the sense of urgency rise among the villagers. The atmosphere buzzes with activity as they finalize their preparations, a whirlwind of effort transforming the square into a hub of collaboration. Let's double-check our supplies one last time, he calls out, moving among them to ensure everything is properly organized. His heart races with anticipation, knowing that their readiness will determine their safety in the days to come. Lira stands nearby, directing a group of younger villagers as they haul bundles of food to a central table. Make sure these are secured for the journey, she urges, her leadership evident as she encourages them to work efficiently. Kaelan feels a swell of pride at her initiative, grateful that she has stepped into this role. Excellent work, Lira, he praises, which only fuels her determination further. However, as they work, Kaelan notices a lingering tension in the air, a few villagers exchanging anxious glances as doubts bubble to the surface. What if we're not ready? What if we face another attack unprepared? One villager voices, fear creeping into their tone. Kaelan pivots to address those concerns. We prepare to the best of our ability. If we face danger again, we will adapt, just as we've learned to do. This journey requires us to trust in one another, he asserts, striving to transform uncertainty into confidence. The conversation among the villagers shifts as Kaelan's words resonate, realizing that even the smallest efforts contribute to the larger mission. The villagers reaffirm their commitment, sharing ideas and strategies for potential scenarios, while the overarching hope begins to wash away the night's doubts. In that shared space, Kaelan feels a profound connection to each villager, a reminder that their strength lies in unity. Every decision made at this moment will serve as a stepping stone toward a more secure future. He stands ready to embrace the path ahead, knowing they will face whatever obstacles may arise, fortified by their trust in each other. As the villagers continue to prepare for their upcoming mission, Kaelan feels a swell of hope mixing with the undercurrents of anxiety that remain in the air. The square is a flurry of activity, with everyone focused on their tasks and contributing to the greater effort. Kaelan approaches a small group that appears to be hesitant, their expressions revealing lingering doubts. What if we face trouble on the road? One voice calls out, uncertainty threading through the words. What if we're caught unprepared again? He steps closer, feeling the intensity of their worries. We can't let fear guide our choices. We prepare as thoroughly as we can and adapt when unforeseen circumstances arise, he states, hoping to instill a sense of resilience in their hearts. Another villager speaks up, the courage slowly flowing into their voice. But if we stick together and communicate, we can manage whatever comes our way, they suggest, echoing the spirit of unity that has begun to permeate the group. Kaelan nods, appreciating the shared wisdom. Exactly. Trusting each other and remaining flexible will be crucial. Every one of you plays a vital role in this mission, and together we'll face any challenge, he emphasizes, watching as nods of agreement circulate through the gathered villagers. Feeling a sense of momentum building, Kaelan notices Lira moving to check on the younger archers. Let's ensure the scouts are equipped and ready for anything. We'll need clear signals for communication, she instructs, demonstrating her proactive spirit. Great thinking, Kaelan replies, grateful for her initiative. He feels his own confidence rising as the villagers embrace her ideas, reinforcing their collective effort. Kaelan glances around at the bustling square, feeling the energy shift as apprehension transforms into determination. Each contribution, no matter how small, becomes part of their united defense, and he understands this moment solidifies the foundation upon which they stand. As the talks continue, the villagers eagerly share ideas, their voices intertwining in a shared purpose. Kaelan feels a renewed connection to everyone around him, understanding that this isn't just a mission, it's a testament to their resilience and commitment to each other. With their preparation taking shape, he feels empowered to lead them forward into the uncertain yet hopeful future that lies ahead. As the villagers begin to settle into their roles, Kaelan steps back to observe the bustling scene before him. The square fills with a purposeful energy. Smiles and laughter break through the earlier tension as they finalize their preparations. "Let's gather all supplies and make sure everything is properly organized before our next mission," Kaelan urges, moving through the crowd to check on their progress. He feels a sense of pride swell within him as he witnesses the teamwork blossoming around him. Nearby, Lira is instructing younger villagers on how to effectively carry their supplies. "If we balance the weight correctly, we can travel faster and more efficiently," she explains, demonstrating her commitment to their cause while the others watch intently. Kaelan pauses to appreciate the sight, feeling gratitude for her leadership. But just as he turns to head back to the front, he notices a few villagers huddled together, whispering anxiously. Curiosity pushes him to approach them. "What's going on?" he asks, concern revealing itself in his tone. One villager shifts nervously. "We're worried about encountering more enemies. What if we aren't prepared this time?" The doubt hangs heavy in the air, a stark reminder of the challenges they face. Kaelan meets their worried gazes, recognizing the vulnerabilities they share. Preparation is key, yes, but we also need to trust in our training and our bond as a community. Fear may cloud our judgment, but together we have overcome so much already, he reassures them, the warmth of his conviction radiating through his words. Feeling emboldened by his statement, Lira steps in once more. "If we stay connected and support one another, we will safely navigate any challenges," she comments, reinforcing the trust that has been built through their shared experiences. Kaelan watches as the villagers start to absorb her words, the weight of their doubts lifting bit by bit. Inspired, he decides to rally them together once more. "Let's make sure we all communicate our positions clearly. If something feels off, don't hesitate to speak up," he declares, infusing an air of unity among them. With fresh energy, the villagers return to their tasks, edging closer to a coherent plan. Kaelan feels a renewed connection to everyone around him, aware that their time together has forged a community willing to confront and adapt to whatever unknown challenges await them on their journey ahead. Chapter 32, The Healing Bonds. The morning sun rises over the village, casting a warm light that feels almost comforting. Kaelan stands at the edge of the square, surrounded by villagers busy with their daily tasks. The air is filled with a sense of normalcy returning, but he knows that the echoes of their recent struggles still linger in the background. Kaelan gathers the villagers together, feeling the gravity of their experiences weigh on him. "We need to address the unresolved conflicts from our recent battles," he begins, his voice steady as the crowd quiets down. Expressions of concern ripple through the group, and he can see the apprehension in their eyes. "We've faced loss together, and that can create distance between us," he continues, wanting to foster a sense of healing. "It's crucial that we take this time to repair any rifts and fulfill the promises we've made to one another." A villager steps forward, uncertainty evident on their face. "What if some of us can't move past the pain? How do we heal?" she asks, her vulnerability resonating deep within the crowd. Kaelan takes a steady breath, feeling the weight of her question. "Healing takes time and open communication. We need to support one another through the process," he replies, grounding his words in sincerity. "You have to give yourself permission to feel, but also understand that we're here for each other." Lira interjects, her encouragement bolstering the spirit of camaraderie among them. Kaelan watches as the villagers begin to nod, absorbing the suggestions offered. "Let's set up support circles where we can share our thoughts and feelings openly," he proposes, knowing that fostering connection will aid their healing. As discussions unfold, renewed energy fills the square. Kaelan sees the villagers starting to connect, sharing stories of resilience and hope, weaving their narratives into a collective healing process. Each voice becomes a part of the tapestry, stitching together their experiences into something stronger. In this moment, Kaelan feels a deepening sense of commitment to nurturing the bonds that unite them. He knows that these discussions and acts of reconciliation are crucial steps in rebuilding their community, preparing them not just for survival, but for a thriving future together. As the villagers gather to discuss the unresolved conflicts, the atmosphere shifts from one of anxiety to a blend of vulnerability and openness. Kaelan stands at the center, feeling the weight of emotions hanging in the air, yet sensing a flicker of hope igniting among them. "Let's create a space where everyone can share their thoughts and feelings," he suggests, his voice steady and reassuring. "We need to acknowledge our pain, but also recognize the strength we've built together." Several villagers nod, their expressions shifting as they process his words. Kaelan notices a small group huddled together, whispering among themselves, casting glances his way. He approaches them, wanting to include their voices in this moment of healing. "What's on your minds?" he asks gently, encouraging them to speak openly. One villager speaks up, clearly conflicted. "We lost so much, and I'm struggling to understand how to move forward. It feels like we're carrying the weight of those who are gone." Kaelan nods, feeling the truth in her words resonate deeply. "It's completely normal to feel that way. We've all experienced loss, and it's important to recognize that allowing ourselves to grieve is part of healing," he responds, aiming to validate their feelings. Lira steps in, her voice warm and supportive. "Remember, we're not alone in this. Each of us carries pieces of those we've lost, and sharing those memories can bring us closer. It's a way to honor them." Kaelan sees the shift in atmosphere as the villagers begin to share stories of their loved ones, recalling moments of joy mixed with sorrow. The conversations grow more profound, weaving a tapestry of shared experiences that strengthens their bond. Feeling encouraged, Kaelan actively listens, offering words of support, grateful for their willingness to be vulnerable. Opening up is vital. "We're building a foundation for our unity that will carry us through future challenges," he emphasizes, recognizing the power of their connections in this moment of reflection. As the gathering continues, Kaelan can sense the healing beginning to take root. The villagers are no longer just defined by their losses, but are evolving into a collective spirit of resilience and support. He knows that this shared process will solidify their bonds, paving the way for renewed strength as they embrace the journey ahead, together. Kaelan watches as the villagers continue to share their stories, the air thick with emotion and camaraderie. Laughter and tears intermingle, creating a tapestry of experiences that reflect both their individual grief and collective strength. He stands at the edge of the circle, feeling the energy flow between them, a vessel of unity formed in the midst of vulnerability. "Letting go is part of moving forward," he interjects gently, feeling the need to guide the conversation toward healing. "It's important to honor our memories while finding a way to live for those who are still here." An elder villager, her voice thick with emotion, nods. "We need to remember that we are still alive, and we have each other," she says, her wisdom shining through the scars of loss. As the discussion continues, Kaelan feels a sense of purpose reviving within him. Each story shared becomes a strand in the network of support, growing stronger with every retelling. He catches Lira's eye, who gives him an encouraging smile, reflecting the hope blossoming in their hearts. "We can create ways to keep their memories alive in our community," Lira suggests. "We can honor them with traditions, perhaps stories passed down to the next generation." Kaelan feels the room lift with her suggestion, and he can see that the villagers resonate with the idea. "That's a beautiful thought, Lira. They will always be a part of us, and by sharing their stories, we keep their spirits alive," he replies, feeling pride swell as creativity sparks in the air. As they talk and plan, Kaelan grows more certain that this moment of connection has laid the groundwork for healing. The weight of their collective grief shifts, transforming into a shared resolve to rebuild together. "Let's commit to this together," he proposes, his voice steady. "We'll ensure that we not only heal but also thrive as a community, stronger than we were before." Passion fills the air as villagers nod, their resolve solidifying in the face of challenges. Kaelan knows this moment is pivotal for them all, a turning point that marks the beginning of a new chapter in their lives, rooted in unity and resilience, ready to embrace whatever future may hold. As the villagers continue to share their stories, a sense of connection begins to flourish among them. Kaelan observes the shifting atmosphere, each tale intertwining with the others, weaving a tapestry of memories that honors their lost loved ones. The energy in the air becomes lighter, filled with laughter and shared joy, a beautiful tribute to those no longer with them. "That's a great memory," Lira states, wiping a tear from her eye. "I remember when we all went fishing together. The way they told stories always made the mundane feel magical." The villagers laugh softly, their shared reminiscences evoking smiles even through the sadness. Kaelan feels a warmth rising within him, seeing how these connections are helping everyone heal. "Those memories are important," he adds, stepping forward to engage with the group more deeply. "We need to find ways to celebrate our past while looking to the future." A villager speaks up, excitement brightening their expression. "What if we hold yearly gatherings to share stories and honor them? That way we keep them alive in our hearts and remind ourselves of the love they brought to our lives." "An excellent idea," Kaelan agrees enthusiastically. "We could celebrate their lives and everything they taught us. It would not just be a commemoration, but a way to strengthen our community's spirit." As energy builds in the group, the villagers begin brainstorming ideas for the gathering. Kaelan watches as each member contributes suggestions: food, activities, stories shared. The sense of purpose recharges the atmosphere, pulling the community closer together. In this moment, Kaelan realizes that these discussions are more than just healing words. They are foundational building blocks for a stronger future. Every story shared, every laugh uttered, acts as a reminder of their resilience and the bonds they've forged through hardship. "Together, we'll make this happen," he declares, feeling the resolve of the villagers resonating around him. "This is our chance to celebrate our village, our families, and everyone we hold dear." As they move forward with their plans, Kaelan knows that this process of remembrance will not only heal their wounds, but also forge a brighter path ahead, one grounded in unity, strength, and love. As the villagers wrap up their discussions about the upcoming gathering, a sense of purpose permeates the air. Kaelan observes them exchanging ideas and laughter, their earlier fears now transformed into a shared anticipation for what lies ahead. "Let's finalize the details for our first gathering in honor of those we've lost," he encourages, feeling the excitement simmering among them. "We want to ensure this is a celebration of their lives, filled with stories and memories that bring us together." Lira steps forward, her eyes alight with enthusiasm. "We should prepare a special meal, one that includes everyone's favorite dishes. It could be a way to remember them with joy," she suggests, her passion contagious. Kaelan smiles, inspired by her idea. "That's wonderful, and let's invite neighboring villages too, show them our resilience and willingness to unite in memory and strength." A villager raises their hand, the worry still lingering in their eyes. "What if people don't show up? What if they don't want to share their stories?" Kaelan takes a steadying breath, profoundly aware of the importance of vulnerability in this moment. "We can encourage openness. Let's share our own stories first, setting an example that invites others to do the same. It's about fostering an environment of trust," he replies, aiming to inspire courage. As discussions unfold, Kaelan feels the bond of trust strengthen among the villagers. Each voice becomes a part of the mission, contributing to the overarching vision for the gathering. The energy shifts from apprehension to enthusiasm, and he knows they are moving in the right direction. "Together, we'll create an event that honors our past while igniting our future," Kaelan declares, feeling the commitment in the air. The villagers respond with nods and smiles, their shared understanding solidifying their resolve. With the plans taking shape, Kaelan stands taller, the sense of purpose fueling him. He realizes that this gathering marks not just a moment of remembrance, but a turning point in their journey, a chance to heal and rebuild stronger than before. Empowered by the collective spirit of the villagers, he is ready to lead them into a future filled with promise and connection. As the villagers gather in preparation for the upcoming memorial, there's an air of anticipation that fills the square. Kaelan stands at the center, heart swelling with pride as he watches everyone come together, ready to share memories and build connections. "Let's make sure we have everything we need before the guests arrive," he calls out, feeling the energy shift around him. The villagers bustle about, arranging decorations and food, their spirits buoyed by the prospect of unity and remembrance. Lira steps forward, clasping her hands together in excitement. "I think we should make a dedicated space for sharing stories. If we create a circle, it will encourage everyone to participate," she suggests, her passion evident. Kaelan nods, appreciating her initiative. "That's a fantastic idea. A space where people can feel safe and comfortable sharing memories will help foster connection." The villagers nod in agreement, enthusiasm rising as they begin to discuss logistics. Galen approaches, a thoughtful expression on his face. "What about the music? Should we have some to help set the atmosphere?" Kaelan feels gratitude for Galen's insight. "Absolutely. Music can evoke memories and bring everyone together in a special way. Let's incorporate that into the gathering," he replies, feeling the bond between them tighten with each contribution. As plans solidify, Kaelan can see the determination among the villagers, their earlier hesitations fading into the background. They are not just preparing for a gathering, they're creating an experience that honors those they've lost while reinforcing the strength of their community. "Let's ensure everyone knows when and where to gather," he reminds them, feeling a sense of responsibility. "Each detail we put in place will help make this a meaningful event." The villagers work diligently, the atmosphere thick with teamwork and camaraderie. Kaelan feels a renewed sense of hope, realizing that this gathering is a testament to their resilience. Together, they are crafting a moment that will not only honor their past, but also fortify their collective spirit as they move forward. Chapter 33, The Journey Ahead. The day of the gathering dawns bright and clear, a fresh breeze swirling through the village, carrying the sense of the preparations. Kaelan stands at the forefront, taking in the scene before him. Villagers bustling about, setting up tents filled with decorations, arranging tables groaning with food, laughter and camaraderie echoing in the air. "Let's ensure everything is ready for the guests," he encourages, moving through the square. The excitement among the villagers is palpable, each individual contributing with a sense of pride and purpose. He spots Lira directing a group decorating the central area. "This will set the tone for everything," she states, positioning bright flowers around the entrance. Her enthusiasm is infectious, and Kaelan feels grateful for her leadership. Kaelan makes his way toward the fountain, where a few villagers are setting up a small music area. "Let's make sure the sound carries. We want everyone to feel welcomed as they arrive," he adds, reinforcing the idea that the gathering is not just about food, but about nurturing connections. As they finalize the setup, he notices a group of villagers lingering near the edge of the square, their faces reflecting uncertainty. Kaelan approaches them. "What's on your minds?" he asks, keenly aware of the need to address any lingering fears. One villager steps forward, anxiety creeping into their voice. "What if our neighbors don't show up? What if we've prepared all of this for nothing?" Kaelan feels a weight in his chest, but responds with conviction. "We cannot let uncertainty hold us back. This gathering is a declaration of our strength and commitment. No matter who comes, we will honor our memories and celebrate our community," he assures them, seeking to quell their doubts. With resolve returning to their faces, Kaelan watches as the villagers turn back to their tasks with renewed energy. The atmosphere is thick with purpose, a testament to their collective resilience. Kaelan stands firm, ready to embrace the opportunity and the potential friendships that this gathering might forge. As the sun climbs higher in the sky, Kaelan's heart swells with pride. Today is a crucial step toward not only healing from their losses, but also toward building a future where connections thrive and unity prevails. As the gathering begins to take shape, villagers trickle in from the surrounding paths, their faces reflecting a mixture of curiosity and hope. Kaelan stands at the entrance, his heart racing with anticipation as he watches his friends prepare to welcome their guests. "Make sure everyone feels included," he urges, moving among the crowd. "This is an opportunity to forge relationships and strengthen our ties with those who support us." Lira busies herself with arranging the tables, ensuring everything is set just right. "We have to show them what makes our village special," she says, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Kaelan nods, grateful for her unwavering spirit. "Let's also share our stories. It's important they understand what we've overcome and why we seek their support." In the background, the sound of laughter grows as younger villagers invite their neighbors to join them, weaving between the adults sharing stories about their lives. Kaelan can feel the atmosphere thickening with camaraderie, the earlier tension fading into the background. He catches Galen's eye, noting the confidence radiating from him as he engages with others. Kaelan feels pride swell in his chest, recognizing how far they've come together. "Today is about celebration and community," he reminds the gathering, his voice warm and inviting. "Let's embrace the spirit of togetherness and support one another." As the last touches are finalized and the food is laid out, Kaelan takes a moment to step back, surveying the scene before him. The square is alive with movement, laughter, and the promise of connection, filling his heart with a profound sense of purpose. This gathering represents not just a moment of remembrance, but a bridge to the future they all want to build together. Kaelan stands tall, ready to welcome both friends and new allies, knowing that each interaction has the potential to fortify the bonds that will carry them into the uncertainties ahead. As the guests begin to arrive, Kaelan feels a surge of excitement ripple through the crowd. The atmosphere buzzes with energy as smiles and greetings are exchanged, the villagers embracing the newcomers with open arms. Kaelan stands tall at the entrance, ready to greet them, focused on creating an inviting space. "Welcome. We're thrilled to have you here," he calls out, his voice warm and sincere. Each visitor that approaches adds to the growing sense of unity, and he watches as the villagers come together, eager to share their stories and intentions. The elder from the neighboring village steps forward, her expression thoughtful. "We've heard of your struggles and your strengths," she begins, her voice carrying a weight of wisdom as she scans the gathered crowd. "It is important that we stand together, especially in these times of uncertainty." Kaelan feels a swell of hope as she speaks, recognizing the importance of her words. "That's exactly why we invited you," he replies, knowing that building these alliances will be integral moving forward. "Our village is committed to fostering relationships that enrich all of our communities." As the villagers begin to mingle, sharing food and laughter, Kaelan finds Lira and Galen nearby, their spirits lifted by the camaraderie blossoming around them. "This is what we fought for," Lira remarks, her eyes bright with excitement as she gestures toward the gathering. Kaelan nods, feeling the truth of her words resonate deeply. "Yes, together we've built a foundation that will support us against any threat," he responds, a sense of pride swelling in his chest. Suddenly, a group of children bursts into laughter nearby, their innocent joy cutting through the tension that has lingered for so long. Kaelan watches, heart warmed by the sight, knowing that moments like these are what they are striving to protect. With the gathering growing in strength, Kaelan realizes that this day is not just about survival. It's a celebration of resilience and the connections they've nurtured. He knows that the relationships formed here will echo in the future, serving as the backbone of their united front against the shadows that threaten them. Feeling a sense of fulfillment wash over him, Kaelan embraces the moment. Each interaction, each shared laugh, adds to the tapestry of their community, binding them together as they step forward into an uncertain but hopeful future. As the gathering unfolds, Kaelan moves through the crowd, absorbing the vibrant atmosphere filled with laughter and conversation. The villagers and their guests mingle, sharing stories and memories that weave a sense of belonging around them. It's a moment he has longed for, one where the scars of their past begin to heal. "Let's make sure everyone feels included," he encourages, a smile brightening his face as he watches the interactions. Children dart between the adults, adding a joyful energy to the festivities. Kaelan can feel the warmth of community wrapping around him like a comforting blanket. He spots Lira animatedly discussing archery techniques with some young villagers, her enthusiasm contagious. "We should definitely practice together more often," she laughs, her voice rising above the throng. Kaelan feels a renewed pride in her leadership and ability to inspire the next generation. Suddenly, Galen approaches, his face a mixture of excitement and contemplation. Kaelan, I think we should take this opportunity to invite neighboring villages to join our training as well. If we share knowledge, we strengthen all our defenses, he suggests, his voice filled with conviction. That's an excellent idea, Galen, Kaelan replies, appreciating his proactive thinking. Let's extend the invitation. The more we work together, the safer we all become. The crowd sounds lively as villagers nod, beginning to embrace the idea, energized by this prospect of collaboration. Conversations spark around them, filled with hope and eagerness to put the plan into action. As Kaelan surveys the village square, he feels a wave of gratitude for the bonds they've formed through their struggles and victories. Each shared laugh and story serves as a reminder of their resilience and the strength they possess as a community. In this pivotal moment, Kaelan understands that their journey is only beginning, but this gathering marks a significant step forward. He stands tall, ready to embrace whatever adventures lie ahead, confident that together they can navigate any challenges that come their way. As the gathering continues to thrive, Kaelan feels a wave of warmth envelop him, heart swelling with pride at the sight of the villagers and their guests exchanging stories and laughter. The vibrant atmosphere pulses with life, and he recognizes how far they have come together. Let's take a moment to share our plans for continuous collaboration, he announces, gathering the attention of those nearby. The crowd quiets, eager to hear his thoughts as they wrap themselves in the spirit of unity. We'll establish regular training sessions, not just for defense, but to strengthen our bonds. Together, we will rise against the challenges that lie ahead, Kaelan declares, his resolve shining through, invigorating those around him. Lira steps forward, her excitement palpable. We could organize competitive events to bolster skills while fostering camaraderie, she suggests, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. The idea ignites interest, and murmurs of agreement spread through the crowd. Absolutely. We'll make these gatherings a regular occurrence, Kaelan replies, feeling the energy of the group shift toward hope. If we emphasize the importance of training and communication, we can prepare ourselves for anything. Amidst the conversations, Kaelan sees the elder villager from earlier nodding, a smile breaking through their earlier apprehension. You remind us that strength comes in unity, and I believe this will foster a generous spirit among us all, she says, her voice resonating with warmth. Kaelan feels gratitude wash over him as the crowd begins to engage with one another, ideas bouncing between them. The invitations to collaborate echo the spirit of resilience that has taken root in their community. Let's make it happen, he calls out, enthusiasm surging within him. With each villager actively participating in the discussions, Kaelan recognizes how their efforts are building a foundation for the future. Every suggestion, every shared idea is a step toward creating a safer and more unified existence. He stands tall, ready to lead them through whatever lies ahead, fully aware that their journey of resilience and connection is just beginning. As the gathering shifts toward its conclusion, Kaelan steps back to observe the vibrant scene unfolding before him. The square, once filled with tension, now buzzes with laughter and animated conversations as the villagers and their guests share stories and forge new connections. He feels a swell of joy as children run between adults, their giggles punctuating the warm air, a symphony of life that reassures him of what they have fought to protect. Kaelan approaches Lira, who is engaged with a small group of villagers discussing future training events. This has turned out better than we could have hoped, he notes, watching her enthusiasm ignite the others. Absolutely. The energy here is incredible. I think we've really made an impact, she replies, her smile genuine and bright. As villagers continue to exchange ideas, a sense of purpose permeates the atmosphere, and Kaelan can't help but reflect on how far they have all come. He feels a deep connection to each person in the square, recognizing that their shared experiences have built a resilience that will carry them through future challenges. Just then, the elder villager from earlier approaches. I wanted to thank you, Kaelan. This gathering has rekindled our hope, she says, her eyes glinting with appreciation. Thank you for being here and supporting our cause. Kaelan replies warmly, acknowledging her wisdom and the role she plays in their community. As laughter and encouragement echo around him, Kaelan feels a wave of purpose wash over him. This gathering is not just a fleeting moment. It symbolizes a commitment to unity, growth, and the path they are forging together. "Let's carry this momentum forward," he calls out to the crowd, inspiring a cheer from the villagers. "Together, we will ensure that our community thrives against all odds." In this moment of celebration, Kaelan senses the foundation solidifying for the future. They have faced darkness and emerged into the light, ready to navigate whatever comes next as a united force, bound by hope and resilience.